Morning and welcome to the National Park of Speed, Elkhart Lakes Gem Road America. It is the 71st consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, part of the SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Tom O'Gorman, and it is feature race day here at Road America. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Greg.
And it is shaping up to be a beautiful day of racing. A little bit cooler than we saw yesterday, about 60 degrees here in Elkhart Lake. Nice little maybe 5 to 6 mile per hour breeze for our very first race of the day, the Advanced Auto Sports Challenge for Spec Miata, where our winner will take home a cash award prize of $200, 2 Hoosier Tire certificates, a Chicago Region June Sprints checkered flag, and a June Sprints hat. Our second place finisher will win $100, 1 tire certificate, and get that all important hat. And our third place finisher in Spec Miata will win a $50 cash award, a Brakeometer $100 product certificate, and a June Sprints hat. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, driving the number 39 Mazda Miata, it's Danny Stain. Yesterday's sprint race winner, driving the number 42 Mazda from St. Paul, Minnesota, it's Kyle Greenhill. Tyler Brown will start on the inside of row number 2. He's driving the number 07 car with the 27 of Tom Brown right alongside, starting 4th. Michael Carter will start 5th today. He's in the number 08 machine. He's out of Savannah, Georgia, with Brett Kowalski starting 6th. He's out of Ruduso, New Mexico. Austin Smith will start 7th. He's in the number 122 machine. He's out of Grafton, Wisconsin, with Jim Drago, 2-time national champion, starting 8th. He is in the number 2 car. He hails from Memphis, Tennessee. Andrew Devoto in the number 09 car is out of Wissau, Montana. He'll start 9th. And rounding out your top 10 today, it's John Varwig in the number 02 Mazda. He hails from Lake Zurich, Illinois. Matthew Dirks will start 11th. He's from Johnstown, Colorado, with Wyatt Couch starting 12th in the number 40 car. Ken Sutherland from Sherwood, Oregon, will start lucky 13th today. He drives the number 94 car, with Cannon Smith starting 14th. He's in the 13 car. He's representing the South Carolina region of the SCCA. Then we've got Center Smith starting 15th, also representing SCR. Both those drivers hail from Greenville, South Carolina. Alfredo Zidane will start 16th today. He's in the number 113 machine. He's representing the Central Florida region of the SCCA. And then we move to Johnny Murrow, also a CFR member. He starts 17th in the 72 car. Benham Abernathy drives the 131 Mazda, and Benham will start 18th. Starting 19th today, Shane Sullivan in the number 91 car, representing the Milwaukee region, with Ryan Kipke starting right alongside on the outside of row number 10. He drives the number 8 car, and Ryan hails from Austin, Texas. Then we've got Jackson Kimbrough starting 21st. Jackson is in the number 17 machine. He represents the Texas region, with Dan Goff driving the number 51 Mazda. He'll start 22nd. Samantha Silver, due to start 23rd today. She drives the number 88 car. She hails from St. Paul, Minnesota. And then we've got Christopher Jerem. He will start 24th. He's in the number 14 Mazda. He's out of Lake Mary, Florida. Jonathan Davis starting 25th. Jonathan is in the number 16 Mazda Miata. He comes to us from Wadsworth, Ohio, with Ryan Bust starting on the outside of the 13th row. Ryan is driving the number 7 car. He's from Chandler, Arizona. Sam Nagosek in the number 27 machine. He's out of St. Anthony, Minnesota. We may have some in-car video from Sam if we're lucky today. He's in the 47 car. Leland Werner in the in the number 9 Mazda is out of Lutz, Florida. He'll start 28th. And then rounding out the 29 car field is Sean Hayes. He's out of Naperville, Illinois, and he drives the number 194 Mazda Miata. As the lights are out here on the pace car, we should be going green flag racing. This is a 13-lap feature race here at Road America, Tom.
And Greg, that's important because that's the closest, if not the exact race that we do for the national championship runoffs this October. This is exactly the race that you want to practice and learn what works best over a very long run. Most of our Super Tour races are 35 minutes. This one has a 45-minute cap as well. So we have plenty of time to practice for that national championship simulation.
Indeed we do. And of course, all of these drivers, they're running the very same Hoosier racing tires that they started the weekend on. Some of the drivers for their very first qualifying session on Friday morning, they were possibly on wet tires, but I think part of this is going to be how these racers make these tires last over the course of this longer race, knowing that they've already run a prior race and at least one qualifying session on them, Tom, as the green flag is in the air and we are racing here at the June Sprints. Danny Stain moves all the way over to driver's right, try to get a little draft off the wall there, and then moves over to protect against Michael Carter. But coming down the inside there, it is Kyle Greenhill, Tom, as they go down into turn number 1 and rocket down the hill into 3 as Danny Stain takes the point.
A really good start for the inside lane. A big tire lockup exploding onto the brakes at turn 3 for the first lap for about 5 cars back, but we're clean through turns 1 and 3 with Stain at the front. Tyler Brown pushed him there and is able to follow him through. I think Kyle Greenhill in the orange and silver has slotted back into 3rd, just in front of Michael Carter. Tom Brown now shoving, and Brett Kowalski breaks the seal and pulls to driver's right to try to make up some spots coming into the braking zone here.
All right, and it probably as fast as they'll be all lap long. They come down hard on the braking into turn number 1. Most of the field now getting all in line. Couple drivers running wide there through turn 5 and just wide of that very difficult gator teeth curbing. Can definitely throw your alignment out. That may affect later on. Here is Danny Stain's going to lead them down to the hurry downs and into turn 8 for the first time.
Stain, Tyler Brown, Greenhill, Michael Carter, Tom Brown, Kowalski in the white machine. Glad he's back out after being involved in an incident battling for the lead yesterday. Unfortunately, Andrew Devoto was not able to make the grid. We'll hope to see him back as soon as possible. Kowalski kind of the break in between the top group and the rest. Jim Drago is right there, though, and I don't think it'll take long for the rest of the group to get back as we come towards the kink for the very first time. Sweeping out of the carousel in the high 90-mile-an-hour range, grabbing 5th gear, clearing 100 miles an hour, and turning in flat out for the kink.
All right, and as they come through on the very first lap, a lot of drivers giving themselves maybe a little extra margin, Tom, than they normally do there, as the tires still haven't come up to speed and the track maybe a little bit green now. It did not rain last night, so we should still have most of the rubber that was laid down yesterday. They'll find a little, I think probably a lot more grip than when they went for their race yesterday morning. But here as we come up through Thunder Valley, through the Bill Mitchell Bend and into turn number 14, Danny Stain leads the field onto the front straight. Now, as the rest of the field, for the most part, has gotten lined up a little bit further back in the field. I believe that was Alfredo Sedan going side by side with Benina Abernathy coming through 14. That's going to slow their run up the hill just a bit as our leaders cross the line to complete lap number 1, and it is Stain, Brown, Greenhill, Michael Carter in 4th, Tom Brown, Brett Kowalski, Austin Smith, Matt Dirkshawn Verwig, and Ken Sutherland rounding out the top 10. As you mentioned, Tom, Andrew Devoto not able to take the green today, nor did Samantha Silver. So a 27-car field fighting it out for the Advanced Autosports Challenge.
And back at Canada Corner, Jim Drago found himself shuffled off the racetrack, just out of sequence with everybody else, dropped about 4 spots. After sitting in 7th, he's back to 11th. Keep an eye on that white number 2 as he finished in the top 5 yesterday here on his return to Road America. But nobody feeling that frantic yet at the front. Plenty of time, though, Greg, as Danny Stain and Tyler Brown continue to keep their treaty at this point, holding Kyle Greenhill and Michael Carter and the rest at bay. Here comes Tom Brown up the inside of Kowalski. I think that's actually Kowalski around the outside of Brown, trying to pick up the spot for the white machine. Ends up around the outside for turn 6 as well. This tends to go well as one car running wide in the background here at turn 5.
All right, we'll try and pick up the number there as he's just now getting up to speed. It's going to fall all the way to the rear of the pack. Now, Tom, early in this race, yet in our sprint race yesterday, Danny Stain was, I think, the standout in his return to Spec Miata, his return to Road America. He got shuffled back, I think, as far as 9th position at one point yesterday, and he followed Jim Drago across the line, finished this race in 6th. I'm sure he's looking to put on a little bit better show here today, and I believe the driver that had gone off there, Tom, the number 16 machine of Jonathan Davis.
Top 3 breaking away just a little bit as I lost Michael Carter in the shuffle. Where is Carter? All the way back in 9th, somewhere in Sector 2. The driver of the number 08, the red and white machine, got shuffled back a little bit further, which has allowed those top 3 to break away just a little bit. They're not necessarily far enough to drive away yet, but that's going to promote Tom Brown, Brett Kowalski, and the rest up 1 spot as well. Now we have a new race leader as Tyler Brown made the move back at Canada Corner and takes over the top spot from Stain.
And we saw this a lot yesterday, Tom, where right at the front of the field, they were jockeying for position. The important thing was to try to still maintain that breakaway. And so we do have the 3 cars now for the moment that have opened up about 5 car lengths now on the rest of the field, with Carter, Brown, and I think Kowalski fighting it out for 4th as they come across the line. And it's Kowalski now who's going to lead Tom Brown, Austin Smith, and as you said, Michael Carter now falling all the way back in the 9th position behind the 02 of Sean Varwig.
Not uncommon to see this type of yo-yoing up and down the top group of Spec Miata, but the key is staying in the top group, no matter how large it is. Right now, it's still at least 10 cars strong. I think it's actually about 14, but 1 car just there, running wide at turn 1, loses touch with the top group. That's exactly what you want to avoid. Which number is this? Missed it coming through turn 3, but count that -1 to the top group in car counts overall. Still Tyler Brown leading the way. He's got a teammate in that train with him in Kyle Greenhill, both out of Sneaky Moose Motorsports. Greenhill was yesterday's race winner and running 3rd now.
I thought that was maybe Abernathy, but he's all the way back at 14th. I don't think that was the 14 car, but based on this delivery on the side, perhaps it was. This car right there, as we're talking, that's in the basically in no man's land over there. Yeah, that's Abernathy.
Yes, it is, 131. Oh, more drama at turn 5 for a couple cars outside the top 20 going agricultural. Gets back on the racetrack, no problem. And unfortunately, it looks like the car that did go off at turn 5 going to retire it up at turn 6, doing the exact job you need to do, is disappear behind one of those orange cutouts. Really nice tip of the hat to that driver there to keep us green flag racing.
And I believe that may be Leland Werner in the number 9 machine. Yeah, indeed. That is Leland Werner out of Lutz, Florida, as he's going to call it a day. And he is now off over by the pull-off, so hopefully we'll be able to stay green there. And the corner, turn 6, is still green flag at the moment, so shouldn't be a problem the next time our racers come through.
Still Tyler Brown, Danny Stain, Kyle Greenhill, the top 3, but Brett Kowalski and Tom Brown had brought the rest of the field back with them. We're nearly 10 cars plus in this top running group. Jim Drago clinging onto the back with Ken Sutherland and one other machine. I think that might be Wyatt Couch in the dark red, just in touch of the draft. As well as maybe the 55 of Center Smith. But that top group coming up onto the front straight, no action this lap. Some of these cars are going to need some air at some point, Greg. Got to get some fresh air into the engines to keep the temps cool.
Indeed. All right, Tom, a little bit more information leading up to the retirement of Leland Werner down at turn 5. Getting word that involved there, not only Leland Werner, but also the number 7 of Ryan Busk and the number 51 of Dan Busk, that there was some contact there and may have led to something breaking on the number 9 machine and that retirement.
A couple of cars having a really good race, sitting 6th and 7th, Austin Smith and Matthew Dirks, running up a little bit further forward than they were yesterday. Both of these cars finishing the bottom half of the top 10, working into the middle part of that pack. But it's still Tyler Brown and Danny Stain in perfect lockstep. Yesterday's race winner, Kyle Greenhill, has Brett Kowalski at his 6 pushing, as Ken Sutherland is going to lose a spot of 11th for Wyatt Couch. Just a little bit further back, and that might have taken them out of the conversation for this top 10, as they now sit about 10 car lengths back. There's Michael Carter making a move on Matthew Dirks down at turn 5, up the hill to turn 6. They're still side by side. As they come back into our view, Dirks in the black machine. Carter rolls out of the throttle just enough to let the car back in line. That was a strategic play to make sure that he didn't get caught up in any more delays than he'd already created.
Yes, I believe we had Ken Sutherland there right behind him, and ran the risk of getting trapped to the outside as they would come down into turn 8. Right here is our leaders heading into the carousel now, as we've got 10 laps remaining. Again, this is a 13-lap or 45-minute race, whichever may come first. All of our races today that length, with one big exception. That's our big bore race. That a little bit later today. That is race group number 8 of 9. That will be 15 laps.
Nothing but racing here today. I love that about an SCCA race weekend. 9 full races, probably about 8 hours plus of racing on offer today. Side by side, a little further back in the field down in the Canada corner, but I got to say, Greg, this top 10 is extremely well behaved so far. Really,
yes.
Lots of coordination, lots of patience being shown by these drivers. It's Brown, Stain, Greenhill, Kowalski, Tom Brown, Austin Smith, Matthew Dirks, Michael Carter, Sean Varwig is in there, as well as Jim Drago. That's exactly 10 cars running nose to tail here, coming up onto the front straight for the 4th time.
And Tom, this is exactly what we saw yesterday afternoon until there were about 3 laps remaining. And then, the bottle was uncorked and all bets were off as our racers now complete their 3rd lap. And, or probably it's not their 3rd lap. Let me check. So completing their 4th lap. And it is Tyler Brown and Danny Stain, Greenhill, Kowalski, Brown, Austin Smith, Matthew Dirks, Michael Carter, Sean Varwig, and then Jim Drago currently sitting at the tail end of that line, running and completing your top 10. Just a little bit further back, though, Wyatt Couch and Ken Sutherland, they're not very far out of this conversation, as they're only about 3 car lengths back, but typical Spec Miata racing with at least 10 cars, in this case 12, that all can contend for the win.
You know, Greg, I remember yesterday's race being a little bit more frantic, but I think it's because qualifying was so disjointed. Some cars didn't get a representative lap time really in the few number of laps that they got to attempt qualifying. I think here they're maybe a little bit better represented in the lap times that they turned, including yesterday's race, coming to the grid today. So maybe that's why things are a little bit more chill. We did see Matthew Dirks trying to make a move on Austin Smith, but backed out of it well before the braking zone, as now someone in the background having another big ride through the dirt. This new camera angle we installed overnight is going to get a lot of action, I think, facing up the hill there at turn, or well, facing downhill from turn 5 to 6.
Yeah, I think that may have been the 51 car that went wide through there of Dan Goff, but we'll try and get verification on that here momentarily.
Fast lap of the race belongs to Brett Kowalski so far. Danny Stain kicking off this lap with a fastest of all, Sector 1. But still content to push Tyler Brown around this racetrack so far.
Yeah, I don't think he sees a need to to upset the apple cart at this point, Tom, as they head down into Canada corner. And especially with that long line there. We did see at a couple points yesterday, I think, where it was very clear that if you stepped out of line, I remember vividly with Michael Carter at one point moving over driver's left to try to make a pass on the outside, I believe on Stain, and the entire rest of the top 5 just tried to, just barrel past them and just left them to hang out there to dry as they head down to turn 1. And I think that's probably in the back of the mind of some of these racers, that if they do maybe a little bit too early jump out, that they may find themselves a little bit too far back in the pack to recover.
Yeah, absolutely. The reality of running in a pack like this is if you're the car that starts the fight, you don't really have a lot of options. Your options are to do it or to not do it. You kind of pick where you do it, of course, but if somebody else picks the fight, you get the options of who to follow, who to pick to work with, get to analyze the situation a little bit longer. So I agree with that sentiment that maybe just a little bit more patience. Nobody really wants to be the first one to pull the pin on that proverbial grenade. As we did have a couple cars shuffling off the racetrack at turn 1, barely making it back on. Austin Smith is going to lose 1 spot, and he's delayed Michael Carter as well in that exchange. Promote Matthew Dirks up 1. And Carter just clinging onto the back here. Those 4 cars have slipped off the back of the top group. Kind of in that danger zone, Greg, of losing touch.
Yeah, indeed. Here is, of course, the draft so important in Spec Miata, probably more so than almost every other class that we watch, except for maybe Formula V and Spec Racer Ford, which we'll see. Actually, Formula V will be up next here. But again, if you slip away from that lead pack, unless you have somebody there to help you and work with you to push back up, it can be more or less a death sentence. But look at this now, as our leader, Tyler Brown, the sneaky moose in the number 07 car, he opens up about 4 car lengths now on Danny Stain as they come down into the hurry downs, maybe a little bit less than that now, as things may be starting to get a little wild here. As right behind Brett Kowalski and Tom Brown go into the carousel side by side.
Yeah, Kowalski tried to pick up the spot on Kyle Greenhill starting back at turn 6 and 7. Got himself shuffled out of line just a little bit, and I don't think it paid off. He did not lose any spot. Oh, it did pay off. He did get through on Kyle Greenhill there in the carousel. That's an impressive spot to make a move happen, and he did it pretty quickly, too. He's not lost touch with the top 3.
And that Tom, may be a byproduct of him seeing Tyler Brown and maybe Danny Stain starting to move away just a little bit and wanting to keep in touch with those top 3, especially if he felt that he had a little bit better pace than Greenhill at this point. And as they come up through Thunder Valley, that gap that Tyler Brown had opened, it has all but disappeared now under braking, going into the final corner as they come onto the Road America Straight, as we've got just 8 laps remaining here, and I say just 8 laps, but at 4 miles each stop, and actually it'll be 7 to go here momentarily. Even at that, I'm doing math here, and I shouldn't be doing math. What is that? 28 miles? As we've got a car there with some challenges over at the final corner.
Here comes Kowalski once again, picks up 1 spot from Tyler Brown, and he does so by pushing Danny Stain to the lead. The new top 2, Stain, Kowalski, Brown, Greenhill, and Dirks become your new top 5. I think Tom Brown did slip to the back of this first train. Yes, indeed. But in all of those shuffles, and it looks like the next 3 cars working together beautifully, Austin Smith, Michael Carter, and Sean Varwig have brought themselves just a bit closer, almost back in the conversation, and I think they might have had to ditch Jim Drago to do it, as Drago had a little bit of an off at turn 7 on the turn 6 the previous lap, and he slipped back towards the clutches of Wyatt Couch and Ken Sutherland.
All right, Tyler Brown taking a look as they came out of turn 3. Stain goes to cover it, but once again now Brown and Kowalski door to door coming through turn 5 and heading up the hill towards and underneath the Corvette bridge as they come through that very difficult turn 6. Tom, as the rear of the car unloads, and still that fight is not complete as Danny Stain opens up a little bit of an advantage there. It looks like Kowalski dropping back possibly into the clutches of Kyle Greenhill.
Yeah, Tyler Brown trying to take that spot around the outside, has not settled it yet. They're still side by side. Now it's Greenhill and Kowalski fighting for third. Greenhill in the orange, Kowalski in the white, and it looks like the Browns are going to link up and push Greenhill up the inside of the carousel. That's 3 sneaky moose cars, all under the same tent. Question is if Kowalski is able to hold the outside of the carousel. That's so difficult to do. He did not. He slipped back all 3 spots, it looks like. That's going to promote Matthew Dirks up into 4th after all of those shuffles.
All right, Tom, so tell you what, with 7 laps to go here, why don't we take a quick little break? I'm going to make a first call to the grid, and then we'll thank some of our partners and sponsors. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2, Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V racers, please head to the grid. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more racing action, more Spec Miata action here from the 71st consecutive WeatherTech June Sprints in just a moment. Stay with us.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
At the 71st consecutive WeatherTech June Sprints, the Advanced Auto Sports Challenge. And our leader, as we come back from break, it is Tyler Brown, Sneaky Moose Motorsports driver out of Muskego, Wisconsin. Danny Stain, our pole sitter, second. Yesterday's sprint race winner, Kyle Greenhill, in third with Matthew Dirks and Tom Brown. Your top 5 as they head in the Canada corner.
Some cards have been played, but not everybody has shown their hands, I think, as we do have a new leader now. Tyler Brown goes back to the top of the board. Coming up the hill out of Canada corner into Bill Mitchell-Bed, taking the spot from Danny Stain, just out of our camera shots there. Still Kyle Greenhill sitting in third. Matthew Dirks has been having a fantastic race all the way up to 4th from 11th on the starting grid, by the way. And still 9 cars in that top train. But I do think those bottom 3 are looking like they're running a little bit ragged to keep up. That's Sean Varwig, Austin Smith, and Michael Carter. Just been kind of clinging onto the back, but a couple of car lengths back at all times, mostly.
And Tom, as they came across the line to complete lap number 8, both Stain and Brown had been able to stretch maybe 3 car lengths on Greenhill and Dirks, but as they came down into the braking zone, that gap gone. As we now take a look, coming down to the inside, Zach Greenhill taking a look on Danny Stain as they go into 3.
Yes, it is, and I think he's comfortable enough because he knows he's got at least one friendly face behind him in Tom Brown, so he is willing to sacrifice that momentum to try to pick up the spot here. Brown is just a little bit far back at this point. It's a drag race between the two, and unfortunately for Greenhill, Matthew Dirks has picked to push Danny Stain down into the braking zone here. Dirks backing out of it just enough that Kyle Greenhill able to hold on to the 3rd spot, and Tyler Brown running defensive down into turn 5. Nobody taking any options there. Still running in the same order, coming into those critical final 3 laps here, Greg, very quickly, where really everybody starts to show their true intentions.
Exactly, and as they came out of turn 5 and went to move up the hill, you know, Dirks after letting Greenhill back in, took a quick look to the inside to driver's left as they came up the hill, and very quickly that door was shut. Now here as once again the 3 drivers starting to move away from the rest of the field going into the carousel. But again, you know, the draft seems to play such a big effect here that as quickly as a small breakaway happens, it seems to disappear here. But as they come into the kink, our top three now separated by maybe 3 car lengths, and coming through that likely, Tom, it's going to be gone as they come under braking. As I will see here if perhaps Greenhill takes a look on Danny Stain coming down into Canada corner.
Well, and even though they're in perfect line, one car does not create the same hole that 2 cars creates, does not create the same hole that 3 cars create. So if you're at the back of a train of cars, you're getting a much bigger a pocket of air to punch through from those cars in front, which is what brings the cars at the back so quickly. Is immediately, to your point, it's another 6-car train up onto the front straight, starting lap number 10.
All right, and we've got Tom Brown and Brett Kowalski there right at the tail end of that train with Austin Smith and Sean Varwig about 10 car lengths back, as they have definitely fallen off. Probably Tom Brown and Sean Varwig having fallen off that front pack, as they now have a little bit of a gap back to Carter and actually it's Drago, Austin Smith, and Ken Sutherland there in the battle for 10th. Drago leading that group now into turn 1. And now with 4 laps remaining, it is Tyler Brown and Danny Stain leading the field. The Stain holds station at this point. He is tough. It looks, Tom, almost as if it's one car as they come underneath the Sargento Bridge. Danny Stain as close to the rear bumper as you could get, perhaps giving a little bit of a push before they get into the braking zone. And now taking a quick look to the inside, Kyle Greenhill on Danny Stain, with Matthew Dirks poking out as well. And I don't think either driver got a good enough drive off of turn 5 to really challenge Stain coming underneath the Corvette Bridge.
I have to say, this is one of the most restrained races I've seen Danny Stain race in a while. Not that he's typically rowdy or anything like that, but he's usually willing to make some moves. And at this point in this race, having started on the front row, he's been very conservative with when he picks to make any moves, or really just has made sure to stay in that top group so that he's in the conversation at the very end rather than getting shuffled off after finishing down in 6th yesterday. So far, so good for Stain there in the 39, but also so far, so good for the other 5 cars in the train, including your race leader, Tyler Brown, flat out into the kink here for the 10th time. Only 3 more trips through there for this race. Kyle Greenhill, Matthew Dirks, Brett Kowalski, and Tom Brown still in there as well. They've pulled out about a 2-second advantage over Sean Varwig and Michael Carter, who are running in a pair for 7th and 8th.
All right, and we haven't been watching this far back, admittedly, but in 13th position, Johnny Morrow out of Pompano Beach, Florida, and he's been holding the charge down. He's got a whole lineup of cars behind him. Tom Centersmith, Ryan Kipke, Kimbrough, Jonathan Davis, Alfredo Sedan, Benham Abernathy, who started off in the top 10, falling back to 19th position. Shane Sullivan, all within about 2 seconds, separating that whole group. There they are as they come up the hill as well. And so a lot of very close racing all the way back through the field here in Spec Miata, as our leaders now complete lap number 10 of 13. And Tom, you're getting a lot of love here, both in the chat and also the stuff that's being sent to me offline by some of our racers. I want to welcome everybody joining us here on YouTube and in the chat. Carl T10, of course. We've got Rylan Hazelton, who wants that photographer down in Thunder Valley to get out of the way. Want to welcome you all. Thanks for joining us for the final day of coverage here from the June Sprints.
Little bit of shuffling up the front straight has demoted Matthew Dirks back to the second group of cars. It looks like he got freight trained down the front straight as nobody chose to work with him. Maybe made a mistake there in turns 1 or 3 and has dropped out. So it's now a 4-car train. I missed who else went with him. I think it was Tom Brown, who was involved with that as well, slipping back well further. Sits now 5th in this train of cars. No, 3rd in this train of cars. So it's a top 4 conversation now for the lead, with Tyler Brown, Danny Stain, Kyle Greenhill, and Brett Kowalski on a return charge after a DNF yesterday. Wants to take a podium, if not a win.
Yeah, of course, Kowalski, who's had nothing but challenges here, had mechanical issue at the SCCA runoffs last fall that kept him from competing in the championship race. And then, of course, as you mentioned, the early end to his race yesterday, in a very good position here with just a few laps to go. That Kowalski has won the June sprints here, the feature race, the Advanced Autosports Challenge, the last 2 years, and currently sitting in 4th.
Here comes Danny Stain on Tyler Brown, just popped to the right side of the track as they disappeared from our camera shot here, going for the move. Maybe has done the math on the back and forth and says, this is a good opportunity for me to lead a lap, if not try to stay here for a little bit. He takes the spot away. Tyler Brown goes back to second. Kowalski had a great run through the kink, but didn't have anywhere to go with it this lap. So it's going to be Stain leading yet one more. Yesterday's race winner, Greenhill, still in there as well. And they've got about 20 car lengths back to Dirks and now Varwig, who's had a great charge for the last couple of laps, up from, I think Varwig was back in 8th and now sits in 7th. 6th.
Sixth. And Varwig finished yesterday's race in 8th and started today's race in 10th position. As our grid today was based on the fastest lap times from yesterday's race or the 2 qualifying sessions. As we now for a moment go 3 wide into turn number 1, and it's Greenhill and Tyler Brown door to door as they come under braking into that left-hand sweeper, turn 1, and head down the hill. Stain holds off the charge momentarily as they come on to the Moraine sweep, as now Tyler Brown sits in second ahead of Greenhill and Kowalski.
And Kowalski made a valiant charge for the second spot down into turn 1, but thought better of it once it didn't pan out. He rolled out of the throttle and dropped back in line to make sure that he could get a big draft down this straightaway. Still lots of strategic gameplay here happening in Spec Miata as we expect, but now a challenge for the lead once again. Tyler Brown around the outside, deep on the brakes, gets the nose ahead, cuts across Danny Stain's nose just enough to pinch into the apex, and picks up the top spot. What a pass.
What a pass, and you saw it there. He was just a slight touch deeper under the brakes, Tom, going into turn number 5, and had the nose around as they came out of the corner and up the hill, and he makes that pass stick. And even in doing so, now Greenhill and Kowalski dropping back about 4 car lengths, and I'm surprised there with that maneuver that they actually still drop back just a little bit. Real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group, if you don't mind. Attention the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 2, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, Formula F, V, and 600. Your race is next. And as our leaders come through the kink and head down the kettle bottoms, Tom, not making any headway are Kyle Greenhill, yesterday's winner, and Brett Kowalski, as it appears to be Tyler Brown and Danny Stain, as when they come onto the front straight, they will see the white flag. 1 lap to go here for the Advanced Autosports Challenge.
They had made a really good breakaway in Sector 2, and they're kind of holding on to it coming out of the Canada corner run up to Billy Mitchell Bend. I thought for a second that Greenhill and Kowalski were closer, but it was the elevation and the shot in the camera that was playing tricks on us. It's now going to be a big run up the front straight for Danny Stain. The question is, when does he choose to go? There's about 6, probably 6-ish prime passing opportunities on this lap. You don't want to make the move too early and give somebody a chance to come back at you.
You know, and on the, on that note, Tom, the way we ended the day yesterday with Spec Racer Ford, their race actually ended under a full course caution that the second place runner came down into turn 5, decided not to pop out to try to make the pass, would wait till Canada corner, and they ended up at a full course caution before they ever got there. That may be sitting in the back of Danny Stain's mind, but so far here on the last lap, all of our Spec Miata racers looking looking as though they're keeping their heads about them, that may not be an issue, as our leaders now have continued to extend their advantage over Kyle Greenhill and Brett Kowalski, now at about 7 car lengths as they make the run down the down the Moraine Sweep into turn 5.
Yeah, really impressive how they've been able to pull out. I can't really tell from where we're sitting what's holding Kyle Greenhill and Brett Kowalski back. But clearly Brown and Stain at the top have something else that the rest do not have. By the way, Sean Varwig completed the pass for 5th back at turn 1 on Matthew Dirks. So he counts Varwig up into the top 5. And there's still opportunity for all of those cars to change position before the end of this race.
And in the second pack there you've got Varwig, you've got Tom Brown, Michael Carter, Jim Drago up to 9th, Austin Smith in 10th position there, as well as I think they've got Ken Sutherland at the tail end of that pack as well, as they know they have now only about 2 miles remaining here at Road America.
Sutherland, by the way, the top running and only first-generation Miata in the race. A little bit of bragging rights there for the 94, but 2 passing opportunities to go at this point. Greg, Danny Stain sits second, has all the options in the world to do with, but what's the best one? Tyler Brown probably knows he's a sitting duck in a way, but he has control over this situation as well to try to race for the win.
And as they head down into Canada Corner, it is the last time they will see that corner this weekend, and as they come up the hill, Danny Stain cannot get the pass made. He's going to have to rely on the ability to slingshot past coming out of turn 14 and onto the Road America straight. He takes a quick look to the inside, trying to get into the mirrors of Tyler Brown to throw his timing off on the final corner. Doesn't seem to work, and it's Stain maybe just too far back as they come out of the final corner, head up the Road America straight, and come to the starter stand where the checkered flag is waving for our winner, Tyler Brown. Danny Stain will finish second. Brett Kowalski holds off Kyle Greenhill, Tom, by 1/1000th of a second. Matthew Dirks takes 5th over Sean Varwig, then Tom Brown, Michael Carter, Jim Drago, Austin Smith. Now, also, Tom, as I said, the difference between Kowalski and Greenhill at 1/1000th of a second, that timing stripe is actually a few feet before the start-finish line. And so I know they've got cameras running here this weekend. That is certainly not official. Don't listen to me. I'm only telling you what I can read off a computer screen here. But great race here today from Tyler Brown and Danny Stain. And Brown ran his fastest lap on the final lap and actually opened up about 0.04 of a second over Danny Stain on that last lap, and it might have been all he needed.
Yeah, that was a really impressive last couple of laps for Tyler Brown, your race winner. Congratulations there. A little further back, Johnny Morrow did hold on to the top spot in that second pack for 13th. Also well fought. Kowalski with that last lap, last couple corner pass for a podium. Really good stuff to kick off our feature race day here, Greg.
All right, and there you go. That is your Advanced Auto Sports Challenge. Our winner today, Tyler Brown, will take home a $200 cash award and 2 Hoosier Racing Tire certificates. He'll also get a June Sprints checkered flag and a June Sprints hat. Danny Stain will win a $100 cash certificate and 1 Hoosier Racing Tire certificate. And then we've got our third place finisher, Brett Kowalski, will take home a $50 cash award and a $100 Breakometer product certificate. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for race number 2 here today. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group number 2, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. This is your final call to the grid. So next up, it's the Chicago Region Pass Regional Executive Challenge here at the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. Don't go away.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Solo Nationals is the place where you get to come out and show what you've been working on all year, whether it's mechanical, whether it's your driving skills, and more importantly, it's a place to be with all of your close autocross friends from around the country that you see at these national events.
Solo Nats is a ton of fun and has some of the best people around.
Solo Nationals is the biggest party that I plan for all year. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's, all my friends are here, and then we get to go have fun with cars.
We're done, and it's time to go home. I woke up this morning and I see the parking lot's empty, and it makes me sad. That's kind of what Nationals is. It's lay everything out, and you wish there was more.
It is the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, live from the National Park Speed Road America. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Tom O'Gorman. And next up, it is the Chicago Region Past Regional Executives Challenge. Say that 10 times. Where the first place winner in each of our three classes, Formula F, Formula 6, and Formula V, will take home a $200 cash award, 2 Hoosier tire certificates, if they're eligible, a Chicago Region checkered flag, and a June Sprints hat. Second place will win a $100 certificate, $100 cash award, as well as 1 tire certificate and a hat. And third place, a $50 cash award, a $100 Breakometer product certificate, and a June Sprints hat. Let's run down our starting order. We're going to give you the top 10 in each of our three classes here today, and we're going to start off, because we've got our split start in there, the first ones to take to the track. We're going to give you our Formula 600s, starting on pole today with a qualifying time of 2:22.522, driving his Ellis AE16. It's Aaron Ellis. James Weeda, driving the number 22 Scorpion, represents the Indianapolis region. He will start on the outside of the front row. Sven de Vries, in his Nova car, will start on the inside of row number 2, alongside Calvin Stewart, also in a Nova car, who represents the Detroit region at the SCCA. Jason Martin did not finish yesterday's race, but will start today in 5th position, driving the number 78 Nova car. He represents the Chicago region, with Keith Jocelyn in the number 55, representing the Western New York region in his Scorpion. That's, I think, maybe one of the only Rotax-powered machines here in the field. Rick Escola is driving the 04 KBS. He is going to be 7th on the grid, with George Bugg in a Scorpion starting in 8th. Stephen Jondahl, driving the number 38 Red Devil, will start 9th, and Daryl Greening, also in a Red Devil, will start 10th. Let's move over now to Formula F, where David Ibarra will start on pole with a qualifying time of 2:25.554. Ethan Tovo will start 2nd. He's in the number 113 machine, with Theodore Burns in a Piper starting 3rd. He's in the number 81 car. Cliff Johnson, also in a Piper, will start 4th, with David Adorno in the 68 machine, representing the New York region, will start in 5th position, with Demetrius Constantinitis starting in 6th. He's in a Van Diemen. Tazio Stefanelli will start 7th. He's in the number 23 car, with Bob Reed starting 8th in the number 12. And that is a spectrum for both Stefanelli and Reed. Ethan Gonzalez will start 9th, with Russell Rudicelli starting in 10th. And now we move over to Formula V, where Andrew Whitston, in his Protoform, will start from the pole with a qualifying time of 2:44.832. Steve Whitston will start 2nd. He's in the number 18 Protoform. And then we've got Brian Farnham driving the number 15 Silver Bullet. He'll start 3rd. Zach Whitston in the 127 Protoform will start on the outside of row number 2, with Chris Jennerjohn in a Vortec starting 5th. Simon Stallings in the Adams Aero, the number 7 car, had an incident right down here at the kink yesterday. We saw it out on a hardship lap this morning. He should be ready to go. He starts 6th. Mike Lawrence in a Protoform will start 7th in the number 36 car, with Ron Whitston also in a Protoform starting 8th. Then we've got Mark Farnham in his Silver Bullet, the number 31 machine, will start 9th, and then we'll round out the top 10 in Formula V with Hunter Phelps Barron in a Mysterian, the Texas region driver, starting in 10th. As the first pace car now, Tom, lights out for our Formula 600 racers. And if all goes well, they'll get the green flag here for the 13-lap or 45-minute race, whichever comes first. And looking to see here, I'm showing possibly one racer, and I'm checking to see if this is just an anomaly in our system. I thought we might have one racer off between 7 and 8, and it looks like it is an anomaly. And we should have no problem going green here, as the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turns the field over to Aaron Ellis on the inside in the number 43 Ellis AE16, and James Weeda to the outside in his Scorpion. They come underneath the bridge. The starter looks over the field And we're racing once again here at Road America. The red number 43, Aaron Ellis, jumping out to a quick lead over James Weida in the number 22. And now popping to the inside, that is Calvin Stewart, two-time national champion. He sweeps around the outside and goes to a quick lead, Tom.
Well, and one car from about row 3 came flying through up to second position. I'm trying to get a number, but I think it was maybe the 55. Just a little bit further back, it was the 78. That was a great start for Jason Martin. Another one up into the top group, and now we get the second start, the second wave, Formula F and Formula V.
All right, as they come underneath the bridge, starter looking over the field with David Ibarra and Ethan Tovo on the front row in Formula F. A little bit further behind, the Whitstons, Andrew and Steve, lead the Formula V field now underneath the starter stand, taking the green flag as they now look about 7.5 cars wide or so, coming down into turn number 1 and slotting in right in the middle of the track. David Ibarra is going to lead the Formula F field through. Over in Formula V, Steve Whitston in the yellow number 18 appears to take the point as they come down, as we've got one car, one of our Formula 600s, off at turn number 5, Tom, and I believe that is the 55 machine of Keith Jocelyn, who had big impact there under braking.
Yeah, really hard hit. I'm speculating maybe locked the rear axle down the inside of the racetrack and spun the opposite direction than he was anticipating, but we missed how that catalyzed just off camera. Coming into a local yellow now for the Formula Vs, side by side. I think the Formula Fs had mostly figured it out. Now they're racing off the exit of the corner, as that's Tazio Staffanelli trying to make some moves up from 4th. One car spinning. They're not going to like that, having spun under local yellow. But this group is asking a lot of everybody. Over 50 cars on the racetrack across 3 different classes that spread more than 20 seconds in raw pace from top to bottom. That is a lot going on Road America as we go full course yellow.
Indeed, Tom, as we are now full course yellow with the 2 cars, the number 55 machine, of course, down there at turn 5, and then the other car that had its problems, trying to get the number of that other car, but I believe it has now left the area. I believe it may be possibly the 110 car, but we'll check on that here momentarily. As our leaders in Formula 600 come across the line, and it is Jason Martin, your leader, with Calvin Stewart, then James Weida, Aaron Ellis, George Bugg, Stephen Jondal, Rick Escola, Daryl Greening, Carl Meyer, and I believe the next to come across the line will be Glenn Tilke. That'll be your top 10 in Formula 600. Right, and if we take a look at our other 2 classes now as they come across the line, they're coming just now, being led, I believe, by Theodore Burns in the 81 machine. But we've got our Formula F field and Formula V field now coming through turn 14 onto the Road America straight. We'll catch the order here as they come across the line.
Yeah, while we wait for him, I know for a fact it's Ethan Tovo at the front, then Theodore Burns, then David Ibarra. So the top 3 have shuffled around just a little bit. And also, again, a really impressive start from Jason Martin from 5th on the grid down into turn 1. Commanding move to pick up 2nd, and he got through on Cal Stewart as well at some point.
And I believe, Tom, the Formula F driver that had the challenges over at turn 5, Tom Porter, that is the number 95 machine, as he now drops down through the order. The 95 car out of out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Over in Formula V, your leader, Steve Whitston, in the yellow number 18. Andrew Whitston in the 72 car. That is, I believe, the white with red and blue flourishes. He is 2nd. Chris Jennerjohn 3rd. Zach Whitston 4th in the blue and yellow 127. Mike Lawrence rounding out your top 5. All right, Tom, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. As long as we're under full course caution, they're going to have to attend to the number 55 car there. Hopefully when we come back, we'll be ready to go back to green flag racing here at the WeatherTech June Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, part of the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to Road America for the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. And Tom, it's almost like I planned it. And just me, not you. Clockwork. We are going back to green flag racing here for the Chicago Region Past Regional Executive Challenge. And we are back underway now as Calvin Stewart, Jason Martin lead the Formula 600 field down in the turn one. And for the second time, Stewart getting a blazing start, but he's going to get swallowed up by both Martin and Wita as they go into turn one.
Oh, and in Formula F, this is really tense moment side by side for Tovo and Burns coming in 3 wide with the back of Formula 6. All of the top 5 in Formula F now trying to work their way through on some of those back markers in Formula 6. And by the way, in Formula V, they saw what was coming. Steve Whitston was full throttle, nearly making passes coming out of the final corner, knowing that he's got less horsepower, trying to get away from the rest of the Formula V field. That was really well played. And I think he might have bought himself at least 2 cars. That's going to go away very quickly down this back straightaway, though. There's the yellow machine coming at us now. And it might have actually been, was that Zach Whitston who went with him? Coming down to the braking zone here for the first time. Indeed, it was Andrew Whitston that got the best restart of after all was said and done.
Yeah, it was Andrew Whitston there with a great restart and manages to put a Formula F racer between he and Steve Whitston, as we've got another driver, it looks like has gone deep and gone off over turn 5 and headed towards exit stage right in that case. And I think that may be the 36 car. I'll try and get the number on that for you.
So as they run now at the back of all sorts of traffic, Formula V is Andrew Whitston, Steve Whitston, Chris Jenner, John and Zach Winston in that order. Unfortunate for Brian Farnham, was not able to repair the car, at least was not willing to try to make it work with what he had, and is not on the racetrack. One of our front runners involved in a kind of collateral damage in an incident from somebody else yesterday. So that top group of V is one car down. There's Andrew, there's Zach, and there's Jennerjohn coming into the kink as we cut back forward to this battle for the lead in Formula F, and Ted Burns has it now.
And also, Tom, Sven de Vries not taking the green here today in his Nova car. Russell Straight Jr. As well in Formula 600. Demetrius Constantinitis, who I believe was the other driver perhaps in that incident involving our Formula V racer yesterday, as well as Kelvin Kotz not making the grid. All right, let's take a look here as we complete lap number 2 and head into lap number 3. It's Jason Martin, James Weida, Cal Stewart, your top 3 in Formula 600, with Aaron Ellis and Aaron Ellis behind Theodore Burns now moving up to 5th overall with Ethan Tovo and David Adorno behind. That is your top, Barra and Adorno, that's your top 4 in Formula F. And then in Formula V, as they come across the line, it is Steve Whitston, Andrew Whitston, who's got the Formula F of Megan Rudicelli-Weiss between he and Steve Whitston, Chris Jennerjohn, Mike Lawrence, and Zach Whitston, your top 5.
Catching a quick replay here of Tazio Stefanelli, I think, losing the back end note. That might have been our pole sitter. Gave me a second here, but maybe David Ibarra having a spin at turn 3.
Trying to track the number. I've got a little bit of a delay here. We do have the number 20 Formula V. I think that's the race that came off at turn 5. His race now done.
Just catching the Formula V battle there in turn 5. Andrew Whitston has continued to hold the advantage that he has, as the rest of the field is single file. They'll probably get back to him relatively quickly, but there they are, the red and white V. First through turn 7 is Andrew Whitston, and then there's still 5 cars in a train holding on just behind. That includes Steve Whitston, Chris Jennerjohn, Mike Lawrence, Zach Whitston, and Gavin Sweeney all there. Really good battling in all 3 classes as Jason Martin, James Weida, and Calvin Stewart were swapping positions back at turns 1 and 3 as well. Tough to know exactly which one to follow at this point, but here comes the V's through the end of the carousel. Andrew Whitston trying to use the Formula F in front of him as a drafting partner to rather good success, it must be said, as he still enjoys about a 20 car length advantage.
Yeah, and that is typically in Formula V. As long as he's got the draft there, I think that's going to serve him incredibly well. Probably be a little bit more difficult then for the 4 Formula V racers behind to pick up the charge. That second group being led by Steve Whitston with Chris Jennerjohn, Mike Lawrence, and Zach Whitston there as well.
And Zach Whitston was going for a move down in Canada Corner, but was not able to complete it. Mike Lawrence still holds that 4th position in the black number 36. Defensive for Steve Whitston in the yellow into the final corner. Chris Jennerjohn opens up the entry, goes for a run on the exit.
And in the yellow Protoform behind, in the yellow HC5 behind, that's Gavin Sweeney in the 32, right at the tail end of that line. But he was just far enough back, Tom, that as they came out of 14 and up the Road America straight, he ended up losing maybe another 3 car lengths just to show how important the draft is with these Formula Vs. And now we see where our Formula V leader, Andrew Whitston, has lost the draft of the Formula 600, probably the Formula F car that he had been following. And that may put him in a precarious position, but he still has now about a 15 car length advantage over the rest of the V field. May be a little while before they get to him.
Yeah, 3 seconds at the line. I think we're going to watch that slowly tumble over the next couple of laps. The red V lone in the air all by itself, as Zach Whitston actually has raced his way to the front with the draft on the front straightaway. Now Mike Lawrence pops with a push from Chris Jennerjohn. We got a note from the chat. You can bump draft these cars. You just have to be careful that you don't get locked together with the mechanics underneath the back end of the car, as Lawrence goes to the second spot.
We were asking about that yesterday.
Yeah. Someone said, yeah, I did it at Watkins Glen. It was a little scary, but it worked.
And we had somebody in the chat earlier say that it was David Adorno who was the Formula F spinner that we had there down at turn 5. And that definitely plays out as he has now dropped down into 7th position behind Stefanelli, Reed, Gonzalez, and Adorno. Or pardon me, he is Adorno. So behind Stefanelli, Reed, and Gonzalez, that would be some kind of inception thing going on if he don't find himself. Yeah.
Those Formula Fs just finished Sector 3, so they're coming through the final corners up onto the front straight with Ethan Tovo at the front, but still running very close together. Here's Tovo, here's Burns. And it's actually David Ibarra that now leads the race from the pole back to the front. As they just cross the start-finish line there, the gray and red is your new race leader, side by side for Tovo and Burns for second.
All right, and as we check in with the Formula 600s, we'll get back to that race in just a moment. Still Wida Ellis and Cal Stewart. Stewart just resetting fastest lap of anyone currently on the track, and was only 900ths of a second back from Ellis at the stripe. And we'll check in with them in a few. Here they come. There they are. And you see that group in very close proximity.
Yep.
As Calvin Stewart has managed now to get around the red AE16, the 43 car of Aaron Ellis, and move up into second position with James Wida still at the point.
The top 3 in F6, top 3 in FF in that order, coming through turn 6 and 7. Wida holding the top spot, as you mentioned, and then that was just a little bit of a mistake from Ethan Tovo at turn 5, which let Ted Burns go through. Burns now with a little bit of an advantage, maybe 10 car lengths plus an F6 between himself and Tovo. Can focus forward for at least a couple of corners at least. There they come. Ibarra in the red leading the way. Ted Burns in the white and black second, as the 78 of Jason Martin, after leading the first lap of this race from Formula 6, has slipped back to 4th in class, now runs 6th overall as well.
And of course, Tom, with our having already taken our break during the full course caution, we're going to take you all the way here to the checkered flag for the Chicago Region Past Regional Executive Challenge at the June Sprint. Also, wanted to thank a couple people that stopped in yesterday to make our broadcast a little better. Of course, our Grand Marshal Cooper McNeil, former pro racer and SCCA national champion, stopped into the booth to say hi and talk about all of his activities this weekend. I think he's going to be driving the pace car here today for our SMX race. That's race group number 5. That is going to be our first race following lunch today. Should start right around, probably right around, I'm trying to check our clock here, about 12:30 Central Time, 1:30 Eastern today. Also, Mike Taylor, defending national champion in Super Touring Light, was kind enough to join us as well. I want to thank both of them for spending their time with us and with you.
We talked about it at the top of the show, Greg. I just realized how much time is left in this race. This is essentially a simulation run of the runoffs race. 13 laps or 45 minutes. It's a long time. Cal Stewart goes to the top with his straight line speed, pops to driver's left into the braking zone, but did he just miss turn 5? Yes. Wida comes back at him, a drag race up the hill. Wida does not have the motor to complete the thought. I think Cal Stewart is going to lead the race. Just barely survives one more attack from James Wida, slipping to second in the black and yellow.
Yeah, and Tom, I think Stewart, recognizing that he had gone a little too deep down into turn 5 on exit, immediately shifted that car over to the left-hand side of the track to try and prevent Wida from coming up the inside going into turn number 6. Made that move before Wida did, and was able to hold off the charge. Very good sign of defensive driving there and recognizing, trying to minimize the damage there. But again, as they come out of the carousel, look at this, as he opens up maybe another 5 car lengths. The straight line speed in that Nova car is something that Cal Stewart has been working on for years. I know our good friend Lefty Larry McLeod has talked about this very often and how it is something that Cal Stewart really focuses on with that Nova car.
And it's tough to beat when somebody has that advantage. I think Road America does get a bit of a false reputation of being a power track because of how important the middle sectors can be. That run from turn 5 to the exit of Canada Corner, as long as you're within 5 miles an hour or maybe even 7, you can make up a lot of time with a better handling race car. But where do you make the pass? If somebody's fast on the straights, it becomes that much more difficult. By the way, the battle for second in Formula F, just behind these camera shots, is still raging between Tovo and Burns. They're just kind of swapping positions back and forth, allowing David Ibarra to now pull out to a 2.2 second lead. Andrew Whitson has also continued to pull away, now enjoys a 4.2 second advantage in Formula V. There's probably some shuffling happening behind him, but we can check back in with that as the race winds down, because they're going to be shuffling all the way till the checkered flag.
And Tom, I believe Jason Martin's troubles and mechanical issues continue here this weekend, as I've just received word that he has pulled his car off at the exit of turn number 3. He's taken the car, been able to get the car behind the wall, so they are still green there, but his race for the second day in a row ends early.
Somewhere on the beginning of this lap or the end of the previous lap, Aaron Ellis was also able to get through on James Weida at the front of Formula 6 as they come through turn 6 and 7 now. Cal Stewart had a 1.5 second advantage at the start-finish line over Aaron Ellis, who crossed the start-finish line side by side with Weida. And they're starting to get into this traffic. Look at all these Formula Vs racing for position. They don't have to get out of the way. That is absolutely not in the rules that you have to do anything when you get caught. But you do have to be aware when the faster cars catch you. You have to drive appropriately, leave space as you would with anybody. And there's about 6 Formula Vs that are about to get swarmed by our front runners in Formula 6.
Yeah, and we're already seeing our front runners in Formula 6 as well as our Formula F leader. We had a good shot there coming into the carousel as David Ibarra was trying to move his way through some of the slower traffic there, and successfully did so, as our Formula 6 leaders now coming down in the Canada Corner right at the end of the Kettle Bottoms. We'll track them as they come up through Thunder Valley, and Cal Stewart again now as as both Ellis and Weida have to contend with the Formula Vs at perhaps the tightest portion of this track. It's the same width more or less all the way around, Tom, but because of the way the track meanders from right to left through Bill Mitchell Bend, it is now given Cal Stewart almost a 20 car length advantage over Aaron Ellis and James Weida behind.
And Ellis caught the traffic at the worst spot coming into the kink. It opened the door for Weida, but the big winner in this traffic exchange is Ethan Tovo from second in Formula F. Here they come up the front straightaway. He was, again, about 2 seconds back. Now he's side by side for the race lead into the braking zone for turn 1 with David Ibarra in the red up the inside.
All right, as they head down into turn number 1, Tovo to the outside in the white machine. He's going to not able to make the pass as Ibarra holds him off now heading into turn 3. Little defensive, goes down center of track. That's just enough that Tovo has to back out. But also, you know, that traffic, Tom, and this is the challenge with multi-class racing, and sometimes you're lucky with it, sometimes you're not. And those two cars, now we have to ask, is there bump drafting in Formula F? As those two racers with the very pointy noses on those cars head down into turn number 5.
Still keeping one eye on Formula V. The gap is starting to come down towards Andrew Whitston's lead, still 2.8 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on that if it continues to shrink for the rest of the pack. Here's the rest of the pack, though. Zach Whitston leading the train. And they can still see Andrew Whitston. 4 seconds in a Formula V is not a lot of distance because they are not all that fast in a straight line. Now here comes Steve Whitston in the yellow, pops to the inside on Chris Jennerjohn. As we expected, all sorts of shuffling happening there for second to sixth.
We've got Michael Romero in the chat. He says that he's won this race on iRacing, so he's kind of a pro himself, Tom. Well, we need to put you in a car then, Michael. That's the only thing we can say here.
Oh, if only it worked that way.
I know. I know. Hey, I spent all my money on the race car on the sim rig, so who am I to say? All right. And as they head up the hill there again, with Andrew Whitston leading the charge in Formula V.
See what the gap is this time, from 2.8 seconds to 2.5.
Yeah.
And the math is kind of still on their side. I think that pack of 5, or is it down to 4 now? Yes, could get there. Andrew Whitston probably knows it's inevitable in a way, just needs to put the best laps together that he possibly can, but was about a second slower than the cars behind him, specifically Steve Whitston, who was in second at the start of this lap and is now back to 5th.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Tom, in a number of classes. I was speaking to a race winner from yesterday in a class where the draft really doesn't play nearly as much, and he was talking about, as you would expect, after he built up about a 4 to 5 second lead of just managing the gaps and protecting the equipment and keeping his focus so that he could bring the car home and take the win. And he wasn't necessarily pushing 10 tenths or 9 tenths for 3/4 of the race as he was doing that, because he had, I think, better overall, quite a bit more pace as he had shown in the first few laps of the race. In this case, with Andrew Whitston, I mean, he really doesn't have the opportunity to let out and breathe all that much and manage the gaps, because as soon as he does that, the 4 cars behind them are going to start knocking off seconds at a very quick pace.
Right, and look who's right behind those 4 cars. It's our overall race leaders in Formula 6. Cal Stewart is the white machine that will appear next out of the braking zone in apex of turn number 8, and he's got James Weida bolted to his 6. Trying to follow him through. Aaron Ellis has slipped off just a little bit. Maybe that's just due to some traffic, but does have maybe another second of distance between himself and the rest of the top 2.
Yeah, and the last time through, Weida had reset fast lap, Tom, took about 8 tenths of a second out of Cal Stewart's lead. And as Stewart now is coming up on the Formula V leaders, is he going to get caught coming out of Canada Corner and going up through Thunder Valley?
I think he might have got caught just there as Steve Whitston moved right. There's the battle for the lead in Formula F, by the way. 3 cars strong, still with Ibarra, Tovo, and Burns. Look at this scrum.
Now.
There's a 5 wide nearly coming up into turn 13. Holy cow, you couldn't do that with anything other than cars this small.
And Stewart manages to get through unscathed, and then James Weida does as well. And it looks like for the second lap in a row, Aaron Ellis may have gotten caught as he's not able to get by that pack until past the exit of 14 and on the Road America straight. Our 3 Formula F leaders, they're not going to have that challenge, at least yet, as we've got an early retirement now heading off the track. And I think that was possibly I thought that maybe that was the 4-9 car, but I'll try and verify that.
3-way duel for the lead here into turn 1. Ted Burns picks up second spot around the outside of Ethan Tovo. David Ibarra in the red machine still has the top spot, but goes super defensive down into turn 3 as Ted Burns got a great run through there, thought about going up the inside, but Ibarra saw it coming. Now they're going to have to deal with that 5-pack of Formula Vs coming up in front of them, and they're going to catch them, I think, right into the braking zone here, into turn 5. Spectators down at turn 5, look alive.
Wake up! Oh my, here we go.
3 wide, Steve Whitston trying to make a move on Chris Jennerjohn in Formula V. Now the 3-pack of Formula F's coming through up the inside. That went about as good as it possibly could go, as they're going to take the inside line away under the Corvette bridge. And it's still Ibarra. Oh no, Ted Burns goes through. He just switched positions and took the lead.
And we've got a car off, Tom, just past our camera here at turn 7. And I believe may have planted itself in the gravel trap at the exit. We'll try and get the number on that, but I think we may be missing one of these cars.
Wow, that was close for the leader of Formula V. Andrew Whitston didn't want to leave the inside lane open, but Ted Burns said, I am taking the inside lane, went through the dirt to take it away. Now David Ibarra gets a run at the inside, side by side into the kink for Formula F.
And Tom, the car that's in the gravel trap on the exit of turn 7, that is the 43 of Aaron Ellis, who's in that 3-car battle for the lead in Formula 600. So that is going to leave just Cal Stewart and James Weida to battle it out for the win, as we've got there'll be 2 laps remaining the next time they come by.
Heartbreaker for that podium contender. But this battle in Formula F is epic stuff. Ibarra and Burns still side by side coming up from Canada Corner. Chris Jennerjohn is off. He's off the racetrack coming off of Canada Corner and was on a trajectory for the concrete wall. Hopefully he was able to save that, but now it's down to a 3-car battle for second in Formula V. Ibarra and Burns jockeying for position. Ethan Tovo is going to gain for it as he picks up the draft and goes to second. There is Jennerjohn. Good news, he's not in the wall.
He's not in the wall, exactly. And when they crossed the line there, Tom, Tovo was only about a half a car length back, actually had a good amount of overlap as he does now, heading down into turn number 1 with Theodore Burns sitting in the back in that black and white machine trying to determine the best course of action. He's going to open up the corner, try to come underneath at least one of them as they come onto the Marine sweep.
Drafting very much on the table here in these big, wide Formula Fs. Relatively small in profile, but just how wide they are and how much sticks out into the air. There's plenty of opportunity as Ted Burns hunts left, hunts right. Actually, he's going to take it 3 wide, maybe down through turn 4. 3 wide into the braking zone. Burns on the outside. Ibarra in the middle. Tovo is going to drop from 1st to 3rd in being the most conservative, and Ted Burns goes back to the lead.
Yeah, and Tom, I mean, you can see that was the path that we were going to have as Burns came out of turn 3 in 3rd position, opened up that corner, turned in a little later, got a nice straight shot, and was able to carry more exit speed than the 2 racers that were side by side. They're coming down the Marine sweep as our leaders now coming up the hill and underneath the Corvette bridge, actually coming underneath the Motul bridge, going into the carousel. And once again, we've got a change in position.
David Ibarra back at the front, and for these Formula F drivers, the lap traffic has gone away, but for Formula V, all those drivers we were watching for second still dealing with getting caught pretty constantly at this point in the race. Ibarra dissuades Burns from thinking about anything coming into the kink, but on the exit, the draft will kick in, Tovo pushing potentially, and Burns pops to the inside. This is the long way around Canada Corner, but he gets the preferred line into the braking zone.
And as they come up through Thunder Valley, our leader is David Ibarra with, and which car is it in second? And it looks, did Tovo get around?
Yes.
Burns, indeed. So Burns now drops back once again into 3rd position as Cal Stewart has taken the white flag. 1 lap remaining for these racers as they will come underneath the starter stand once again, side by side, wheel to wheel in Formula F, starting lap number 13.
The lead in Formula V has stayed right about 3 seconds, so this is by far the best battle on the racetrack for a class podium, and it's all 3 cars involved. Ted Burns trying to take the inside line away from Ethan Tovo down into turn 1, was not able to do it. Ibarra still holding the top spot, having run just a little bit narrow on the exit. That gives Tovo actually the preferred line on the exit, and they're going to go side by side through turn 3. That could compromise Tovo's exit just a bit, and Ted Burns now once again creating the opportunity to control this situation. Where does he want to make the pass? He's the first one to move to driver's right, and now alongside Tovo, who is pushing David Ibarra.
And Tom, I think we've got a big update in Formula 6. When they came across the start-finish line, James Weida had picked up, not only had caught up, but had passed Cal Stewart at about 2.5 seconds on the 07 car, and it appeared as though the 07 was wildly off the pace as he came down onto the Marine sweep. So we'll have to track now the 22 car, who I believe at this point is heading into, trying to track him down on the course.
There he is, just in our camera shot with smoke. Blue smoke coming out of the back of that race car. And here comes our leaders in Formula F with tons of traffic. Well, just knifing up the inside of one of the Formula 6s. This is really high stakes stuff in the last third of this lap.
All right, so our leader now, Weida, I believe, is actually, oh my
multiple
gosh.
spins. I think Cal Stewart might be losing fluid as multiple cars just flat spinning coming out of the carousel. That's actually given David Ibarra a nice big breakaway over Ethan Tovo and Theodore Burns.
All right, to the 22 car now, Tom, who is our leader in Formula 600 and our overall leader, I believe, now is coming up through, is should now be coming up through Thunder Valley. Yeah, exactly. Actually, you know what? We missed them, Tom. Checkered flag is out. And your winner in Formula 600 is James Guido. Let's move over back to Formula F as we've got David Ibarra in that red and gray number 06 coming through the final corner, and he's got now almost 7 car lengths on our second place runner. That is Ethan Tovo, with Ted Burns running about another 4 car lengths back from there, and that's how it's going to finish in Formula F. Ibarra, Tovo, Burns, Ethan Gonzalez in the number 63 machine. He's coming out of the final quarter now. He's going to finish just off the podium in 4th. Now let's see if we can pull over and find our Formula V leaders here. Andrew Whitston and Zach Whitston. Here they come now up into the final corner. And Tom, they did catch Andrew Whitston. Well, they didn't catch Whitston. Is Whitston still all by himself heading up the Road America Straight? And the 72 machine, Andrew Whitston, will take the win, 3 seconds ahead of Zach Whitston. Steve Whitston in the number 18, he'll finish in 3rd. Mike Lawrence will come across the line in 4th, and then Chris Jennerjohn will round out your top 5 in Formula V.
What a show in all 3 classes. And you were right, Andrew Whitston had been run down, was within 1.3 seconds of those second place drivers, his family, at that point in the race. But something happened on the final lap to balloon the gap back up to 3 seconds. So Andrew Whitston got one of the calmest races in Formula V you'll ever see to take home the win here in the feature at the June Sprints.
And how it could have turned out for Cal Stewart as his Nova car now, Tom, dead stick. He is pulled over on the side of the track heading into Canada Corner as the car just could not make it for 13 laps. He led all the way through to the end of lap number 12. All right, so that wraps up the Chicago Region Past Regional Executive Challenge. Congratulations to our winners, Andrew Whitston in Formula V, David Ibarra in Formula F, and James Guida in Formula 6, where they'll all win a $200 cash award, 2 Hoosier Tire certificates, a June Sprints checkered flag, and a June Sprints hat. And with that, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group of racers. Attention in the paddock, E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 3, E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec. Your race is next. All right, Tom, let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more racing action here from the National Park of Speed in just a few moments.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
I'm John Hunter, and you might know me as the SCCA's Time Trial Program Manager. But did you also know I'm a driver? I've been autocrossing and doing time attack for a couple decades now, and here we're going to talk about some of the similarities and some driving style between the two. So what we mean by plan of attack is you want to make sure you have a really good game plan going out, and that involves making sure that you only give yourself 1 or 2 things that you want to fix, whether you're going out for a new session of laps or that next run in autocross. So next, let's talk about things that are similar but slightly different. And the biggest thing of all is where you're looking. Obviously, with both, you want to look ahead. But with time attack, you're looking so much further ahead to find the exit of that corner. Where in autocross, you're looking for the exit and the next element, and the next element, and it's more rapid fire. So one's a little faster pace, but one requires you to look way further out into the distance. In autocross, things come at you a lot faster. It's rapid fire, and you need to move the weight around very quickly typically. Whereas on a track, you'll have a lot more space between corners, so you're slowing the weight transfer down and making sure that you're maximizing your grip in a different way. So when you're coming from autocross and moving onto track, you'll really want to slow down your hands because you have more time to properly set the car up and get that weight transfer done to maximize the grip through the corner. Another thing that's similar but different is how you use the pedals. In both instances, you want to be aggressive but squeeze and maximize the weight transfer in each situation. However, once you move to the track, you really want to know how to heel toe so that you can manage that weight transfer even better. So let's talk about what's different. The biggest thing that I can think of is in autocross, you typically want to make a plan and stick to it because you only get 3 runs. But on track, when you're doing time attack, you typically can run that track over and over and over again. So it affords you the ability to change up that plan and explore new options on lines and how you take certain areas of the track. So even though I'd autocrossed for decades, once I started doing time attack, I found it helped me as an autocross driver as well. So don't hesitate to try the other sport. Whether you're an autocross or a time attack driver, do both. It'll make you a better driver either way.
Hey guys, we're still here. Welcome back to the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman, in case you forgot. And next up, it is the Heart Marks Advisors Challenge for our small bore production classes, E production, F production, H production, as well as B-Spec. We're once again going to have a split start. We're going to have our production classes behind pace car number 1, and then our B-Spec racers behind the second Chevrolet Corvette pace car. Let's run down the top 16 drivers in each of these two groups. And we're going to start off with John Brackey, your E-production pole sitter, and pole sitter for the first group, with a qualifying time of 2:30.173. The Land O'Lakes region drivers in a BMW Z3. Tyler Ladd, our defending E-production national champion, also in a BMW Z3, will start on the outside of the front row. Tim Schreier in the number 38 BMW 3 Series will start third, with Bill Miller from the Kansas City region in his BMW 328, starting in fourth. Tim Anastopoulos, also in a BMW 3 Series, represents the Chicago region, and he will start fifth. Ken Kennard is our F production pole sitter. He's going to start sixth today in his Acura Integra. And then on the next row, inside of row number 4, Mason Workman in the number 52 F production Mazda Miata will start seventh. Doug Weaver in an F production Mazda Miata will start eighth. Steven Simons, say it with me, he's in a Mazda Miata, an F production car. He's representing the Houston region, will start ninth, with Stephen Powers also in an F production Mazda Miata starting in 10th. Steve Sargis is scheduled to be your H production pole sitter in his 1975 Triumph Spitfire, scheduled to start 11th, although I'm hearing word that he may not make the grid today, and we'll check the cameras here to see if he does. David Bednarz out of the Detroit region will start 12th in his F production Mazda Miata, while Lance Loffman in his E-production Datsun 240Z, love that yellow machine, scheduled to start 13th, with David Strittmatter in his Acura Integra starting 14th. Then we've got Graham Fuller in the F production Toyota Tercel 15th, and Chris Shasma starting second in H production in his 1990 Volkswagen Jetta GLI, representing the Chicago region, starting 16th. Let's move over to our B-Spec racers behind the red Chevy Corvette pace car. Your pole sitter today, representing the North Carolina region of the SCCA in his Chevy Sonic, Stuart Black. Stephanie Anderson, driving a Mazda 2 and representing the Milwaukee region, will be driving the number 138 car. She starts on the outside of the front row. Caleb Patry will be driving his Honda Fit, starting from third today in the number 8 car, while Kent Carter will be driving the number 91 Mazda 2. The Houston region driver will start fourth. Starting fifth, Josh Schmidt in the number 19 Chevy Sonic. He represents the North Carolina region, while Chris Taylor will start in sixth position. He drives the number 62 Mazda 2. Gail Corley, also in a Mazda 2, will start seventh. That's the number 59 machine, while Rob Bukarczyk in his Honda Fit will start eighth, driving the number 99 car. Driving the number 76 Mazda 2, representing the Chicago region, is Michael Saltenberger. He's going to be ninth. And then starting in 10th position in B-Spec is Ricky Holmstrom. He drives the number 5 Mazda 2, representing the Milwaukee region. Austin Boynton in a Honda Fit will start in 11th position, with Peter Zeckert driving the number 85 Honda Fit, starts 12th. Jordan Wickard will start lucky 13th. He's in the number 10 Chevy Sonic, and I believe that's the four-door Chevy Sonic, with Steve Castor starting 14th in his Ford Fiesta. That's the number 164 car. Jonathan Wickard in a Chevy Sonic today. That is the 03 car, starting 15th. And Bill Saltenberger in a 2013 Mazda 2, the number 73 machine, will start 16th in the B-Spec field. As, oh yeah, I got the pace cars wrong. The red pace cars got our production cars, and the two BMW Z3s there right at the front with the lights out on the pace car time. Hopefully we're going to be going to green, and I think we're going to be watching very closely that F production field, where it seemed like if you moved out to the lead early on, you are bound to have some mechanical issues.
Yeah, we'll make it simple for the front runners there. BMWs are in E production, Miatas are in F production. The first 5 of each class is true for that. They also just got to see the condition of that oil dry down to the 3rd and 4th sectors. Gonna have to be careful with that on the first lap.
All right, as the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning things over to John Brackey in the red 89, Tyler Ladd in the white 151. Ladd was not able to finish yesterday's race either. Got that car back underway, and a good start for him as the 2 Z3s lead the E-production field down into turn 1. But coming down the inside, it's Tim Schreier, the number 38 3 Series. Nowhere for him to go. He's going to stay right alongside Bill Miller as they come down into turn 1.
And as we come to expect, Mason Workman takes over the top spot, commandingly so, diving up the inside of Tim Anastopoulos to put E-production cars between himself and the rest of F-production. Now 16 B-Spec cars coming to the start for their second wave.
All right, pace car now on the pit lane, and our B-Spec front row, Stuart Black, Stephanie Anderson, looking at the starter stand, and the starter brings out the green flag, and they're now underway as well. And Stephanie Anderson getting an amazing start as they come across the start-finish stand. She already moves right across the front of the Chevy Sonic, and that now also allows Kent Carter to make a good move up the outside in the purple Mazda 2. As they come under braking into turn number 1, Stephanie Anderson goes to an early lead, and we'll see if Kent Carter is able to sweep around the outside. We'll get back to them here in just a moment.
Yeah, Stuart Black either keeps putting Stephanie in the perfect gearing or just doesn't time the start very well. A carbon copy of yesterday's start as the production field is clean and single file through all of Sector 2 almost, coming into the carousel and onto the oil drive for the very first time. This should only take maybe a lap or 2 after that warm-up lap to clean things up, but it's going to hang a ton of dust in the air. It's going to make things look a little bit more chaotic than it actually is when you're in the cockpit, as Tyler Ladd and John Brackey and Tim Schreier all trying to avoid it in the acceleration zone to keep the tires clean before they turn into the kink. The first car that doesn't worry too much about it is the F production of Steven Simons. There in 3rd, goes way wide at the kink relative to what feels comfortable on this very first lap, but he's completely fine and under control, and does have no cars between himself and your leader, Mason Workman.
And we can see how much dust and dirt there is going through the kink, almost in prior days before that grass screen was put out, as the 2 Mazda 2s lead the B-Spec field. Stephanie Anderson and now Kent Carter moving up in the 2nd position, as yesterday's race winner, Stuart Black, falls into 3rd position. And the car we definitely want to keep track of here, Tom, today is Caleb Patry, who is running, I believe, now there he is in the white with red flourished Honda Fit, as Patry finished the race in 2nd position yesterday. He was also a former June Sprint winner in STL, so we'll continue to watch him as he tries to work his way up through the field, actually sitting there right back behind Stuart Black, who has fallen now in the 4th position, as Black is trying to find a way around Chris Taylor in the white number 62 Mazda 2. So 3 Mazda 2s right up at the front of the field early on.
Yeah, Taylor picked up that 3rd spot from the 3rd row. He was able to follow that trio of Mazda 2s starting after the great start for Anderson to pick up 3rd, but Black was just chugging right along, coming out of the carousel, and picks up 3rd pretty easily into the braking zone, actually really before the braking zone for Canada Corner. Still the top whole group of B-Spec cars, about 7 or 8 of them total, all the way back to the silver Mazda 2 of Gil Corley. Good news for Josh Schmidt. He's got people in the chat rooting for him, and he's in the top group today. He was the first car out of the top group in that maroon Chevy Sonic, so he's done the job at the start of this race. Stuart Black uses the big bore power of the Chevy Sonic to power by Kent Carter up the hill as well. He's now back to 2nd.
All right, and hopefully we'll be able to get some in-car camera work out of Chris Taylor's car in B-Spec here as this race moves on. But we may not, as now Stuart Black makes a move down the inside to take over the lead, and Tom, Josh Schmidt in the burgundy number 19 Chevy Sonic. He fell back, I think, actually yesterday. He finished in 4th, but at one point was in 7th position, and had to work his way up to the lead pack without the benefit of the draft. He's right there right now, and much better start than he had yesterday, where he also, kind of like Stuart Black, had just fallen back from the lead pack very early on.
Stuart Black able to take the lead back at turn 1, and it really thwarted Stephanie Anderson's race. She's all the way back to 5th now as the running order. Kent Carter going up the inside at turn 5 on Stuart Black is going to take over the top spot and use the good gearing of that Mazda 2 to power up the hill. Look at those things go. All the second gear in the world that you need for that specific run up the racetrack is just such a good power play in that one run, and that's going to put Kent Carter and Chris Taylor back in front of Stuart Black. Caleb Patry also doing a nice job, has moved 4 cars forward, I think. No, 3 cars forward since the last time we saw him, and he's running 4th in the Honda Fit.
All right, let's jump back over to our production car classes as we've got the 2 Z3s now being led by Tyler Ladd in the 159, the white Z3. Your defending national champion in E-Production, John Brackey, our pole sitter in the red, who just reset fast lap of the race. He is only about a car length, maybe a car length and a half back. Tim Schreier in 3rd. Over in F-Production, let's take a look here as Mason Workman, driver of the number 52 Mazda, has managed to get that car. We saw him right up towards the very front of the field, and there he is coming right underneath us now. Workman now with almost 4 seconds on Stephen Powers, so whatever ailed Mason that caused his early retirement yesterday, he's gotten that repaired, and he is back underway. Powers and Simons now running 2nd and 3rd, with Doug Weaver in his Mazda Miata running in 4th. Over in H Production, now without Steve Sargis yesterday, our defending national champion making the grid, Chris Schafsma in his Volkswagen GLI now leading the field, and he has already, Tom, opened up over 8 seconds on our, I believe it was 2011 national champion Greg Gopper.
Gopper there in the silver number 15, had an issue in yesterday's race, but going strong so far. It's a pretty long run. Again, this is a 45-minute race, time limit, or 13 laps, whichever comes first. Should have plenty of time for those 13 laps, but this is identical to the race distance we run for the national championships in October. And there's always an underlying conversation or an underlying concern in these races for the production cars about longevity. You have to make them last to win the race before you can think about winning the race. So this is a great test for the machines, not only for the drivers, but for the builders, if it's a different person or more people involved in the prep of these race cars.
Yeah, and you know, I think that, again, was the story of the day yesterday. It was certainly in F Production, where both Mason Workman as well as Ken Kennard had mechanical issues. Ken Kennard had a pretty catastrophic motor failure yesterday and was not able to make the grid today. Likewise, our other another one of our Integra drivers, David Strittmatter, had some mechanical issues. He also does not make the grid today.
This is why it's hard to look away from B-Spec. We've got all sorts of shuffling as Caleb Patry was leading the race down into the braking zone for turn 5. Stuart Black just challenged for the lead at turn 6. That attempt failed, and it opened the door for Chris Taylor to now come through at turn 7 in the white Mazda 2 with that classic IMSA throwback livery on it. And it was almost a 4-car breakaway until all of that churn just happened. I think it's going to bring about 10 cars back into the conversation. There's Anderson 4th, Kent Carter 5th, Corley is 6th, Ricky Holmstrom is up to 7th, then Josh Schmidt, then Rob Pikarczyk. A good spot for Caleb Patry to be. That Honda Fit, probably the most momentum-driven car in the B-Spec field, as each car has its own slight different personality, mostly just down to fundamental build from the manufacturer. Maybe suspension design and gear ratio really comes into effect a lot as well. Josh Schmidt making the decision to push Patry away from the field into Canada Corner. Those top 2 cars at about 5 car lengths over all the Mazdas just behind them.
And so, Tom, in B-Spec, you know, to be clear, you know, we talked earlier about some of the classes that rely very heavily on the draft, like Spec Miata. We saw in Formula V during our last race as well. And, of course, there's Spec Racer Ford. But these cars, which are somewhat tall, they're somewhat boxy, also they draft very well as well, correct?
Absolutely. It's pretty much make or break to have a drafting partner, as it's uncommon to be able to drive away here in B-Spec. And the other thing is they just don't recover from going offline or from going side by side very quickly. So you have to be even more strategic with when you make those moves in B-Spec. If you make the move at the wrong time, it can really hang you out to dry. But there's plenty of time in this race to make time back up. I would expect these drivers will only do 12 laps, as the e-production cars will probably lap them at some point during this race. Means one less lap to play with. You got to be aware of that as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that likely not going to get the full complement of 13 laps, probably only 12 laps for them here. As you were talking about the need to try to work these passes at opportune times. We had Ricky Holmstrom, Kent Carter now, who's fallen back in the 7th position, as well as Gail Corley. As they came underneath the starter bridge, had briefly spanned out 3 wide, had then cut down to 2 in a row, and I believe left Kent Carter out to dry there on the front straight, as he's now fallen back into 7th position after having early on had been up in the top 3. There actually, it looks like perhaps Ricky Holmstrom now falling back behind Kent Carter in the number 5.
And just behind them, Josh Schmidt tries to make a pass at turn 5 on Gail Corley. The silver Mazda and the maroon Chevy end up drag racing up the hill. The Mazda comes out on top and holds the spot for 7th. That's lost them maybe 2 or 3 extra car lengths to the 6th place car, all the way back up to 1st. As Patry, Black, Anderson are the top 3. Anderson has done a nice job to recover from that little slip at turn 1 that resulted from her getting passed by Stuart Black. This is also a really nice race from Ricky Holmstrom. I'm not sure I've seen that number 5 as far up the field as he is, and right in the conversation in that train of cars.
All right, and we do have 1 car off over at turn 5. I think I thought it was perhaps the 54 car, but that would have been Brendan Lauer in his Chevy Sonic. I believe that car has continued, though. I'll try to get a beat on that here in just a few moments from our corner workers.
Whether it's this car or not, Tyler Ladd has disappeared from the front battle in E-Production. There's John Brackey. No, it's not. John Brackey will come through a little bit later. But I know that is John Brackey already through. He's by himself. Tim Schreier there in 2nd. 5 seconds back, Tyler Ladd. Last time he came across the start-finish line was scored 13 seconds behind in 3rd.
Yeah, and Tom, actually, I believe that we may have that car off now over by the entrance of turn 8. And if we take a look at the emergency services team, I think that may be Tyler Ladd's machine directly behind that emergency services vehicle.
Yeah, and they've also got the 95 of James Samaras there, the F-Production Miata with the slick top. So maybe multiple cars.
Maybe multiples, yeah.
Having mechanicals in a similar spot. Hard to say. We'll try to get that as quick as we can for you. But that does mean that John Brackey's basically by himself. There's Tyler Ladd. He's still circulating.
There he is.
Maybe just had an issue, potentially.
I remember Ladd had an slightly early end to his race yesterday. We thought it might have been based on contact. He did bring the car out this morning to ensure that it was up to speed. And again, no, he appears to be up to speed now as he is working his way through. There is the Workman machine directly behind, and over in E-Production, that's the 3 Series BMW right behind Mason Workman, the blue and the red machine. That's Tim Anastopoulos, the 107 car, and he's in line there. Only a couple seconds back from Tyler Ladd at this point.
Yeah, especially if Ladd has a mechanical issue that keeps that car a little bit slower. Anastopoulos could be in a good spot. The distance between the blue BMW and the red BMW just there on your camera shot. Mason Workman trying to hold the BMW behind him. That's your leader in F-Production. He doesn't have a whole lot of buffer back to Steven Simons, Doug Weaver, and Stephen Powers.
All right, sounds from some of the traffic we're having on in race control, the 74 machine, Mike Nat, in the F-Production MG Midget. I believe he may have pulled off towards the exit of turn number 7. So we've started to have a number of cars calling that area in the Hurry Downs their temporary home.
Ooh, Tim Schreier trying to make a move last second on Chris Taylor as he breaks the B-Spec battle from the top 3 and the rest. Didn't really hold anybody up, but that's just the reality of multi-class racing in this 45-minute or 13-lap sprint race. Just has to knife between more B-Spec cars as he's trying to stay within sight of John Brackey, the race leader. And I don't see, did I see Tyler Ladd come through this shot, or did he continue to have more issues, Greg? I might have missed him.
I'm trying to, let me see if I can locate him on our flat tire system. There he is. Yeah, they're just coming through, and there's the Anastopoulos car along with Mason Workman, just a little bit further behind now, also having to contend with all of these B-Spec racers coming up through Bill Mitchell Bend.
Oh, Tyler Ladd's going to get stuck, and that's going to affect the B-Spec cars. Just knifes between Chris Taylor and is that Kent Carter, I think, running in 5th.
5th, yeah.
But Caleb Patry still controlling this race from the front with the assistance from Stuart Black. Black just now finally breaks the draft and pulls out to driver's left, going the long way around turn 1. Stephanie Anderson kind of splitting the difference between the two of them. But Caleb Patry, that Honda Fit has some pretty good top end at the very end of these straightaways. It's not the fastest accelerating car, but it does seem to have a pretty good breath at the end of the straights relative to the Chevy Sonic, as he held off he held off John Stuart Black pretty easily there in turn 1. I'll get there.
Yeah, so Patry's in the first generation Honda, or I guess first generation for the U.S. Honda Fit, Tom. And I remember as far back as 2019 when we had the runoffs at VIR, there were questions about the second gen Fit and the gearing for the long back straightaway there, that the first gen perhaps was a much better chassis for that kind of situation. I guess that kind of plays out here as well.
Ooh,
as Anastopoulos, big brake lock up from him as he was trying to get around Mason Workman.
Yeah, it's hard to say to that point, Greg. The newest car in the class, let me say this a different way. The first gen Honda Fit was just added to the class, so it may be a bit of an unknown as far as anything goes. We do know that it's basically the lightest car in B-Spec, and I think that's by a pretty meaningful margin. Now, let's get back to this F production cars trying to get through on B-Spec leader. Steven Simons was the one stuck in the traffic this time as Mason Workman had just cleared them. Next couple cars coming in. There's Tyler Ladd for E production. B-Spec flat out all the way from the exit of turn 8 to the entry of Canada corner. That's just some oil dry, no harm there.
Yeah, nothing.
Here they are. Simons did get through. Patry still leads over Black. Now here comes Doug Weaver up the inside of Stuart Black at the kink. Can be a little bit sketchy. Just closes the door before, and that's going to open an opportunity potentially for Stephen Powers, who actually has to hit the brakes in the middle of the straight to make a decision. The top 2 in B-Spec have gotten a huge gift in this moment over Chris Taylor, who runs 3rd in the white Mazda 2, and the rest of the field.
And so, Tom, as we see now the yellow 63 of Steven Simons coming up through Bill Mitchell Bend, be a good time to mention that a few moments ago when we had those the local cautions at turn 7 and also turn 8, there was a call that came in from the turn 7 marshals that there was potentially a pass under yellow where Steven Simons, under yellow flag conditions, made a pass on a B-Spec car. Again, that's something for the stewards to adjudicate, but just wanted to put that out there. If it was something that perhaps Doug Weaver knew, that it would be something that may be sitting in the back of his mind as that blue and yellow Mazda comes in only about 5-6 car lengths behind Steven Simons.
So easy to lose sight of those basic rules when especially you're in a faster car lapping slower cars. It almost feels like it doesn't count, right, that you're making a pass, but it sure does, especially with safety vehicles right there. The top 2 continue to break away even further now from Stephanie Anderson, who's taken 3rd back from Chris Taylor. The pair of Mazdas swapping spots a couple times that lap, and it's brought Kent Carter and Ricky Holmstrom back towards them as well. I think it's kind of a 2-car and then a 4-car run here in B-Spec. The Mazdas are really going to have to get on the same page and work together to get back to the front if they even have a shot at this point.
And as much as we saw yesterday, Once again, that burgundy number 119, or probably 19 Chevy Sonic of Josh Schmidt, kind of in a little gap between Holmstrom and Corley. And yesterday, at one point, Schmidt just was able to, I think in the course of 3 laps, able to make up about 3 seconds on the group of cars ahead without the benefit of the draft. When he ran here at the National Championship runoffs in the fall, he was able to set the pole-setting lap in B-Spec without any kind of draft whatsoever. So he's definitely got pace, but it seems as though that car really doesn't come alive, and maybe it's a fuel, amount of fuel that's being put in the car, but that car just doesn't seem to come alive until the last 4 or 5 laps or so.
You're right.
That being said, Tom, we have 6 laps remaining here in this race, this 13-lap race. As we're right about halfway, let's take our break, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here from Road Atlanta, from Road America. We'll be right back.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done.
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to Road America. See, I got it right that time. It is the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. This is E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec. It is the Hart Marks Advisors Challenge. And we've got 4 laps remaining here. And Tom, I'm starting to see more and more retirements as this race continues. We've had a couple of our Volkswagens come down the pit lane, and at least one of our B-Specs just retire, as well as the MG Midget of Mike Nat, the number 74 machine. But let's catch you up here. We're watching the battle for the lead in B-Spec, where our leaders are Stuart Black and Caleb Patry. And as you mentioned there, Stephanie Anderson, she is definitely back in the conversation over in E-Production. It's John Brackey with 12 seconds over Tim Schreier, Chris Schaafsma with 14 seconds over Greg Gopper in H-Production. And then in F-Production, Mason Workman with 5 seconds on Steven Simons. Back over to B-Spec.
They're coming into the final corner, and this is interesting to me. After about 5 laps of unison between those top two, Stuart Black working with Caleb Patry, Black in the Sonic and Patry in the Fit. Stuart Black has decided to swap positions and gone in front at Canada Corner, but the big mover this lap, Stephanie Anderson, has set a bunch of her own personal best sectors. that lap and is effectively chasing down the top two without a draft. And I wonder if Stuart Black maybe timed this a little bit too early. This is all speculation. Still lots of time to race. 3 laps for the B-Spec cars, 4 for the E-Production cars as they've gone a lap down, B-Spec has.
Yeah, but Tom, you can see how quickly things can change here as Lance Laufman in the number 22 Datsun 240Z, as he was trying to work his way through the B-Spec field, came up on Stephanie Anderson just as they were getting into the final corner into turn 14, and where Stephanie Anderson was more or less in lockstep with Stuart Black and Caleb Patry, she now finds herself close to 15 car lengths back from this duo. But if they continue to go and challenge each other side by side going down the Moraine sweep for a few more laps, she may find herself right back in the battle as well.
She'd love to see them go side by side for maybe one more sector. She just stays in front of the F-Production Toyota Tercel of Graham Fuller. Fuller will do his best to not interrupt their race. One of the skills of a production driver and B-Spec driver is learning to share the track with each other, as they tend to do all season long here on the Hoosier Super Tour. Very, very kind driving from Fuller here, waiting for an opportunity to use the horsepower to get through.
At Toyota Tercel, a former GT Light machine. The one car maybe not like most of the others. It is a tube frame with a silhouette body, and a great job there as Graham Fuller waits until they come out of turn 7 and has a little bit of straightaway to motor past the Mazda 2 of Stephanie Anderson here. So make sure not to upset her race.
By the way, John Brackey leads E-Production by 13 seconds, Mason Workman leading F-Production by 6 seconds, and Chris Schaafsma leading H-Production by 16 seconds. So this is definitely the best battle for a class position at the front of any of the classes on the racetrack. Now Fuller having to make the same sort of assessment. Do I get aggressive or do I stay patient with the top 2 in B-Spec, who have been continuing to swap positions? Caleb Patry went back to the front down into turn 5. And I think I saw Stuart Black thinking about it coming out of the kink for the Chevy Sonic. We'll see who comes into our camera shot first here. It's still Patry.
And he's got inside position going into the final corner.
Interesting. Stuart Black went to driver's left there. They were side by side on entry, but I don't think Black meant to make a move. Now he does. He maybe is kind of testing the waters for that final run, or just wants to try to drive away. Graham Fuller pushes him up a little bit, at least takes the air off the back of the Chevy Sonic, and the Sonic closes the door right back in front of Patry.
All right, and we've got a local caution, Tom, over at Canada Corner, where the number 25 of Mark Webber, the F-Production Mazda Miata driver and SCCA Hall of Fame member, spun the car. He is a little bit off the pace as he goes to recover. We'll see if he comes down the pit lane or if he continues. Now at 12, that local caution has been withdrawn. There is simply a white flag to cover for the slow-moving vehicle.
And that might have been at turn 1. I don't know if it was the final nail, but it was another nail in the coffin for Stephanie Anderson's race, as the race leader in H-Production, Chris Schaafsma, decided to make a move and then sort of not complete it down onto the inside of turn 1. That really held up Anderson and has put her back into the clutches of 4th on back. The next Mazda 2 is Chris Taylor. Kent Carter is still in touch here, as well as Ricky Holmstrom. Josh Schmidt has caught them as well in the late stages, as you mentioned, finding some pace in that Sonic.
As we have one of our F-Production Mazda Miatas coming through, and I think that was Bill Verdeen in the number 6 car coming underneath. I think that's the ex-Eric Prill Mazda, and the red and silver machine now slotting itself right in the middle of that pack of 4. As Schaafsma now has worked his way through and past our 2 leaders in B-Spec without doing anything to upset that race. It is Stuart Black now with Caleb Patry in 2nd. The next time our overall leader, John Brackey, comes across the start-finish line, he is going to see the white flag. And so as you suspected, Tom, for our B-Spec racers who are currently working their 10th lap, They should see 11 trips around Road America here for the Heart Marks Advisors Challenge. And as they now come up through Thunder Valley and the Bill Mitchell Bend, Tom, I believe that we may have, and I'm trying to see, I believe we do have a car off on the side of the, well, I don't see it there any longer. We had a car momentarily stopped over by the turn 13 corner stand, and it has gotten back underway as John Brackey now working his last lap, pardon me, not his last lap. He's got one more to go, I believe, but coming across the start-finish line, leading our B-Spec field here, it is Stuart Black starting lap number 11 with Caleb Patry only a couple hundredths of a second back there, and Stephanie Anderson definitely has fallen into the clutches of Chris Taylor, who just turned his fastest lap of the race. And Tom, you know, you talk about how just that simple action of Stephanie Anderson having a faster class car come through, it cost her almost 2 full seconds on the prior lap.
Yep, that's the recovery that we're talking about. At the very end of that shot, we saw John Brackey taking the white flag, by the way, in the overall race lead at the top of E-Production. But this duel between Patry and Black is very interesting. The timing that Black chose to go through, and he's led this race without challenge so far from Caleb Patry, but Patry on his final lap will know. Actually, they're not on their final lap. They will still get the white flag next time by.
Yeah.
Unless somehow John Brackey catches them. He's pretty far back from this group of cars, though. I think he's still on the back at turn 4, maybe.
Yeah, the 89 car at this point. Yeah, exactly. He's just now coming into turn 5. So, and Greg Gopper having a mechanical issue here as he is now going to pull that Honda Civic over. And Tom, it looks like there's some definitely some white smoke coming out of from underneath the hood or that area, and that could definitely create an issue. It either may bring out a full course caution, but I think just as importantly, as those B-Spec cars come out of turn 5 and perhaps try to use the run up to turn 6 as an opportunity to pass, they're not going to be able to do that with Copper sitting there on the side of the track.
Yeah, it is a pretty critical section of the racetrack that you're likely to end up side by side at turn 5, but those pair of local yellows will take that opportunity away. Stephanie Anderson has had the raw pace to stay in front of Chris Taylor. Look at the gap between those two Mazda 2s, the front runners, and the overall race leader with about 4 corners left in his lap before the race is done, coming across the majority of B-Spec to navigate in the final few turns of the wheel.
We'll see here, Brett. We were talking about being considerate of your other class members. I wanted to see what John Brackey did, and it looks like Brackey is going to slide in, at least for the moment, behind the number 19 of Josh Schmidt. And as they come up the hill, though, Brackey continues on his way. It's awfully hard when you could do probably another 30 miles an hour up the hill there compared to the B-Spec cars. And so a few of our racers, their races will now have been won. But Caleb Patry taking advantage now of Stuart Black's straight line, maybe perhaps lack of straight line speed here on the front straight. And they now continue. Patry in the lead. They've got Brackey now, who has just finished his race, and he's on the cool-down lap. So this is going to be the final lap for our B-Spec racers in E-Production. John Brackey does take the win. Tim Schreier will finish 13 seconds in arrears in second. Tyler Ladd will finish in third. Over in F-Production, Mason Workman just crosses the start-finish line. He's your F-Production winner. On track, Steven Simons will finish 4 seconds back in second. Doug Weaver in the number 3 machine. He's just now coming out of the final corner. He should finish in third, and he does. Stephen Powers will finish just off the podium in fourth. So let's jump back to this battle for the lead in B-Spec as they come out of turn 6.
Well, and the timing here is really tricky because John Brackey finished the race in front of Chris Taylor. So the only 3 cars that have yet to finish their race in B-Spec are Stephanie Anderson and the top 2 of Stuart Black and Caleb Patry. However, Brackey took about a half a lap to realize that he's still passing cars that are racing. He just dove off the racetrack, dove offline, and backed it down. And it seems Chris Taylor, Kent Carter, and the rest still believe they have the opportunity to continue racing. They do not. But the top 2 battle is the one we care about, Black and Patry. As Patry took the lead at the start of this lap, Stuart Black, he practiced the run out of the final corner, but he's got lapped cars to deal with. So many variables on this final lap for these top 2.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we've still got, for example, I think right around with them, Thomas Gatos and his EF Honda Civic, the white Honda Civic, which was trailing right at the back of that pack. Technically, he's still on his last lap as well, and he could find himself inserting himself as they come down in the Canada corner right into the battle for the lead in B-Spec. Let's take a look as they come out of Canada and head up through the Bill Mitchell Bend. And those production cars have cleared both Caleb Patry as well as Stuart Black. Didn't seem to impact them all that much, Tom.
I think they did, but they're battling for position, so they shouldn't have done anything different. That's Michael Froh and Tom Gatos battling for 8th in their own respective class, but Stuart Black is very far back. Coming up the hill to take the checkered flag. Caleb Patry has a ton of space, but watch, the Chevy Sonic train is coming, chugging up the hill. How close will he get, Greg? You have eyes on it.
There we go, and as they come to the line, taking the win in B-Spec and the Hart Marks Advisors Challenge by 3 car lengths, Caleb Patry is your winner. Finishing second will be Stuart Black, as Stephanie Anderson, our only other racer on the lead lap, will finish in 3rd. And actually, I'm showing Chris Taylor as being on the lead lap as well. But they come across the line 1, 2, 3 with Chris Taylor possibly in 4th. Tom, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next run group. Attention, the paddock race group number 4, our final race group before lunch. That's Formula Enterprises 2, Prototypes and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 4, pardon me. Your race is next. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our Hart Marks Advisors Challenge, small bore production and B-Spec. Our winners in our 4 different classes, they're going to win a cash award of $200 for the eligible classes, and those are our production classes. They'll win 2 Hoosier Tire certificates, also a June Sprints checkered flag and a June Sprints hat. Congratulations to John Brackey, to Chris Shaftsma, to Caleb Patry, and Mason Workman, our 4 winners. With that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action, our last race of the morning here from the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
It's the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints from the National Park of Speed here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Tom O'Gorman. And, of course, we want to thank Jordan Worth, our director extraordinaire, and hey, maybe Brendan Kesmerick, our producer from Driver's Eye Live as well. Tom, next up, it's the Arbor Financial Services Challenge for Formula Enterprises 2 for Prototype and Prototype 2. And much like our other races here today, our winners across the three classes will win a cash award of $200, 2 Hoosier tire certificates, if they are eligible to do so, the Chicago Region June Sprints checkered flag, as well as a Chicago Region SCCA 2026 June Sprints hat. If you come in second in one of these three classes, you'll win a $100 cash award and 1 tire certificate, as well as a hat. And if you finish third, a $50 cash award, a $100 Breakometer product certificate, and that ever popular June Sprints hat. I'm going to get one of those. All right, let's take a look at the starting order today, and we're going to have, again, a split start. We're going to have our prototype cars behind that beautiful yellow Chevy Corvette, and then behind the second one, the red Corvette, we'll have our FE2 racer. Starting on pole today in the prototype class, the P class, driving his Elan DP02, representing the Milwaukee region with a qualifying time of 2:03.176. Your winner yesterday, Bart Wolf. Lawrence Loshak, scheduled to start on the outside of the front row in the number 111 Elan DP02, also representing the Milwaukee region, with Todd Vanacore starting third. He's in the number 39 Elan DP02. Lee Alexander will start on the outside of row number 2 in the number 48 Store WF1. He represents the Milwaukee region, with Fritz Seidel in an Elan DP02 starting 5th. He drives the 02. Tyler Thielman will start 6th. He is in an Elan DP02, while Mike Rupert is our P2 pole sitter. He starts 7th. He drives the number 7 Store WF1 and represents the Milwaukee region. Then we got John Gaden. He starts 8th. He's in the number 29 prototype class, P class Elan DP02. Now let's move over to a few more of our Prototype 2 class drivers, starting 2nd in that class, 9th overall in the number 83 Store WF1, and representing the Chicago region, it's Greg Guyan. Then we've got John Patrick Witherspoon in the 88 Store. He represents the Nebraska region, starts 10th. Starting 11th, Richard Colburn in his Nostendo. He represents the Cincinnati region and starts 11th. Brian Lindstrand is in the 04 Van Diemen and represents the Milwaukee region, starting in 12th position. Matt Strand drives the number 99 Store WF1. He's representing the Florida region of the SCCA, and he starts lucky 13th. AJ Snyder starts 14th in a Store WF1. He hails from the Central Carolina region. Then we got Dale Vandenbush in his Spartan Mazda-powered machine. He starts 15th, and starting 16th, Jason Vinkemolder in his Spartan VP025. And he starts 16th. Let's move over now to our second pack, our FE2s. We're on the pole today, representing the Central Illinois region of the SCCA with a qualifying time of 2:14.045, the number 80 of Mateo Naranjo. Will Franklin will start right alongside. He represents the Atlanta region and drives the 37 car. Steve Whitston, a little bit earlier today in Formula V, now in his FE2 machine. The number 18 car starts 3rd, with Tom Hope starting alongside in 4th, and he is representing the Cal Club. Dean Opperman will start 5th. Dean's representing the Chicago region and drives the number 27 machine, while Keith Jocelyn is in the number 55 car, and he starts 6th. Paul Marino starts 7th in the 44, while Tom Burt will start 8th, driving the number 45 car. Derek Chan drives the number 92. He starts 9th. And on the outside of row number 5, it's Mark Greb, and he is driving the 71 machine. Russell Strait Jr. will start 11th in the number 77 FE2 machine, with Danny Markling in the number 3 car starting in 12th. There is your starting order as the lights are out on our first pace car. And now, as the pace car makes that hard right onto the pit lane, we're going to turn the field over to Bart Wolf and Lawrence Loshak for the start.
I think Loshak and Vanacore both looking for redemption today. This will be a lot of fun with some of the fastest race cars we've seen on this racetrack all weekend.
All right, as they come underneath the Mission Bridge, the first of two mission bridges. The starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. Bart Wolf jumping out to an early lead with Todd Vanacore in the green and black Elan slotting in directly behind. And Loshak not getting a great start. He is slotting into third position with Lee Alexander in his store slotting into fourth as they head down the hill and towards turn 3. Our second pack now coming into the final corner.
I think Fritz Seidel also had a really good start there in prototypes. Lawrence Loshak already with a mechanical issue pulling off the racetrack at turn 3. 2 days of heartbreak. Oh, man.
That is a shame for a many-time national champion. As our Formula Enterprise 2 racers come up over the crest of the hill, green flag is in the air for them with Matteo Naranjo, yesterday's winner, running away. Will Franklin second, Steve Whitston now, as they are 3 wide for the moment and jumping to an early lead. And I think much like he did yesterday, Steve Whitston taking the point here to start the very first lap and run down into turn 2 as Will Franklin and Matteo Naranjo battling it out for second. Franklin in the pink cow car, the white car with the pink spots. Matteo Naranjo in the black and orange machine now as they come out of turn 3 and make the run down the Moraine sweep.
Wow, what a start for Whitston from the inside of the second row. He's got about a 5-car breakaway here in this spec racing class, Formula Enterprises 2. As Naranjo comes back down the inside, no anti-lock brakes, all skill there, takes the spot back from Will Franklin. Franklin running just a little bit wide. That's going to give Tom Hope in the red car a run up the hill under the Corvette bridge and picks up third as Franklin continues to struggle, finds himself off the racetrack. This is exactly what happened to him yesterday, and he falls all the way back to 7th.
And I think I said it as I was reading down the grid, Tom, that Matteo Naranjo took the win yesterday in FE2. Let me correct myself. That was Steve Whitston who took the win, with Matteo Naranjo finishing in second, Will Franklin bringing his car home in third. Yesterday's winner in the prototype class was Bart Wolf with Lee Alexander finishing second. Mike Rupert in the number 7 car finished third overall, took the win in prototype 2 over John Patrick Witherspoon and Greg Guyan.
Steve Whitson just seems really confident in this race car on colder tires, fresh off the race start. He's leapt away about 10 car lengths or so. Still plenty of oil dry down there. Very close wheel-to-wheel stuff towards the back of FE2. And already starting their second lap, headed towards turn 5 the second time. Bart Wolf, Todd Vanacore, Lee Alexander have settled into the top 3 in prototypes. They're still close together on the racetrack, although it must be said Lee Alexander has not had the raw pace this weekend at any point to keep up with those top 2 once things settle in. Starts strong, but just doesn't have the raw full performance. Comes up maybe a second a lap short or so.
Yeah, and yesterday, Tom, as we saw, Bart Wolf, I think, had almost 2 to 2.5 seconds per lap on the rest of the prototype field, which is almost exactly the way he qualified earlier in the week. And was somewhere along the lines of 20 to 24, I think, seconds at the checkered flag that separated him from Lee Alexander. We'll see if Todd Vanacore, who had his mechanical issues yesterday, is able to keep this close. He was certainly in contention early on in the fight with Bart Wolf here, but running a little wide coming out of the carousel.
Vanacore, that is sketchy stuff. In a car like this, at a section of the racetrack like this, he's going to fall back into Lee Alexander's clutches into the braking zone as Fritz Seidel, a bit of smoke out of the engine under the backside of that race car, running 4th. He's got Tyler Thielman still within touch here, but Wolf has now a huge lead with that small mistake from Vanacore.
Yeah, and let's continue to watch. We'll try to track Seidel's car. And I think it indeed is some white smoke coming out of the back. I thought maybe as he went through the kink that maybe it was just some of the kitty litter that was still being tossed up. But it looks as though that car may actually be having a bit of an issue.
Speaking of issues, what is this? A car 2 off the ground, one of our Formula Enterprises, stuck on his own wing.
On the wing.
Yeah, so just enough contact to knock his own wing off the race car and gets high-sided on it. It's kind of insult to injury. I hate to laugh there, but a little bit silly down at turn 5. This is going to bring out a local yellow, if not a full course yellow, pretty quickly here.
And it apparently, and I think that is the 77 car Tom, of Russell Straight, and apparently there was contact under braking going into turn 5 as Russell Straight got into the back of the 31 car of David Boutros, and Boutros was able to continue, and as you see there, Russell Straight, not much in the way of assistance from his steering rack, as we are going to a full course caution as they try to get that car removed. And as our leader, Bart Wolf, overall leader, Bart Wolf, is bringing the field now into turn 8. Here, next time he comes by, the safety car should pick him up, but we are now under full course caution. Tom, with I know we're only 2 laps into this race, but why don't we go take our break a little bit early, and when we come back, hopefully we'll have the straight machine cleared off and we'll be able to go back to green flag racing here at Road America, where it is the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, part of the SCCA's Hoosier Racing Tour. We'll be right back.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Road America, the National Park Speed. It is the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, and this is the Arbor Financial Services Challenge for our prototypes, Prototype 2, and Formula Enterprises 2. And Tom, you know what else is a challenge here? Keeping off the walls during a full course caution, as we've got one driver who apparently did not live up to that challenge, and trying to track who that was, if we've gotten the number yet, as we had one driver, and I think we showed it during the commercial break, that impacted the wall on the outside drivers left outside of turn 2, making the run down to turn 3. But as we're under full course caution, we'll get that car for you in just a moment. Bart Wolf is your leader in the prototype field with Lee Alexander second. Todd Vanacore was third as lap number 4 started, with Fritz Seidel fourth. Over in prototype 2, Greg Guyan, John Patrick Witherspoon, Brian Lindstrand, and AJ Snyder. Your top 3. And then finally in FE2, Steve Whitston continues to lead Matteo Naranjo, Tom Hope, and Will Franklin. And probably I guess the big story here, Tom, is we're under the full course caution now. Is at least in FE2, this brings Matteo Naranjo and Tom Hope right back into the conversation.
Yep, it also makes it a single file restart for the entire field all at once, which can create some havoc or at least create some challenges with multi-class racing. Some of the fastest FE2s will be a little bit quicker to start, if not on average, than the slower prototypes just in front of them at this point. And by the way, that was the 29 of John Gayden, who slipped off the track and touched the wall under yellow, but was able to resume. There he is in the number 28 coming towards us. About 4 cars back from our camera shot. But this is all just for a rather harmless incident, which knocked the front wing off of, is it Danny Markline or Russell Straight? Thank you. Russell Straight's number 77. He got stuck like a jack stand up underneath the race car, and he was stuck.
All right. And as you said there, so John Gayden got his car back underway, and I believe he finished last year at the National Championship runoffs in 5th place. He was also the Sendiv prototype champion last year. As we've gotten word from race control that we are going to be going back to green flag racing this next time by. Lights are out on the safety car, and so Bart Wolf will be leading the field to the line for, as you said, Tom, a single file restart as we do here in the SCCA, and coming off of full course cautions. And with the length of this field, and with 30 cars in the field, perhaps the tail end, they'll be watching the corner station. Oh, as we've got another one of our prototype cars appears to be off the pace, Tom, and waving a number of drivers by here as they came into 14. And then we'll hopefully pick up the number on that in just a moment. But some of the cars at the tail end of the line, I would say they'd be watching the flag at 14, but they've all now come onto the front straight, and the green flag is in the air. We're back to racing here at Road America as Bart Wolf leads the field down into turn number 1, and close behind Lee Alexander, Todd Vanacore there, and then 2x2 Fritz Seidel and Tyler Thielman going at it wheel to wheel coming in through turn 3. In the FE2s,
it was intense.
Yeah, I'm trying to track it here. There we go. They're still bunched up there as Steve Whitston had Will Franklin with him, and I think Tom Hope had an amazing start in the number 10 car that pushed Matteo Naranjo back a position.
Right now, Will Franklin's on a breakaway. A bunch of the FE2 drivers anticipating when the green would come out and went to get a run on the field. I don't know what line that is crossed, if it is one at all, but it does mean that a bunch of them are swarming the back of FE2. Will Franklin there just knifes up underneath the inside of another one coming into turn 6. I think Matteo Naranjo has now fought his way back to 2nd. Steve Whitston has slipped back to 3rd after a valiant effort for the lead down into turn 1. Now Tom Hope gets through on the yellow prototype. That's a bit of a cork in the bottle for that FE2 grid. What a turn of events for Will Franklin after that horrible first start. A great restart.
Indeed, as now Steve Whitston comes across the nose, slices across Matteo Naranjo as they head into the carousel, but that is not the battle for the lead. Again, it's Tom Hope with that spectacular start, and now right in the middle of it there, Hope getting very loose on corner entry to the kink. Big wiggle as he was positioned between 2 prototype cars. Tom, he gets through okay, but that's also going to make things very difficult, I think, for Whitston and Franklin to kind of come through there as it gets very, very tight here up through Bill Mitchell Bend.
Yeah, Franklin able to put one more prototype between himself and the rest of FE2. The white and pink machine down to the apex at turn 14 has a big buffer at this point back to Witston and Naranjo. Witston at some point was able to get through on Naranjo. I missed that one on our camera shots. And to your point with that great restart, Tom Hope also in touch with the top 3. And then it's a bit of a gap back to the 55 of Keith Jocelyn, I think in the green machine, who has gone through, I believe, on Dean Opperman and Paul Marino. Yes, it's Jocelyn, Marino, Opperman as they come across the start-finish line for 5th on back. And Will Franklin will not slow down. He wants to get as many of these prototypes as he can, now hunting on the back of another prototype. This is all prototype 2 cars. Towards the back, I think Richard Coburn, Matt Strand, John Patrick Witherspoon are maybe those 3 cars. A little tough to tell with the small numbers.
You know, I think Franklin might have Snyder and Lindstrand directly ahead of him at this point, as they do have the Witherspoon car, and I think Strand back to between he and Witston and Naranjo at this point. But this is great positioning of the car and very opportune, pardon me, for Will Franklin.
Now side by side for 5th again. The 55 of Keith Jocelyn slipping up on the exit of turn 6 opens the door for Paul Marino to go through and take up that 5th spot. That's the next set of cars coming here to turn 8, as now Tom Hope is stuck behind one of the prototypes, trying to find any opportunity he can to stay in touch with those top 3. But the reality of multi-class racing within this race is that you don't just get spots given to you. You have to earn them the same way as if you're racing in multi-class racing. As really close call at the kink as Will Franklin pushes his way through. They were side by side for a second. That put Steve Witston diving to the grass to try to keep his momentum. Really hairy in these race cars, traveling well north of 120, 130 miles an hour at that section of the racetrack.
Yeah, Tom, and as they moved over there, I mean, there are still vestiges of that kitty litter as that was offline being picked up as those drivers went through. So, you know, not exactly the ultimate grip in that section of the track. And I think, speaking of ultimate grip, I think we just saw one of the race cars go around, and I think that might have been the car right behind. That might have been the Hope car, possibly.
Yes.
Tom, that I think I just saw spin on the entrance to 14.
Touched the grass with the left rear tire and it went around. He didn't even make it to this camera shot looking at the exit. Here's a look at it from the entry of the corner. Got on the curbs, floated the car just into the dirt enough to lose the back end. After that great restart, he did resume, now coming up underneath the Mission Bridge towards the start-finish line.
All right, so that is going to move the number 10 car back a number of positions, both overall and in FE2. And as he comes across the line, Tom Hope now running 10th of essentially tail end Charlie in FE2. The only other driver showing being further behind is actually Russell Straight, who retired after just a single lap.
So after all that, the top 3 in FE2 have settled in. It's Franklin, who has completely lost all advantage with all this traffic, now with Mateo Naranjo right behind him, and Steve Witston having to check up down the kettle bottoms before Canada Corner, slipped to 3rd. By the way, Greg, Lee Alexander, maybe his team, or maybe he heard me say that he's been about a second a lap off pace. He just ran the fastest lap of the race and is holding within a half second of Bart Wolf for the overall lead in prototypes, so call me a liar.
There you go. Or call you the impetus. Yeah. Maybe. Usually they only listen to us when we tell that there's smoke coming out of the car or something like that. Here you've egged their crew on to put a wick under Lee Alexander there. So very good as Alexander, as you said, within a half second. And as they come now across the line, Tom, Lee Alexander, he's your new leader as Bart Wolf falls back into 2nd position as they come to us now in turn 1.
Really good stuff here between the top 2, and Todd Vanacore is not all that far back, maybe about 4 seconds at the line. Now call it 5 seconds at the line from the back of Bart Wolf. And that is not all said and done. Still 6 laps to go. That's going to be maybe about 14 minutes more racing. We have 25 minutes on the clock. We'll get all these laps in, no problem, Greg. But the question is, does Bart Wolf have an issue, or does Lee Alexander all of a sudden have a race car under him that he's much happier with?
So, the last time through, Wolf was almost a second off of Lee Alexander's pace. Was lapping in at a 2:06.1. That is a full 2 seconds off of his best qualifying time here, and 2 seconds off of his fastest race lap yesterday. So I suspect that, yes, maybe there is something going on there, unless perhaps he's on an older set of tires, Tom.
So many variables with these full-on proper race cars. It makes it that much harder to get right, both from the prep and setup perspective, but also for the drivers. So we've seen small mistakes net big consequences in this race so far. And Lee Alexander is, I wouldn't say pulling away, but he's holding that buffer back to Bart Wolff just about where it sits, and it hasn't changed since the start of this lap. Bart Wolff running the fastest Sector 1 of the race this lap. Lee Alexander just finished the fastest Sector 2 of the race. So they're kind of exchanging, running right on the exact same pace between those top two. And then we get this FE2 battle working the hurry downs that is still stuck in a whole bunch of prototypes as well. But Franklin has the top spot over Naranjo, just kind of dealing with what they can get lap by lap.
All right, we've got a local caution now, Tom, coming through turn 6 underneath the Corvette Bridge. Is that battle for the lead now coming into turn 1 and taking over the lead, retaking the lead. Bart Wolff, who just, and, you know, Tom, we were wondering, hell, maybe there's something wrong with the car. Bart Wolff now at a 2:03.8. So now running almost 2/10 faster than he ran in yesterday's race, and retakes the lead. But Lee Alexander lapping considerably faster than he had all weekend, and almost 2 full seconds faster than he did at any point in yesterday's race.
Yeah, it's really big gains here for that driver in second, the number 48, the slightly smaller of the two cars. So many options, by the way, in prototypes to run all sorts of different chassis, different engine packages, etc. Typically in prototypes, we're talking production car engine, small displacement, something out of a Honda, Toyota, Mazda, etc. And in prototype 2, we're talking bike motors, but that's still not an exact rule between these two. But it does look like Lee Alexander does have a lot more pace today. We know that for sure. Bart Wolff, the question is, can he start to pull away with some clear track? Or are they going to be swapping blows like this for the rest of the race?
All right, and if we take a look briefly at the P2 field, Greg Guyan has opened up almost 16 seconds on AJ Snyder. But AJ's he's got a nice little battle on his hands with John Patrick Witherspoon. We'll try and pick that up if we can here in just a few moments. And I'm going to see if I can give Jordan maybe some hints and tips on where these drivers might be on course.
I think they're right here.
I think we got them right. Yeah, I say right with us right here. Thank you, Jordan.
Thanks, Jordan. So we've got Will Franklin under the Motul Bridge into the carousel. Then your Prototype 2 second place driver, AJ Snyder. Then second in FE2, Mateo Naranjo. Then third in Prototype 2, Matt Strand. So those pair of black and yellow prototypes battling for podium spots between them, second and third. And they've got Brian Lindstrand, like you mentioned, in the white and red, still within touch of them as well. But it's kind of alternating between FE2 and prototypes, each car having to deal with an out-of-class car before they get to somebody within their own class.
As we watch Mateo Naranjo coming up through Thunder Valleys, he's almost 2 seconds in arrears of our FE2 leader, who's now coming up the hill. And as they cross the lines of Will Franklin now, your leader, with now 2 seconds on Mateo Naranjo, opens up a couple more there. Steve Whitston, another 1.5 seconds back from there as he crosses the start-finish line. And after that blazing start, as Whitston comes cutting across the nose there of Matt Strand going into turn number 10. Probably that was John Gayden, I think, that he came across going into turn 10 and turn 1, sorry, and not able to hold him off here as he's trying to work his way back up to Mateo Naranjo in that battle for second.
Yeah, Gaydon trying to get back through with the slightly faster prototype car. That's the big black and blue machine, about 6 cars back in this row. He's struggling to commit to it, and that's really frustrating Steve Widston, I think, at this point. Trying to maintain momentum, but look, just there, he gets thrown off by the car coming through and loses a little bit more time as he doesn't have the raw power to fight back on those straights. Delays him another couple car lengths behind Mateo Naranjo, who now sits 2 cars up the road, the black and orange FE2. By the way, Naranjo and Widston both set their fastest laps of the race last time by, with Widston being the fastest of the top 3. So he does have plenty of pace. He just needs to get some space on the racetrack to realize it, I think.
All right, Todd Vanacore now just crossing the start-finish line, Tom. And Vanacore, where, we saw right after a couple laps after the restart that he was within shouting distance, a couple of seconds back from Bart Wolff and Lee Alexander. Now 13 seconds back from our prototype leaders. Fritz Siddell, another 5 seconds back from there. Tyler Thielman, another 2 back from there. That's your top 5 in prototype. Greg Guyan should be the next to cross the start-finish line, and there he is. Guyan coming across the line now almost 20 seconds back from the prototype class racers, but he's got a fairly substantial advantage over AJ Snyder in the number 49 store.
Those top 2 in prototypes down into turn 8, working lap number 11 here. We're coming down to the wire, and Lee Alexander set the fast lap of the race again, took it back from Bart Wolff last time at a 2:03.8, and was faster in sector 1 as well. I think this might be the section of the racetrack where the Elan DPO2 leading the race for Bart Wolff is a little bit stronger, the highest speeds, but Lee Alexander still has plenty of pace left, was a little bit slower there in sector 2, but he's still within a second of the top car there.
And do you think, Tom, given that the Elan is a much wider chassis than that store, perhaps a little bit better on its tires than the more narrow machine?
Yeah, track width equals handling for sure. So maybe better on its tires, maybe better in the handling section. In fact, as we get into those high-speed corners, just a little bit more stability for it, a little bit easier to drive. As I can't really describe to you how challenging these cars are to trust and drive. It really is a built relationship unlike any other race car that I've experienced. You just have to have that confidence and that comfort to carry entry speed, to make lap time. Both clearing a slower car lets them through easily up the Road America straight to start this lap. This will be 2 to go, with Bart Wolff again losing a 10th to Lee Alexander on that lap. Alexander within 7 tenths now across the start-finish line.
All right, and with Tom, as you said, a little bit less than 2 laps to go. I want to let all our viewers know that this will be the last race of the morning, last race before we take a break for lunch. We'll get the return time for you as soon as we know it. It's scheduled to be right around 12:30 return time, and so we'll verify that that is indeed the case, but about an hour from now.
Greg, we're picking up on that prototype 2, I think, machine that's just under the Sargento Bridge, stopped with driver out, and that's either AJ Snyder or Matt Strand. It was Strand from 3rd in the class.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm not showing a local caution at this point coming out of 3 or 3A, especially if the driver's out of the car. I'm sure they're probably just going to leave it there till the end, especially as we only have now a little less than a lap remaining. Our leaders in the prototype class, Bart Wolff and Lee Alexander, coming once again through the kink. And yeah, Tom, I can only imagine the commitment that you must have there to ensure that you have the maximum amount of aero downforce bringing you through a corner like that.
Could put you in your car on your commute, maybe, if you've not been on a racetrack. Imagine coming into an off-ramp just a little bit too fast and realizing you have to keep slowing down. That feeling in your stomach, that's tenfold, 100-fold in a car like this with the amount of speed it can carry. Coming to the white flag here for Bart Wolff and Lee Alexander. Alexander, again, personal best sectors all across this lap, gets a little bit closer again. The gap between the two of them nearly identical lap after lap, but Alexander is working his way slightly closer.
All right, and they're coming up on some slower traffic, Tom, as they come out of turn 2. They're going to have a few FE2 racers directly ahead of them.
Good timing there, just splits them, and now we'll be able to use the power, I think, of those prototypes down this straightaway on the Formula Enterprise, which pulls left. Here comes Lee Alexander. He's got to run. They're side by side into the braking zone, coming up shortly, Greg.
And as they come down the moraine sweep and over the crest of the hill and into the braking, Alexander with the inside position, maybe a little bit earlier on the brakes, and Bart Wolf's able to outbrake him and sweep around from the outside to hold on to the position with only about 2/3 of a lap remaining.
Masterfully played there by Bart Wolf. He trusted to turn in when he needed to. Lee Alexander couldn't make the corner from where he was, pulled up just a little bit short, and Bart Wolf continues to lead the race. I think this is Tom Hope's Formula Enterprise that they're coming up on as they go through on one of the other cars a little further back. No delays there, no changes. With about 5 corners to go, Greg, for Bart Wolf, the local guy, trying to take home the win over the Tennessee driver.
And Wolf has 2 car lengths as they come into the kink and out. They're going to have some more FE2 traffic ahead of them, perhaps as they go up through Thunder Valley when the track tightens up a little bit and it becomes a little bit more difficult. That might be the best last chance that Lee Alexander will have as they come up through Thunder Valley and into turn 14. And perhaps they don't get to that FE2 car until they get onto the Road America straight, where it's not going to matter. Lee Alexander 3 car lengths back as they come onto the front straight. And he's got a pretty clear run now as he pops to driver's right for Bart Wolf, driver the number 28 Elan. He's going to take the win here today in the prototype class over Lee Alexander here in the Arbor Financial Services Challenge. Coming home in 3rd, and we'll see him coming up the hill here in just a moment, should be Todd Vanacore over in P2. Let's take a look where Greg Guyan is on track. Guyan in the number 83 machine.
Still all the way over in sector 2, maybe coming out of the carousel or so.
Now, yeah. So he's got about a half a course remaining here. And our FE2 leader. Let's see if we can pick up the Franklin car here where he may be. That is the number 37 car. There he is coming through the kink right now.
Greg, I think Greg Guyan might be having an issue here very late in this race. He's dropped way off. I think he's still going to be able to finish no problem, but he's now getting run over by our FE2 leaders. Guyan in that yellow and blue. Much closer to Will Franklin than we expected. Those top 2 in each class running nose to tail.
Yeah, yes, here on the last stop, and he may have just enough pace to make it to the, oh my gosh, they're coming into the final corner. Will Franklin drops a wheel, and is he off into the gravel? He is, Tom. Will Franklin, with only 1 corner remaining, cannot get it done. Sebastian Naranjo will come up the Road America straight. He's going to take the win in FE2.
Unbelievable. Look at this. The same mistake we saw earlier in the race. Just grabs the curb with the left side tires. The curb floats the left side of the race car, puts you off into the dirt, and Franklin was a passenger at that point. Unbelievable. From the race lead in the final corner. That's a heartbreaker.
And Tom, Dean Opperman will finish 14 seconds in a rear in second. I don't know if he picked this up, but Steve Whitston ended up 3 laps down and retired early. Paul Marino will come home in 3rd. Keith Jocelyn in the number 55 machine will finish just off the podium in FE2. He will finish 4th with Derek Chan finishing in 5th. Over in P2, Greg Guyan will take the win. He had some margin to spare. AJ Snyder will finish 2nd. Almost 20 seconds in arrears. John Patrick Witherspoon will bring the number 88 Store home in 3rd, then Brian Lindstrand and Richard Colburn. So over in the prototype class, Wolf, Alexander Vanacore, P2, Guyan, Snyder, and Witherspoon. And in FE2, Mateo Naranjo takes the lead on the final corner. Dean Opperman will finish 2nd. Paul Marino will finish in 3rd. That is That is your podium for the Arbor Financial Services Challenge. Taking the win, those 3 winners, a cash award of $200, a Hoosier Racing Tire, 2 Hoosier Racing Tire certificates, a June Sprint checkered flag, and a hat for their efforts. That's going to wrap things up for our final race of the morning. Check back with us. We're going to be back on track at 12:30 p.m. Central Time. That's 1:30 Eastern. Enjoy lunch, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have 2 main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
It is the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, and we are back. Hope everybody had a great lunch. We've got 5 feature races on tap for you here this afternoon from the National Park of Speed from Road America. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Tom O'Gorman. And first up this afternoon for the Advanced Auto Sports Challenge, it is SMX, where our winner today will win a $200 cash award, 2 Hoosier Racing Tire certificates, a SCCA June Sprints checkered flag, and a June Sprints hat. Second place will win a $100 cash award, a single tire certificate from Hoosier Racing Tire, and a hat. And if you finish third today in the Advanced Auto Sports Challenge, you'll win $50 cash award, as well as a $100 product certificate to Breakometer and a June Sprints hat. Tom, let's take a look at our starting order for this afternoon's SMX races. We once again have a number of our racers streaming their in-car views. We'll be able to take a look in with them this afternoon. William Wallace, driver of the number 52 SMX, representing the San Francisco region, will start on pole today. I believe that's where he was yesterday. He finished up in 16th position. I'm sure he's looking for maybe a little bit better finish. Starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 24 Mazda, representing the Washington, D.C. region, yesterday's race winner, Camden Gruber. Michelle Squarick will start third today. She's out of Peachtree Corners, Georgia, and she will be driving the number 75 Mazda. Wes Duchek will start fourth. He's in the number 40 machine and represents the Central Florida region of the SCCA, while Ryan Gutile will start fifth. Ryan is in the number 116 Mazda. Jared Korth represents the San Francisco region, much like Mr. Gutile. He drives the number 27 Mazda, and he'll start sixth. Benham Abernathy will start seventh in the 133 machine, while Joey Andrews in the number 111 car will start eighth. The inside of row number 5 belongs to Christian Hoagland, who is representing Cal Club this weekend in the 01 machine, with Lincoln Larson starting 10th. He is in the number 12 car. He represents the Utah region of the SCCA. Mitch Lowry will start 11th. He's driving the number 21 car, with Matt Stretch from Wheels America Racing in the number 89 machine. He starts 12th. Matteo Azzari, I think we're going to have all of our Matteo fans coming out in the chat. It's about that time, Tom. Matteo Azzari is going to start 13th today. He's in the number 110 Mazda. He represents the Chicago region. Aiden Shimbashi is in the number 72 car, representing the Florida region. He starts 14th, with Jake Faulkner in the number 54 Mazda MX-5. He hails from the Houston region, and he will start 15th. Christopher Jerem will start 16th. He's in the number 10 car, representing the Central Florida region. Mark Carter, 17th in the number 18 car. Bryce Johnson will start 18th today. He's in the number 15 Mazda MX-5. And then we'll round out the field with row number 10, Jet Evan in the number 55 car. He represents the Milwaukee region, as does our 20th starter driving the number 5 car, Marcello Kuzma. And that is your 20-car field here in SMX Spec MX-5. And Tom, should be noted that our pace car driver today, our Grand Marshal for the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago June Sprints, it is Cooper McNeil.
Unfortunately, Greg, I just caught on that warm-up lap Jared Korth having a mechanical failure, pulled out of line, and it sounds like maybe getting a tow. Hopefully doesn't delay our start, but there was a lot of smoke coming off the right rear of that race car, and we're hearing it may delay the race start one lap.
Yes.
This time by.
Yeah, actually, what's going to happen, Tom, we just got word, they're actually going to bring the entire field down the pit lane. They're going to black flag the field. They should follow the pace car onto the pit lane so that they can go and clean up the track there. Yeah, you can see there's quite a bit of oil coming out of turn 1, making the run underneath the tire rack bridge there, turn 2, down to turn number 3. And so when they come down the pit lane, Tom, typically, this would trigger the start of the clock. It will not start there, and so we'll have the field ready to go and send them out for their very first lap and start the clock when the green flag flies here as soon as we get this cleanup done.
That's ultimately good news, but that is a extensive and catastrophic failure there for the stock engine in this car. It's a huge amount of fluids down, basically the width of the car. And we only saw smoke from the right rear mainly, but definitely came from somewhere underneath the car to make that much of a mess. Luckily, just offline, and Jared caught it pretty early, I think, to minimize the damage that it could do to the racetrack. But there's only so much you can do. I mean, the middle of the racetrack just coated in something.
Indeed. All right, so we are under black flag conditions here as we're going to go and get the track hopefully cleaned up. Tom, this might be for you and I and for our watchers at home and on YouTube the best possible situation, because we're going to take our break before this race even starts, and we'll be able to take you from green flag to checker here in SMX, the Advanced Auto Sports Challenge, here in just a few moments. We'll be right back.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk are covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Welcome back to the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, the 71st consecutive June Sprints. I'm Greg, he's Tom, and that's Oil. And we are going to, we've heard it's going to be at least a couple of minutes here before we get the oil cleaned up. We're going to take a quick little break. As soon as we get an update on the return time, we'll put it up on the screen. We'll let you know over the PA system as well. But we're going to stand down for a few minutes while this is underway. And when we come back, we've got 5 more races for you here this afternoon. We've got our Advanced Auto Sports Challenge for SMX. Next race up is going to be Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental. And then we got 3 more very exciting races. After that, we're going to wrap up the day with Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. So stay with us. We'll be back with more coverage from Road America in just a few moments. Stay with us. We'll be back with more coverage from Road America in just a few moments.
Hi, Hi, I'm Eliban Goulart, driver number 70, Cruise Speed, Spec Miata.
Hi, my name is Ethan Goulart, driver number 72, Spec Miata, Mazda Motorsports. 2014, 4 years old in a go-kart. I'm the fourth generation of my family, so he's my father, and then my grandfather ran a team as well, SCCA Racing, who we also ran with, and then my great-grandfather.
So racing together is, I mean, look, I'm sure I'm gonna step back and look at this a few years from now and be like, wow, those are like some of the best moments that I get to share it with one of my kids and race with each other. I never really look as like racing against each other, but there's definitely a little bit of a feud in there somewhere, you know, so I'm not sure what the dynamic is. I gotta keep him in his place once in a while.
Definitely a great opportunity to be racing with your father. You know, being bumper to bumper, working with each other. But at the same time, I want to beat him. He's just another competitor to me. So even though I want to work with him, I still want to beat him. So,
okay, all right, we'll see, right?
Obviously, we're working with each other. We're looking at the data and video after each session and seeing what we do differently. There's many things that he does better than me and many things that he's learning from me as well. So it's a combination of both. I'm still learning a lot with the racecraft side of things, and he's teaching me. And I even see things visually while on the track, just like yesterday during testing. I learned something like when he was passing somebody, you know, he just stayed a little wider, opened up the radius and let me get in. So it's about teamwork and staying together, but I also learn a lot from other drivers as well, because everybody does everything a little bit differently. So I like to pay attention to everybody and pick up on things and make myself a well-rounded driver altogether.
You have so many different competitors, right? In Spec Miata, you got 50 plus guys out there and gals out there that we're running very close, so we're always learning from each other, right? So even after all these years, I still feel like I go out there always picking something up, even if it's a little bit smaller. Certainly from Ethan, even though he's still only 15, there are little things that I picked up that he does differently that may work a little better than what I do, and I'm sure that's vice versa as well. But I think with us running comparable times and so on, it's really a great tool to have and be able to share that data and that feedback and you know, relay it over to the guys to make the chassis better and better so that we can go faster together. So there are many sports out there. Racing is the one that I fell in love with, and I think that racing with your family especially is one of the most beautiful things out there. It's definitely a moment that you can share with each other. Intensity is high, the love is high, sometimes the getting upset is a little bit high too. But those emotions, I think, create a great bond. But just being around the whole paddock is a great family atmosphere. Being able to share those stories after the fact, being able to talk about it before coming to a race, just enjoying and sharing a similar likeness of things, I think that just goes with you for the rest of your life. So SCCA Club Racing is definitely one of the great places to go and accomplish that, and I think that everybody should have a chance to go and experience it.
Hey everybody, my name is Jonathan Start. I'm racing the number 51 GT2 Viper ACRX here at Road America this weekend. We're going to kind of talk about some changing conditions that are happening this weekend. We're going from rain to wet to dry to kind of wet, trying to figure out the correct setup, which tires we might need to run in our particular racing line that we need. With racing in the rain, you usually want to soften up your vehicle. Some of the things that you can do is change your shock settings, change your spring rate, and maybe if you can also change your sway bar. We can change our shock setting, so we go soft. You really want to go soft in the rear in this car, so we can kind of put the power down a little bit easier. With any type of racing, you have different tires. In this scenario, as you start seeing that rain coming down, it's time to start trying to figure out which tire you have. There's full wet, there's intermediates, slicks, and what we call a DOT slick. This is where it kind of gets challenging, and the best of the best can really kind of figure out which tire to use at the right time. If it's drying and you think it's going to be really dry, you put that full race tire ready on that slick tire and go for it. But definitely if it's raining and you think it's going to be raining the whole time and wet, we use that full Hoosier rain tire. One thing that really factors into this is what you're going to do as a driver. A lot of people change their actual racing line or driving line. As you look, you're looking for puddles, you're looking for glare. If you're on the rain tires and it does start to dry, you're seeking the wet to keep those tires cool. But if you are on those dry tires and it is starting to dry out, you try to get to that dry line as soon as you can to keep those slick tires warm, and hopefully you have the chance to win that race. Hopefully these items that we covered today help you at the track and hopefully make you more successful. But it is my time to go. We're about ready to go race ourselves. I actually need to figure out which tires I'm going to use here in just a moment. Guys, have a great day. Thanks for watching.
And we're back here at Road America and the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. And now it is time to go SMX racing for the Advanced Auto Sports Challenge. So a little bit of an update as we came off that cleanup for the oil laid down by one of our cars on the pace lap. I think I misspoke just a little bit. As our cars are leaving the pit lane now, they are technically starting their very first lap, and the clock has begun. This is again, a 13-lap or 45-minute race, whichever comes first. They're leaving that first lap. Will be behind the Corvette pace car as we watch William Wallace, our pole sitter today, going off with the pace car just ahead. And so when they come around, when they take the green flag, they will be starting lap number 2 of this race. But we still, Tom, I think, anticipate they should be able to complete all these laps without fear of running up against the clock.
Yeah, I agree with that. 13 laps or 45 minutes on the board. By the time we get the race started, it'll probably be right about 40 as a pace lap here averages right about 5 minutes. So that's a couple laps shorter than a timed race would be, but plenty of time still for those what will become 12 laps, as this is again worth reminding everybody basically a one-to-one simulation of what the national championships race would be later this fall come October when we're here for those national championship runoffs. It's a 13-lap race or a 45-minute window to get those laps done, exactly what we're doing here today. So this is really, really important for the drivers to pay attention to. Other thing worth noting, Greg, is that these tires on the cars have been on the cars for quite a while. Only one set available per weekend for each SMX driver. That means they've been on for at least one, if not two, qualifying sessions based on the weather that had been rolling through, plus yesterday's 25-minute race, and then again for today's 13-lap or 45-minute race. They're going to be getting pretty knackered by the end of this one.
Yeah, and Tom, going back and checking my notes, I believe that all of these drivers have had these dry weather tires on for both of their qualifying sessions as well as the sprint race, the 25-minute sprint race yesterday, with one exception, and that is Joey Andrews, who is starting 8th in the field today. He went out on wets for that very first qualifying session, so has at least one fewer heat cycle on the tires. Here as we go on board with Joey Andrews and what it looks like for him here in 10th. Wow, you can see all the body roll that these cars get, how softly sprung they are. Now, they did have that single opportunity to come down out of turn 2 and see where that oil dry was, that very wide stripe of oil dry. But for the most part, Tom, offline, obviously on the opening lap, if you're going to try to make a pass down the inside, it might be a bit precarious there. But I think also based where the driver pulled off track, where Jared Korth in the number 27 machine went into the grass there, probably doesn't carry that oil dry line, doesn't appear to carry much past the apex there and really affect the exit of the corner.
Right. All things considered, I do think Jared did a pretty good job to stay off the racetrack. There weren't any major signs that the car had its catastrophic failure immediately, and he didn't stay on the racetrack for all that long. So credit to him where it's due. But also, it will make the second half of the grid's visibility pretty poor down into the braking zone for turn 3. Another thing to keep an eye on for each of these drivers and have in mind to plan ahead a bit.
As they are now coming through the kink and down through the kettle bottoms, where they're seeing what's left of the oil dry from some of the sessions that we had before lunch. And most of that has now been ground into the pavement. Shouldn't present much of a problem. Might create some sightline problems for them on the opening lap or two here as the lights are now out on the pace car. The field's going to get turned over to William Wallace. Again, yesterday's winner starting on the outside of the front row. That is Camden Gruber from Winchester, Virginia. Wes Duchek finished second. Michelle Squarick had finished third. Duchek is starting on the outside of the second row today. Michelle Squarick starting on the inside of the front row behind Wallace and Gruber. Then Gutile will start 5th. And, what we're going to see then, actually, I said that Joey Andrews was scheduled to start 8th. Because of how they gridded up, we'll have to see. I think that should move Benham Abernathy up into the 6th position from 7th. So some of these racers now, I think, on the opposite side of the track than they had originally anticipated. As the pace car now heads to the pit lane, William Wallace leads the field with Camden Gruber beside. And as the starter looks over the field, the green flag, Tom, it's in the air once again here at the June Sprints. And much like he did yesterday, a good start from Camden Gruber, able to nose ahead of William Wallace, but only by about a half a car length at this point. But Wallace is going to have the position as they go into turn 1, as we see the noses drop on those 2 cars, and Wallace, the first driver into the first corner, as they come now into that area where we've got all the oil dry, and Gruber's going to push Wallace right on into it, and he's going to take the lead going into turn 3.
Yeah, good single file for the top 4, but Ryan Gutile was stuck on the oil dry for the entire entry. I think that's going to compromise both his exit and Joey Andrews, who's just in front of Lincoln Larson as we jump on board here. Most of the cars are to their left, and now Andrews is going to try to go with them as well. Ducek got up to 3rd, Squires dropping to 4th as they come into the braking zone for turn 5 on this first lap.
All right, and now taking a quick look now to the inside of Camden Gruber is then William Wallace. He gets back in line, not able to, really didn't have enough of a run down into the corner to do anything about it as they all come under the Corvette bridge. And this time through, looks like even on cold tires, racers make it through successfully, and all in a single line now, making their way down the hurry downs.
What a jackrabbit start, Greg, for Christian Hoagland, who is all the way up to 5th from 9th on the grid. Of course, one of those spots was Jared Korth, who retired the car, but otherwise he's raced his way all the way into the top 5 and has got a bunch of pressure on Michelle Squires to try to stay in touch with those top 3. Also saw Benham Abernathy settling in just behind there in 6th, and I think it was... I just lost it. Mitch Lowry that got up to 7th, if I'm correct. Yeah, just making a pass there on Hoagland is Abernathy, so he picks up 5th. Now the top 4 getting away because of it. Oh!
And we've got Ryan Gutile, it looks like.
No, that's Matteo Azzari, excuse me. He just had the big spins. Go ahead, Greg.
No, I was just going to say, is he was off driver's left, coming out of the kink. And he is, it looks like he's a keeper over there, Tom, is we are getting word from the corner workers that he did impact the wall on the exit. Did he have a little help there?
I don't think he did. He just lost the back end on entry as these cars really buff it around a lot in the line. Wild, it blew the roof off the car as he spun backwards. It picked the back of the hardtop up and blew it over the fence, but that car is stranded. It's trying to move. Look, he's rolling it just a little bit further forward, trying to get some drive, but I'm guessing there's right rear suspension damage that might prevent him from moving, as we're still green flag racing down into turn 1 with Cameron Gruber at the front of the field.
All right, as they now come down into turn 1, it's Gruber, Wallace, Ducek, and Michelle Squires, your top 4, Abernathy, about 3 car lengths back. Then Mitch Lowry, Joey Andrews, Christian Hoagland, Lincoln Larson, and now Matt Stretch moves up into 10th position as they come down through and onto the Moraine sweep. Haven't heard anything yet from race control as to whether or not we are going to be going to a full course caution or not at the moment. We are still just a local caution there, and we do have emergency services teams responding.
Still well over a mile.
Do this under green flag conditions, Tom, is we do have the local caution at turn 11 at the entrance to the kink, but no, we are now going to a full course caution.
Yeah, I think that's probably the smart call. It's worth remembering, although it's not their favorite moment, that over half of this field got black flag penalties in qualifying for not heeding yellow flags. So this would have been a good test of their their recall to not get themselves in trouble again, but that's way too risky a test. I'm not really interested in taking that pop quiz.
And certainly they're coming out of the kink with the emergency services teams with one of their vehicles still on the track surface.
Right.
Best call that we can make here. So we are under a local caution with just 2 laps complete, actually 1 lap complete. First lap was under, we had a black flag here, so 1 race lap complete. We've got 11 remaining, or 10 and a half remaining, here as the field makes their way through the carousel. They're going to be coming up on the incident scene here in just a few moments as we have a few more emergency services teams responding. We see that flatbed out there. That definitely tells me, Tom, that there was some suspension damage to that Mazda, that they're going to need to lift it up and out. And all I can say is on the outside of that fence line, on the exit of the kink, are the railroad tracks. And, next time they come by, well, somebody might be able to, put a hand down or something, go and pick up it's a heavy roof to just put a hand down for. But that's one of the major reasons why they've never been able to go and extend the runoff area there on the outside of turn 11, outside of the kink, is because there's a railroad bed right on the other side of that fencing, which makes it all but impossible. And so, in the last couple of years, we've seen, for example, the grasscrete be put down there to perhaps provide a little bit more grip, but also to help with the sight lines there so that we don't have the dirt. But we are now under full course caution. Your leader, Camden Gruber.
Some interesting yo-yoing happening in that very first lap. I mentioned Hoagland up from 9th to 5th. He actually fell all the way back down to 8th before we went to full course caution. So we have Camden Gruber having started on the outside of the front row, leading the race. William Wallace from the inside of the front row in second. Weston Duchek and Michelle Squire shared the second row. They still sit 3rd and 4th. Benham Abernathy up from 7th to 5th. Joey Andrews up from 8th to 6th. Mitchell Lowry up from 11th to 7th. All getting in front of Christian Hoagland there in the second half of that lap. Then Ryan Gutile then Lincoln Larson and Ryan Gutile rounding out the top 5. So that fully solid light blue Miata is the 10th place car, splitting the field directly in half there. Then Matt Stretch and the rest rounding this field out. A little bit smaller field here, both in SMX and in Spec Miata, because of the Pro Series racing at Mid-Ohio, a couple of hours east of here. They had both of their races this weekend. It's really cool. If you go back and watch the runoffs or SCCA racing over the last 3 to 5 years, and then you watch the Pro Series, the Global MX-5 Cup, you see a lot of the same names. And it's not just a ladder. It's kind of a whole ecosystem in a way. You'll see drivers jump up to the Pro Series, jump back. Both are equal destinations in their own way. But some drivers that we know very well from SCCA racing had great success over in the Pro side this weekend.
Right, is the Corvette pace car. Beautiful C8 Corvette provided by Road America brings the field down the Moraine sweep out from underneath the Sargento Bridge. We are still under full course caution, and we do still have the emergency services teams on the outside of turn 11 over at the kink, looking to remove Matteo Azzari's number 110 Mazda. Only driver, and out of the 20-car field, Tom, to not take the green flag today was Jared Korth, who, of course, had his engine issues on the pace lap. And I think, as you were talking about some of the drivers who will either go between or drive both SMX as well as Mazda MX-5 Cup, we do have Jet Eben, I think the youngest of the Eben boys, racing here today in the number 55 machine. His older brother, Cam, I know had made his MX-5 Cup debut earlier this season, and I think he's down at Mid-Ohio racing this weekend. But as you said, a number of racers, a couple of the folks from the Wheels America team. We've got Matt Stretch here today, but I believe Logan Stretch has also put in some time over in that series as well. All right, as soon as we get an update on the cleanup, we'll know here. And it looks like they have the Azzari machine now loaded up on the rollback, and they're starting to leave the area as our pace car had slowed the pace down considerably to give our workers as much time to get that cleanup. Had almost 100% track blockage, Tom, as they were trying to get the Mazda onto that rollback, as the rollback was covering from the left of the track to the right of the track. But now it is clear out of the way, and because they're just now entering the carousel. I'm hoping that we may be able to go back to green flag racing this next time by, as the emergency services teams are just now past Canada Corner, and will be making their way up through Thunder Valley here momentarily. And race control is providing the information to the starter stand as well as the pace car that they do expect, the decision hasn't been made yet, but they are expecting to go green this next time by. And now the decision has been made. And Tom, neat fact, of course, the oil dry that they use to put down to try to soak up the oil that sometimes ends up on the track surface here. They are supplied in very large bags, like large bags of mulch or what have you. Took 11 bags of oil dry to clean up that area from turn 2 down to turn 3 after that incident on the pace lap. As I'm sure the racers now on the radios with their crew have been told that we're going to be going to green flag racing this next time by. When they cross the start finish line, we'll have 9 laps to go and probably around 28 minutes remaining on the clock as the lights are now out on the safety car.
So the bad news is we haven't been racing. The good news is less wear and tear on these tires. So important to put yourself in a position to be successful on these restarts. You cannot be in the wrong gear. You cannot be too far away from the car in front when that green flag comes out. That's where the crew comes into play, but there's also a flagger just at the gantry on that bridge you can keep an eye on if you're out there on your own devices. This is going to be really fun, Greg. Here we go.
All right, as the pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning the field over to our leader, Camden Gruber. He's going to keep the pace at right about that 35-40 mile per hour pace that the pace car was at. And as he comes up, and he's going to wait to see the green flag in the air from the starter, and there it is, and we are racing once again. And we already see at the back of the field, Tom, a couple of the drivers popping out of line, hoping to make up a few positions. And right behind Camden Gruber, the rest of the field has now fanned out. Gruber moves all the way over to driver's left in the hopes of entering that corner first and opening up. And right behind him there, William Wallace is under attack from Wes Ducek and Michelle Squarick now as they come under braking into turn 1. But Camden Gruber will lead the field down the hill.
Wallace had a lot to think about there. He played it perfectly. Michelle Squarick was thinking about a move down on the inside of turn 1, but now has to deal with Weston Ducek going around the outside off of the oil dry and picks up the 3rd spot from Squarick exiting turn 3. And then the big game, who do you follow? Who do you pick to push? Michelle Squarick has plenty of people working with her. Weston Ducek does not. Christian Hoagland does not. A couple cars back. Benham Abernathy looking up the inside of Squarick for 4th. And Hoagland, big lunge down the inside, trying to pick up at least 2 spots with the red headlights there.
All right, as they come up the hill, there you go, is Hoagland now right alongside, was that Abernathy that who's beside there coming up the hill. And now as they come out of turn 6, running wide, running deep on exit, is William Wallace. Going to lose a lot of pace as they make their way down the Hurry Downs. Has opened things up quite a bit for Camden Gruber. And does Michelle Squarick have an opportunity here now as they come into turn number 9 and come underneath the bridge and into the carousel? No, they do not. Gruber is going to try to maintain that advantage he just built up, but as we saw in Spec Miata to open up the day, Tom, although the draft isn't nearly as strong with these NC Miatas, it might be somewhat difficult for Camden Gruber to just run out there by himself for the whole rest of the race.
I agree with that, although he is right in the realm of having broken the draft from the cars behind, as Wallace had that slip at turn 6, Ducek, Squarick, and Abernathy, the next 4 cars. It's a bit of a break back to Mitch Lowry, who has picked up the 6th spot over Christian Hoagland. Those two duking it out for most of Sector 2 has separated them from the rest of the top runners. Camden Gruber has had this group kind of under his thumb all weekend in most ways, and he's looking to be in that position once again. Just needs to settle into a bit of a management mode, and if the drivers come back to him, it is what it is.
All right. As I think we talked yesterday, Camden Gruber took a win at the Mid-Ohio. Oh, as we got one driver running very wide coming out of the final corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm trying to count how far back that was.
I think it was Matt Stretch, but I'm not sure.
I was going to say, I think either Matt Stretch or Ryan Gutile. Yeah, I think Stretch, who now falls back to 10th as they cross the stripe. But Gruber, besides taking a win at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course just a few weeks ago, he finished second on track here at the National Championship runoffs just a year ago and has been very strong here. Not one of the locals, comes all the way from the Washington, D.C. area.
Joey Andrews with a move on Ryan Gutile up the inside of, on Christian Hoagland up the inside of turn 3 as well. That might further relegate the battle for 6th on back. Further back in the pack now, as the first car in that train is Mitch Lowry, trying to give the draft to Christian Hoagland and keep the fighters going behind him. All that while it's happening, Weston Ducek trying the outside of the braking zone into turn 5. William Wallace covers him up the inside, but runs wide on the exit in trying to maintain his momentum. Lots of dirt flying. And somehow these SMX cars seem perfectly built for rallycross as much as they are for road racing.
Yeah, and Tom, watching Wallace come down through turn 5 there, he really gave a lot of ground, a lot of room to Ducek. Moved over much further to driver's left than I would have expected, and it obviously compromised not only his entrance but his exit out of turn 5. And as he bounded through the grass, Ducek, though, just not quite the run that he needed to get past the 40 machine, or probably get past the 52 machine coming underneath the Corvette bridge. And as they come down into the kink now, Camden Gruber continues to expand his lead. On the last lap, he was about 0.4 of a second faster than Wallace and the drivers behind. And as Wallace pretty clearly, Tom, I think, pushing that car somewhat hard, maybe a little harder than necessary to get up to Gruber. Gruber now opening things up as we've got another driver running very wide through the kink.
Yeah, we saw yesterday that it does require just a little lift at the entry of the kink to get these cars through there. It changes the weight balance just enough to really upset them. And one of those drivers at the back just went for a big old ride, a bit of a code brown, but was able to keep going.
Yeah, and I believe that was Jet Eben in the 55 car that ran a little deep, put on that tank slapper, and managed to recover and continue.
But at the front of the field, Camden Gruber, I agree with you, has been controlling this really nicely. He can push the car hard, but you can't just extract too much out of it. Think about driving the car at the limit versus 1% over the limit. There's a very fine line there. One is completely fine. The other one's going to really beat the tires up, take a lot of tire temp into the tires early in the race, and that's the kind of thing that you cannot do when you're controlling a race from the front without risking getting run down. So that's why I say settle into a pace that you can repeat all the way till the end, rather than trying to push too hard, make any mistakes while the cars are still right within a second of you behind. William Wallace was about 1/10 slower than Gruber, who just set the fast lap of the race at the front of the field with no draft. Ducek was about 2/10 slower than that. Michelle Squirick was right in the middle, all running on the same 3.5 or 4/10 in that top group.
And as we move back just a little bit, that second group, we've got behind Ben Abernathy, we've got Mitch Lowry, Joey Andrews, Lincoln Larson, all of our camera cars, Christian Hoagland, Matt Stretch, all in a row. I mean, I guess we could go from one to the other and just kind of leapfrog up as we go there. But, along those lines, Tom, I was looking back, Gruber's pace yesterday was somewhere maybe a half second to 3/4 of a second faster than what he's running right now. And I think that says a lot about, again, just managing the pace and not necessarily having to go 10/10 or 9.5 when it's not necessary at this point.
Yeah, and you can do 10/10. The problem is if you risk doing 10/10, you might do 11/10, and then all of a sudden you've shoved the tire across the surface. You've had a slide, you've had a mistake, whatever the consequences may be. That's what the best drivers are constantly managing, that little mistake versus reward. A pretty key moment in the race for Lincoln Larson, I think, who just got through on Mitch Lowry for 6th and has pulled away a couple car lengths to leave the rest of them to fight. Here he is with completely open racetrack. But unfortunately, you can see just how far away those top 5 look when you're in the perspective of 6th.
Big opposite lock moment there for Lincoln Larson as he comes through Canada Corner, as he drops a little bit more time and doesn't get a great exit out of the corner there, Tom. But it does look like William Wallace starting to close things up just a little bit now on Cam Gruber. That margin, which was about 6 car lengths, now down to a car length and a half, maybe 2 at most, as they come across the stripe and complete lap number 7 as we now work lap 8. We're halfway through this race.
And you're right, William Wallace is all but there at this point. Really caught up to Gruber a lot in the final sector, just reset the fastest lap of the race as well, pulled in 3/10 on Gruber that last lap. So that's what 3/10 looks like. He went from the front of the second pack to the back of the first pack, and then they are absolutely gloves off brawling for about 7th and 8th position as Joey Andrews has gone through on Mitch Lowry. Now Matt Stretch has tried to do the same. He accomplishes the pass. Lowry headed the wrong direction, but putting up a good fight. Now has Christian Hoagland to deal with next. Go ahead.
All right, I was just going to say, Michelle Squarick jumps out driver's left to make an attempt here on Wes Duchek, and I think she was maybe a little bit too far back at the time to do it, Tom, and as she got into the dirty air there, just kind of hit a wall, actually allowed now Benham Abernathy in the 133 machine to close things up just a little bit on the 75.
One of the cool parts of having competitors from this class in other parts of the country is they're watching and they're communicating with us live, talking about the race. We've heard from multiple people now, both drivers and crew, including even in the YouTube chat right now, that fighting engine temperature when in the draft is a really critical thing in this class. They were dealing with it more than they had expected, I think, maybe a bit yesterday, and that's why things settled into a couple of packs running together without being able to make any drafting moves. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Kind of managing your engine temp versus drafting ratio, a totally different thing than you'd expect when you jump into wheel-to-wheel racing. But that's the reality of SMX, is William Wallace has now put himself in that position where he's going to have to think about engine temps a little bit more, being right under the rear bumper of Camden Gruber.
All right, and I want to thank Fire Ant 1 in the chat, reminded us that Skylar Cottrell, who's been racing very religiously here on Hoosier Super Tour in SMX, and we saw him at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, I know, a couple of weeks ago. He was also at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course this weekend, racing with the Pro Series, as he's been splitting time there. And also, another little note, and I did not know this, we talked about William Wallace having retired the car early yesterday. Apparently, there was an engine change in that chassis overnight. He's got a brand new engine in that car, as well as he's now right onto the back of our leader. That is Cameron Gruber. As we go on board now with William Wallace, we see here as they push so wide coming out of turn number 1, opening up that big right-hand sweeper. And Tom, you know, looked like Gruber's a little bit later, maybe a little bit softer on the brakes going into turn 1, but Wallace definitely braking much later and maybe a little bit harder down into turn 3, and I thought it might affect his drive off, but he has made up some ground on the back of the 24.
Yeah, the thing is, all these drivers in this spec class probably driving to basically the exact same reference points being your brake marker, your turn-in point, your apex point, etc. But if you're following someone closely, with the way the speed compresses from straights down into corners, you cannot brake at your normal reference points. That might have something to do with why William Wallace was a little bit earlier on the brakes for turn 3. He was also in the oil dry down the entire straightaway there, so just kind of managing. But it's much easier to be the following car to maintain momentum, because you just do what the person in front of you did about as fast as they do it. It usually works out just as well for you. As Camden Gruber running a little bit wide, focusing on momentum over precision there at turn 8. You can see no harm, no foul at all as they come into the carousel with that approach. Also really see on board this car how much the carousel falls away, a huge elevation change that adds a bunch of camber as well to the second half of the exit here into the carousel and into the kink. Wallace getting a bit of fresh air before he turns in. And these two have continued to pull away. Fastest lap reset, not sure if we said it, by William Wallace, 2/10 faster, a 37.7 now is the fast lap of the race.
Yeah, and Tom, is Wallace had put in a qualifying time at 2:37.744. That last lap was in 1/1000th of a second of that. So these racers now midway through this race running their qualifying times.
William Wallace must have had a mistake somewhere at Canada Corner. Next time he came into our camera shots, just here, he's about 10 car lengths back. Camden Gruber has a nice, easy lead at this point. They had pulled away from Weston Ducek, Michelle Squirick, and Benham Abernathy enough that William Wallace doesn't have to worry too much just yet, but he's going to have at least a lap or two of work to do to get back to the back bumper of the 24 in the lead.
All right, and Lincoln Larson and Joey Andrews now apparently clearing themselves of Mitch Lowry, Matt Stretch, Christian Hoagland, and Ryan Gutile now as we go back on board. Now with Lincoln Larson running in 7th position with our other camera car, one of our other camera cars, the 111 of Joey Andrews directly ahead. That's right, fix the mirror.
So funny, Greg. I've driven so many cars with that problem, and it's such a non-issue, really. In the most cases, it doesn't take much bandwidth to resort.
Because you can see as soon as he takes his hand off of it, it drops right back down again. But I think like 3 or 4 of the in-car views that we've had this weekend, almost every single one of them has had to go and adjust that mirror as we brought them on.
But it's funny, in the car, it's just one thing. It's one thing extra to do on the lap. It becomes part of your muscle memory, the same as a brake point, the same as anything else. The problem is that when it falls and you're already side by side and you don't have all that extra bandwidth and you're not just driving around at this point, which is what they're doing. They are driving around at qualifying pace, but they are just in a single file lapping and hitting their marks. And at this point, it's probably become one of his marks to reach up and fix the mirror every couple of corners.
Exactly. All right, Jed Evan in the number 55 car. He brought his car onto the pit lane at the end of lap number 9. Looks like his race may be run. And so Tom, now William Wallace basically has to do all the work that he had accomplished just a few laps ago all over again, as when they crossed the line. He was almost a full second back from Camden Gruber. Gruber continues to pick up pace and get a little faster. Still hasn't reached that ultimate pace that Wallace has been capable of here today, but he's got a little bit of breathing room now, as this wide-angle lens does make Gruber look maybe a little bit further away than he is in reality, but certainly back behind William Wallace. And hey, good thing we can't see the rearview mirror here. As he runs a little wide. I think Wes Ducek and Michelle Squirick starting to close things up on him just a little bit.
I agree. It looks like Wallace is, if anything, getting further away from Gruber and closer to Ducek for 2nd and 3rd. I also noticed Squirick in 4th, driving down, not looking for the draft between turns 3 and 5 last time. Maybe playing that game of engine temperatures just a little bit differently than the other drivers around her. She still has to think about Benham Abernathy, who's been doing a great job up from, again, 7th on the grid to 5th here, after finishing yesterday's race in that 6th position. So he's kind of been in this realm the entire time, but he was not part of the front group yesterday. He is today.
Interesting comment. This is more for our producer, Brenna Gesmerick. Stephen Hudak in the chat says the cameras at turn 5 make those cars sound like Star Wars pod racers.
Nice.
That's just what that was the effect you were looking for, right? Right, Brendan?
A little further behind that top pack, Joey Andrews has gotten through on Lincoln Larson. That happened a lap or 2 ago, but they've continued to hold their advantage over Christian Hoagland, Ryan Gutile, Mitch Lowry, Matt Stretch, and Aiden Shimbashi. They're now going side by side for 6th position. Lincoln Larson, I think, ended up on the right side of the racetrack in the white and red machine, coming into the braking zone any minute now. He's actually made the pass happen on that straightaway alone. New 6th place driver.
6th place driver, exactly. All right, so Tom, that last time through, Camden Gruber extended his advantage over William Wallace to 1.1 seconds. Wallace about half a second off of what was the fastest lap of the race set by anybody just 2 laps prior. And I'm wondering if perhaps the 52 car may have not necessarily run his tires off, but he may need to get him to cool down just a little bit here. And of course, if he does, now Ducek and Squirick, who are running actually faster lap times than the 52 car currently, certainly they're going to be there. All right, Tom, as we've got 3 laps to go, let me make a call to the grid for our next race. Attention the paddock. Race group number 6, Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental, please head to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental racers, please head to the grid. As our leaders and top 5 racers come out of Thunder Valley and into turn 14. Looks like, as you said, right behind them, Joey Andrews and Lincoln Larson having a great race there for 6th position. But as they come on to the Road America Straight, they've got a little bit of breathing room also now, with Kristen Hoagland leading Ryan Gutile, Mitch Lowry, and Matt Stretch in the battle for 8th, as we now have 3 laps remaining here at Road America for the Advanced Autosports Challenge in SMX. That last time through, William Wallace did take about 25 hundredths of a second, about a quarter of a second, out of Camden Gruber's lead. It's now about 8 tenths. That said, Ducek and Squarick now running just a couple thousandths of a second faster than Ducek. They maybe closed the gap down, but maybe by a foot, maybe a foot and a half. Not very much as they come down the Moraine Sweep.
Michelle Squarick in 4th was the fastest car on the racetrack that time across the line. Not by a meaningful margin, but it is the fastest lap nonetheless. Camden Gruber still has that nice advantage, but he had a huge old dirt drop coming off of turn 1, was barely back on the racetrack, and there just had another little flick of the opposite lock to catch the car on entry there at turn 5. Hard to say as that goes from the fastest section of the racetrack to the slowest, so they look closer, but we have to wait and see when they fan back out into a faster section if that's true or not. William Wallace hustling the car at turn 6 and 7, really driving it with the weight from side to side to get it through that momentum section. So he's pulled out now over Weston Ducek, who had the fastest sector 1 of the race this time through. Still got a little bit of the proverbial gas in the tank there in the number 40 running in 3rd.
And in that sector 1, Wallace knocked about 2 tenths off of Camden Gruber's advantage as well. And pretty noticeable here that gap has now closed down. And we'll see here as they make it through the 3rd sector, Tom, whether or not, or pardon me, through the 2nd sector, whether or not that misstep over in turn 5 cost Gruber. And indeed, right about the same there is Gruber losing another 4 tenths of a second to Wallace behind. And we can see now as Wallace is closed probably within about 4.5 to 5 car lengths as Wallace runs wide on the exit of Canada Corner, gathers it back up just before he gets to the grass.
That's interesting there. You see Wallace using all that extra curbing, actually lost time coming off that corner. Probably because of the extra distance, but also the curbing there floats the tires in the air maybe 10 to 20% of the time. You lose some drive off the corner, and his progress has been slowed, but he's playing every card he has. He's really working hard in the number 52, and it's nearly impossible as a driver to not feel the pressure if you're Camden Gruber. You're watching the cars behind you get just a little bit bigger, a little bit bigger, a little bit bigger. William Wallace, he's out of the race. Look at him, slow down the front straightaway, coming to a slow
as he's going to pull all the way over driver's right and into the pit lane, Tom, as we're working our very last lap. Good heads-up racing from Wallace, but he had already lost drives. They were coming up the hill, up towards the starter stand. Wes Ducek at the stripe had already moved into 2nd position, with Michelle Squarick now assuming 3rd. And then we've got Benham Abernathy, who will move into 4th position, along with Lincoln Larson and Joey Andrews, a pretty big distance, about 9 seconds in arrears. But this makes things much, much easier for Camden Gruber on this very last lap, if only because it gives him another car to 2 car lengths of a buffer back now to our new 2nd place racer, Wes Ducek.
Wow, such a heartbreaker there for Wallace. Our hearts go out to him. 2 DNFs here at the sprints. Surely put a fire under him to come back stronger for the runoffs, we hope. But that will take the pressure off Camden Gruber. We're just talking about how you can't help but feel it as the cars get closer. It feels so good when you see the car behind get a little bit smaller. And now he's seeing that Weston Ducek and Michelle Squarick are barely closer than they were. They were about a half second faster on the previous lap than Gruber was, but he still enjoys that 1.2 second lead coming to the final 2 sectors of this race.
As we watch now the fight, I think the fight for 10th with Mitch Lowry, Matt Stretch, Jake Faulkner, and Aiden Shimbashi behind. But let's move back up to the front of the field as we work our very last lap and our final 3 corners here at Road America. As Camden Gruber now leads Wes Duchek, Michelle Squarick, and then Benham Abernathy down into Canada Corner for the very last time, and they come and make the run up through Thunder Valley, and Camden Gruber with about 6 car lengths of a buffer back to Wes Duchek. I'm holding my breath here, Tom, based on how our last race ended just a little while ago, but Camden Gruber, he's safe through turn 14, free and clear, and as he's coming up the hill, taking the win in SMX, winning the Advanced Autosports Challenge, is Camden Gruber. Wes Duchek will finish second, Michelle Square third, Benham Abernathy runs his fastest lap of the race, and fastest, I believe, faster than both Duchek and Squarick there. He's going to finish fourth. Joey Andrews will finish fifth, with Lincoln Larson, Christian Hoagland, Ryan Gutau, Matt Stretch, and Mitch Lowry rounding out your top 10. And Tom, it sounds like on the very last lap, I believe it's the number 18 machine of Mark Carter, unfortunately got the kink wrong, and there he is on the left-hand side of the track, and I think that's after impacting the wall. Drivers on the right-hand side of the track after impacting the wall on driver's left. And there it is. There's William Wallace and his team taking a look under the hood. New engine in that car for today's race, and William Wallace, 2 days in a row, retires early. Camden Gruber, your winner in SMX. So Camden will win a $200 cash award, 2 Hoosier Racing Tire certificates, a June Sprints checkered flag, the June Sprints checkered flag that he'll carry for his victory lap, and then also a June Sprints hat. So congratulations to Gruber. All right, that's going to wrap things up for SMX. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention the paddock, final call for race group number 6, Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental. Please head to the grid. Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental racers is your final call to the grid. All right, Tom, let's take a break. We'll be back here with more racing action from the June Sprints in just a few moments. Stay with us.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Time for the Break-O-Meter Challenge for Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental here at the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Tom O'Gorman, and as our racers head on to the track for their pace lap, we've got our Formula Atlantics at the front of the field behind the red Chevy Corvette pace car. We've got our Formula Continentals. They'll be following it up just a little bit further back behind the bright yellow Corvette pace car. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the number 74 Swift 016. He's our 2024 Formula Atlantic National Champion with a qualifying time at 2:02.839. It's Dudley Fleck. Shane Kennett, driving the number 63 Swift 016A out of the Colorado region, will start right alongside in second. John McAleer, also in a Swift 016, represents the Atlanta region, and he's going to start third in the 68 car. Then we've got Riley Harris from the Northeast Ohio region in his Van Diemen DP04. The number 17 car starts fourth. David Burkett, driving the number 12 Swift 016, going to start fifth today with J.R. Smart, representing the Milwaukee region in the Swift 014A, starting sixth in the number 09 car. Rob Radman, in his Pro Formula Mazda, representing the Milwaukee region, will start seventh, driving the number 5, with James Berlin, also in a Pro Formula Mazda, starting eighth. They're in the number 51 car. Robert Albani will start ninth. He's driving the number 41 Pro Formula Mazda. And then we've got a new addition to the field, starting 10th in Formula Atlantic, James French. He's your 2021 national champion in Formula Atlantic, driving a Swift 014. That's the number 46 car. Now let's move over to Formula Continental. We're your pole sitter today, driving his Citation, and hailing from the Alabama region, it's Brandon Dixon. That's the number 7 machine. John LaRue, driving the number 1 car, the Citation Snipe FZ, representing the Indianapolis region, will start second. Starting third today, Michael Verisons, driving the number 65 Van Diemen. And starting fourth, Brian Tomasi, driving the number 96 Van Diemen RF01. Then we've got Mark Hutchison, starting fifth. He's in the number 6 car. He represents the Milwaukee region. And Kansas City region's Bill Johnson is starting sixth. He's in the number 42 Van Diemen RF01. Chris Campanelli will start seventh in the number 0 car. That's a Van Diemen RF05, and he's out of the Detroit region, with John Jansen starting eighth. He drives the number 4 Van Diemen USF 2000. He's representing the Land O'Lakes region. Gavin Moore is driving the number 9 Van Diemen RF99. He's driving the number 18 RF99, and he starts 9th. Devin Lasser will start 10th. Devin is in the 05 Van Diemen RF02, and he represents the Chicago region, as does David Oddie, who's going to be starting 11th today, driving the number 14 RF01. Thomas Bartz starts 12th. He's in the 08 Van Diemen, representing the Milwaukee region, as is Ethan Alexander in the number 38 car, who starts 13th, and then Rockford Boatcamp, who starts 14th, the outside of row number 7, in the number 23 Van Diemen DP08. Then we've got Devin Hansen in the Van Diemen RF99, starting 15th. He's in the number 13 car, and then starting 16th, driving the number 80 Van Diemen RF02, representing the San Francisco region of the SCCA. It's Jeffrey Peets. And the lights now out on the first pace car. Our Formula Atlantics should be going green flag racing this time by, as our second pace car leads the Continentals into the kink.
And we had a pair of solid races in this race group yesterday, both in Atlantic and Continental. Dudley Fleck and John McAleer spent the whole race dueling back and forth. Not a lot of changes in position, but fast laps as McAleer came very close towards the end. And then we had a top 4 battle, really, in Continental, with Dixon, LaRue, Verisons, and Tomasi all duking it out. Tomasi got the podium. Verisons just missed out, or did he get it at the very last second, Greg? I'm pulling it up. No, Verisons did not get it, but he was so close. It was under a 10th at the line, so looking forward to this one.
All right, again, pace car now taking our Formula Atlantic field, led by Dudley Fleck in the Miller Lite car, the blue and white machine, and then Shane Kennett to his left as the pace car now heads to the pit lane, and they make their way up that steep hill that starts off the Road America straight, and the starter waited for him to the crest, as he looks forward, looks over the field, make sure they're closely aligned, and green flag is now in the air, and we're racing once again here at the June Sprints. Fleck off to an early lead over Shane Kennett. John McAleer in the number 68 machine, the Swift 016 out of Roswell, Georgia, tucked in right underneath the wing, and now he pops all the way to the inside. Can he outbrake? Maybe can't get past Fleck, but he might be able to outbrake Kennett as they come down into turn one.
And David Burkett's trying to go with him. Yesterday's quote-unquote hard charger. We've got his wife in the chat watching and cheering on. It's already up one more spot, I think. But Dudley Fleck, Shane Kennett, John McAleer. McAleer was really racy before we get to our green flag here in Continentals.
All right, now, and the green flag is in the air for our Formula Continentals. Brandon Dixon, John LaRue, Michael Verisons now as they come down the road. Verisons, who's in the white car, he's already been able to muscle ahead now of our leader, of our pole sitter as they come into turn number one. And a little cars getting wheels almost on top of one another there, Tom, as they came past the pit wall and in the water.
It was really close, especially for, I think it was Gavin Moore who maybe had a big move at the last second towards the braking zone, but gathered it up nicely. Brandon Dixon takes over the top spot again. John LaRue was scored the leader at the start-finish line, but now that we're coming into the braking zone for turn 5, Dixon is leading the way over LaRue. Tomasi, Verisons, Campanale are the top five.
And I've got to watch those white cars. I got to remember Verisons has the red, or kind of actually a Dayglow orange stripe along the base of that car right at the very bottom. And that's how you'll tell him apart from our current leader there in the class, LaRue, as Verisons now sitting in fourth position. All right, here as they make the way down into turn 8, down the hurry bottoms. And as I think, I'm sure we're probably not going to see much in the way of changes of position here, Tom, early on as these racers want to get some heat in the tires and kind of get the chassis underneath them. They also probably had to feel out that the track surface there coming down into turn 3, as there was still some residual oil dry down there from our prior races. Our Formula Atlantic racers now come across the stripe, and it is Fleck who's now opened up almost 0.8 of a second, which sounds like a lot, but it's only about 3.5, maybe 4 car lengths now over Shane Kennett, with John McAleer very close behind. Then Jim French, who started at the back of the field and started in actually 9th position as Riley Harris did not take the green flag. Jim French now all the way up in the 4th position.
This is interesting. I believe a past national champion in this race, also a local from Sheboygan, Wisconsin. That's the 4th place car, and he's gaining quickly. To your point, from 9th to 4th in that first lap alone. Dudley Fleck, Shane Kennett, John McAleer at the front of the field, all separated by less than maybe 2 car lengths each. But they have a hard charging and very, very quick car coming up on them.
Yeah, and so we knew that James French would not be here for testing, for qualifying, or for our race yesterday. They had already made accommodations for him to start from the very back of the pack and receive permission, even though he did not have a qualifying time in. And Tom, right out of the gate, he is awfully quick, having dispatched with David Burkett, J.R. Smart, Rob Radman, James Berlin, and Robert Albani on the very first lap.
These cars are certainly quick enough. First of all, they are one of the quickest cars here, maybe just on top of the same lap times that the prototypes were running a little bit earlier, which means if we go green, this race may end as early as 30 minutes into the 45-minute window, completing all 13 laps. John McAleer gets a really good run through the kink, but the second thought there is they're fast enough to deal with aero wash. You have basically a car designed to use its aerodynamics. Well, it's cutting through the air. It leaves a whole bunch of disruption in its wake. And if you hit that, Formula One fans know, with the car behind, all of a sudden you don't have the same level of downforce. And these cars certainly within that window as well, but it's not bothering John McAleer too much. He's absolutely following and shadowing Shane Kennett with a run up onto the front straight now.
And not just shadowing, Tom, but he had a little bit of overlap as he moved over driver's left. And you'll see now they are left front wheel to right front wheel, going under braking into turn number 1.
Fast car on the racetrack, though. James French from 4th. He wasn't crazy faster, but he was faster, about 0.2 quicker than McAleer, 0.5 faster than the top 2 cars. So he doesn't have dominant pace, but he certainly has enough pace to run these cars down and make himself part of the conversation for the win.
All right, as our Formula Continentals now coming into the final corner, and they have right now the 7-car Brandon Dixon leading that field up. We'll track them here as they come across the line, and where it's Dixon, John LaRue, Brian Tomasi, Michael Verison's in 4th, Bill Johnson in 5th. And a pretty big gap from our first 2 cars, Brandon Dixon, John LaRue, back to Brian Tomasi and Michael Verison's. Almost 3 full seconds separating the top 2 from Tomasi. Another 3, almost 4 seconds back to Michael Verison's here early on.
Kind of a carbon copy of yesterday's race forming here in Formula Atlantic, where we have Brandon Dixon leading the race over John LaRue, shadowing him. Then a gap back to Brian Tomasi, who has pressure from Michael Verison's. But today, the 42 machine of Bill Johnson is much, much closer. He was down a handful of positions, only finished 7th yesterday in that 5th car. That's the red and black machine just at the apex of turn 5, having a much better run of it today and is within the noise of challenging for a podium, I'd say.
Things tighten up just a little bit in that battle for 3rd position, as now Michael Verison's in the white number 65. He is a 7-time national champion, albeit in Formula V, looking for his first now in Formula Continental. He starting to close things up just a little bit on Brian Tomasi. On the prior lap, Tomasi did run about 0.2 of a second faster. It looks like it may have swung the other way, at least early on in lap number 3. As Bill Johnson falling just a little bit off the pace in his Van Diemen RF01. And Tom, we have a new leader here in Formula Atlantic coming out of turn number 5. Dudley Fleck now gives up the lead to John McAleer, I believe, in the number 68 machine. We'll check back in with them here momentarily.
Oh, look at this. I love to see this. 4 Atlantics nose to tail into the carousel, clearing 100 miles an hour early, probably north of 120 when they come out, and accelerating north of 150 miles an hour by the time they break for Canada corner. Absolutely flying. All four, of these cars, Swifts, but James French in a slightly older Swift 014. The rest of the cars 016s. I think that's just basically referencing the chassis code of the chassis year. Could be wrong there, but still the fastest car on the racetrack is the 4th in line with James French, as John McAleer couldn't find a way through yesterday, got within 1.2 seconds at one point in the race while following Dudley Fleck, but this time he's gone through early and is, if anything, started to check out, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And so McAleer spent many years racing in the Prototype 1 class, what is now the P class here in SCCA. He was your 2025 FRP, that's the Pro Series Formula Atlantic champion, and is currently leading their 2026 championship. He also swept the weekend at the Hoosier Racing SCCA Super Tour at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta earlier this year in the same Swift 016. And indeed, after working his way clear just a lap ago at the end of this straightaway coming up down at turn number 5, he's seemingly opened up probably about a second and a half, almost a 2-second lead over Dudley Fleck, Shane Kennett, and Jim French. As they are now starting to come up on some slower traffic. Some of our, it looks like one of our Continentals just ahead.
I'm going to guess that's Gary McDermott in the 55 car, but that was really the story of yesterday's race towards the later stages is traffic. Right there, John McAleer got slowed down just a bit on entry, didn't create an opportunity for Dudley Fleck, but he's now right there underneath the rear wing of the 68, your race leader, coming through the exit of the carousel. And it's going to be a slow trickle and then a flood of lap traffic as they catch the bulk of the Formula Continentals, which isn't only a problem for Atlantics, it's a problem for Continentals as well. You really have to learn how to share the racetrack, create opportunities to get past or pass at the right moments, or else you can really lose a whole lot of time in a small exchange.
Indeed, as they're coming up on the number 80 of Jeffrey Peets, and they do manage to get by coming out of Canada corner there and not getting caught up in this very twisty portion of the track. And Pete's running almost 15 seconds off the pace of our leaders here, so they were coming up awfully fast on him. But now breaking out to now a little bit under a second advantage as they cross the start-finish line. John McAleer looks like somewhere around the lines of 5 car lengths. Now back to Dudley Fleck with Shane Kennett, Jim French, only about 2 car lengths back from there.
McAleer looking confident. He's still pulling away just a little bit over the next 2, despite Fleck being the fastest of those trio. James French, once again, the fastest of all that lap by 0.2 of a second. Going to run out of space to keep going the fastest of anybody without making a pass here, though, as Shane Kennett has been solid there in 3rd. Dudley Fleck has been solid since he's fell to 2nd in the white and blue. McAleer is living the dream right now, just starting to cruise away. That's the fastest Sector 1 of all in the session, and now holds at least 10 car lengths, if not slightly more, as they get up north of 100 and 120 miles an hour.
All right, Tom, maybe we could check back in with our Formula Continental leaders, Brandon Dixon, John LaRue, coming up and out of Thunder Valley now, I believe, heading into the final quarter. And there they are. I believe we've got Brandon Dixon, John LaRue now within just a couple of car lengths, with Brian Tomasi maybe a full second back from there. Actually, there they go. They've already crossed the start-finish line with Brandon Dixon in the white number 7, the red number 1 of LaRue, and then Tomasi then with, I think, Verisons and Bill Johnson behind. As this field now starting to stretch out just a little bit as well.
This can be one of the most intense types of races. It doesn't involve a whole lot of side-by-side, doesn't involve a whole lot of swapping positions, and the job becomes then to run the closest you can to a qualifying session for the entirety of this race. We still have half the race or more to go, by the way. And it is just every single little mistake that you might make, you feel it because you watch the car in front of you inch away or inch closer. I mean, you're just exchanging tenths, hundredths, and thousands, small blows, chipping away at any gap that you can make in both of these classes. Somewhere along the way, Greg, it looks like Dudley Fleck might have gone back through on John McAleer at the front of Formula Atlantic, just scored the race leader across the start-finish line last time as they start lap number 7. Here they are, side by side. Holy cow. Oh, contact for McAleer touches. Is that Fleck?
I think that was Dudley Fleck, indeed, in the white and light blue machine. As it could have been a lot worse than that, as Fleck had the front end of his car lift up in the air, but he has now lost pace. And we'll see here as they come down into turn 5, under braking as we watch the replay, and they come out and back onto the strip. And there you go, as Dudley Fleck now off the pace, and it appears as though he may have gotten that car back underway. I don't believe he's pulled it off, but he has fallen now very far back. But Tom, let's do this. We're right about halfway in this 13 lap race to the checker. 13 laps or 45 minutes for Formula Atlantic and Continental. Let's take our break. We'll be back here with more racing action from the June sprints in just a moment. Stay with us.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce.
You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time.
I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
And we're back here at Road Atlanta, the National Park Speed, for the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints. I'm going to get this wrong. Or hell, I might get it right.
You just did.
One time here today. Exactly. Thank you, Tom.
We love you,
Thank
Greg.
you for confirming my feeling. Thank you. All right. We are now with 5 laps remaining, and we've had some pretty big developments, Tom. Right before we went to break, we saw the contact between John McAleer and Dudley Fleck. They went wheel to wheel through turn number 5. Dudley Fleck has now retired his car from competition. That leaves John McAleer as our leader. Shane Kennett in second. Jim French in third. David Burkett running a distant 4th position. Now, James French in Formula Atlantic. Thank you there, Brendan. And then over in Formula Continental, Brandon Dixon, John LaRue, Brian Tomasi, Bill Johnson, your top 4. As we heard of, the 65 of Michael Verison's had some problems over at turn 3. Right after we went to break, slid the car off into the grass. He did continue, but we do have a local caution over at turn 12, Tom, over at Canada Corner, where we had a driver go off, and we heard that it may have impacted the wall over there. Now, we already have emergency services teams staged at that part of the track, and we're sending a couple more teams out there. I believe that was possibly the number 14 of David Otte that is out there in his Van Diemen RF01 Continental. We'll try and get some confirmation of that momentarily.
Yeah, the top 3 of Atlantics were coming through. We saw it on the camera shot as we came back. It was really close stuff with some back marker for Continentals and the front runners in Atlantic at the kink. And about 10 seconds later, we heard car off at Canada Corner. So we're kind of putting 2 and 2 together that it was pretty intense stuff for that moment. But either way, we're still green flag racing. John McAleer, after that contact, is still your race leader. Looks like that car took the impact pretty well. It was just a light little touch. Shane Kennett now still dealing with James French. French being very calculated through the traffic here, not taking any major risks, as the top 2 cars have been a little bit more aggressive. French is in the dark black car that just got through, the slightly wider wheels. That's the easiest way to tell these cars apart. And they're just coming up on the top 2 will be the next cars they pass in the Continental class.
And breaking into turn 5 here, and Kennett's going to be following McAleer up the hill, about 6 car lengths in arrears. James French, another 6 car lengths back from there as French had to work through some of our Continentals as he came up the hill and underneath the Corvette bridge. And soon enough, our racers, they're going to be coming into that zone down at Canada Corner. They're now heading into the carousel, but again, the incident there being handled under a local caution with 4 laps to go. So Tom, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next race. Attention in the paddock, race group number 7, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, T2, T3, T4, please head to the grid. Race group number 7, please head to the grid.
Watching right here on camera, Michael Verison's on his comeback drive, trying to make a move on Gavin Moore. Oh, and more contact for John McAleer. This time, I think he might have damaged the car, carrying the right front. Yeah, something is unhappy. This is going to be opportunity for James French. He knifes up underneath the inside of Shane Kennett, who might be distracted with McAleer. McAleer can't make the final corner, falls off the racetrack, and all of a sudden, James French, 3rd to 1st in 1 corner.
And Tom, it looked as though maybe McAleer, maybe we can catch a replay of it. I think there might have been contact also between McAleer and another car on the exit of turn 14. We saw him having challenges with that suspension and over the grasscrete over there, but I thought there was another car right along with him. And we'll see if we can get a look at that as James French in 1 corner now takes over the lead from Shane Kennett. That's going to move David Burkett now up into 3rd position, J.R. Smart in the 4th.
And it was Bill Johnson that John McAleer made contact with. McAleer was trying to go up the inside, which would have become the outside at turn 13. And I think Bill Johnson, just kind of taking his normal line, ended up with the contact there between those two. But French, with that calculated decision-making, hanging back a little bit more often than attacking, it paid off for him. There's Bill Johnson still circulating. That car survived the contact. And the next car is on the racetrack behind him, John Jansen, and then Michael Verison's. Verison's still within a shot of a top 5, but time is ticking as these super quick race cars are ticking down the 13 laps very quickly. We're going to be 2 to go next time across the start-finish line for James French as he comes through the kink now, coming up on the top 5 in Formula Continental. Here's your race leader, Brandon Dixon and John LaRue, coming through turn 13 and up through the cotton snow. It's a beautiful shot, I must say. That's a really cool effect here for Road Atlanta there at the Road America. I did it too there. Solidarity for you, Greg.
Thank you. I don't feel so. Actually, I do still feel bad. All right, and running wide here, coming out of turn 14, a little bit further back in the Formula Continental field. I believe that was Devin Lasser as he gets that car back underway.
So the race in Formula Atlantic is not over, although we have 2 fewer cars involved, James French and Shane Kennett. Kennett was the fastest of the 2 last time across the line by 4/10 in the white car coming down into turn 3. And with all of the issues for other drivers, I think David Burkett will be your new 3rd place driver from 5th on the grid. That'll make his fans at home very, very happy.
Yes, they will.
Yet to score himself across the start-finish line, though. He's a little bit further back, still at about 25 seconds.
Yeah, we have Sydney, his daughter, and Marcia, his lovely wife, in the chat once again here today.
James French underneath John LaRue, sees it coming nicely at turn 7, opens the hands in the Formula Continental cockpit, and it lets the leaders of Atlantic go through. Dixon still leads the race, coming into some lap traffic for himself. Now deals with the race leaders coming up on him quick through the exit of the carousel. These cars are going to make speed quite differently at this section of the racetrack with the extra power of the Atlantics. Do they have enough time to get in front of Dixon? James French does. Shane Kennett does not.
Does not. But Kennett should have enough ground to make up the difference as they come down here through the Kettle Bottoms in the Canada Corner. But remember, we do have that local caution still down at turn 12. No, the local caution has now been withdrawn. And so we're back to green flag racing there. And as they come up the hill, Shane Kennett able to close to within 2 car lengths, maybe a car length and a half of James French. And they are going to see the white flag, Tom, this next time by as they come up the Road America straight. 1 lap to go.
I'm leaning forward in my chair here between these two. This is such a good race in Formula Atlantic. As they came through the top 2 in Continental, no changes there. Dixon still leads by a little over a second over LaRue just across the start-finish line here. The gap in Atlantic is nothing because they're side by side. Shane Kennett clears James French into turn 1 and takes over the race lead.
Here you go. On the very last lap, the start of the last lap, Shane Kennett, your new leader out of Golden, Colorado, gets around local. Local racer James French, David Burkett running in third in Atlantic as they come down the hill and onto the Marine Street. Over in Formula Continental with 1 lap remaining is when they come around, it'll be Brandon Dixon with John LaRue, about 2.5 seconds separating him. Brian Tomasi in third, about 10 seconds back from there.
The big question is whether James French has anything in his back pocket that we don't know about. He only gained the lead because of an opportunity given to him by other drivers. So far, he has been one of the fastest race cars, but not meaningfully more than anybody else or anything. So it's not like he just has a push to pass to make the pass back on Shane Kennett, who has been running in third for most of this race. Now
And
finds
Tom,
himself leading the way.
And as they came out of 6 and headed into 7, Kennett was able to open up maybe 2.5 more car lengths on James French. And I think you're right. You know, we saw French hanging on in fourth position early on in this race, and didn't seem to be in a position to affect change there. And as they come around the backside of the course, he has only shown that he just does not have the same pace as the 63 car as Kennett continues to open up his advantage. We'll see if he's able to make it clear through Canada Corner and come up through the Thunder Valley, and he's still got about 3 car lengths advantage over James French. As they come out of the final corner now and onto the front straight, it is going to be Shane Kennett, your winner in Formula Atlantic, and takes the win in the Breakometer Challenge. David Burkett running third when the last lap started. We'll track to see if he will come home in third, and has not crossed the line yet. However, let's track now where the number 7 car is. And yep, there you go. Brandon Dixon takes the checkered flag. John LaRue will finish in second. Brian Tomasi now crossing the stripe 13 seconds in arrears. Brian Tomasi will finish third in Formula Continental. As Bill Johnson now finishes fourth, and then 1.2 seconds back from there, John Jansen will finish fifth in Formula Continental. Over in Formula Atlantic, David Burkett now runs his fastest lap of the race. He'll complete lap number 13 and finish third. J.R. Smart will finish fourth, with James Berlin finishing in fifth. So there you go. Over in Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental, Dudley Fleck is your Breakometer Challenge winner. Shane Kennett is your Breakometer Challenge winner in Formula Atlantic. Brandon Dixon in Formula Continental. Those racers will win a $200 cash award, 2 Hoosier Racing Tire certificates, as well as a June Sprints checkered flag and a June Sprints hat. Congratulations to them. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for STL, STU, T2, T3, and T4. Race group number 7, please head to the grid. All right, Tom, I think both of us need a little bit of a break after that one. We'll take that break, and we'll be back with more racing action here from Road America in just a few moments. Stay with us.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up. Race Experience is our easy access wheel-to-wheel racing program that allows you to come in and race, where we're primarily focusing on safety aspects and not so much on balance of power and perfect classing. It gives more people an opportunity to come and participate in an SCCA road racing weekend doing wheel-to-wheel road racing.
Welcome back to Road America and the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, part of the SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Tom O'Gorman, and next up, it's the Grand Marshal Challenge for Super Touring and Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Let's run down the starting order. We're going to start off with our touring cars at the front of the field, and then we'll move over to Super Touring right afterwards. In touring, our pole sitter, driving the number 49, Touring 2, Honda Civic TCR, Rylan Hazelton with a qualifying time of 2:24.523. He represents the San Francisco region. Aaron Kaplan scheduled to start second in the number 18, Touring 2 BMW M2 Club Sport. Alan Kossoff in his Porsche 911, that's a 996 chassis. Like Kaplan, he represents the Chicago region, and he's driving the number 23 machine. Matt Jensen's driving the number 68, Touring 2 Chevrolet Corvette. He starts fourth, with Brian Spiewak in a 2004 BMW M3 starting fifth in the number 5 car. Russell King, will start sixth. He's in the number 12 BMW M2 CSR. He represents the Orlando Lakes region, with Stephen Greenhill starting seventh in the number 79 car, also in a BMW CS. Robert Wellington will start eighth in the number 2 BMW M235 IR, and then we've got Kenneth Schlorth, who will start ninth in the number 54 2006 BMW M3. John Lagudice will start 10th today. He's in the number 73 Ford Mustang, when Rob Pekarczyk, and that Mustang is our T3 Touring 3 pole sitter. Rob Pekarczyk will start 11th, driving the number 99 Touring 3 Toyota GR86. Andrea King in her Touring 3 BMW 330 Ci will start 12th. Clayton Cavill, also in Touring 3, but in a Porsche Boxster S, will start 13th in the number 53 car. Our Touring 4 pole sitter today is Mario Carini. He starts 14th, driving the number 43 BMW Z4, with Richard Mooney starting 15th, driving the number 29 Mazda MX-5. Robert Daimler is in a T3 Ford Mustang. He starts 16th in the number 121 car. And then we've got Madden Workman, and Madden is driving the number 52 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. And that will round out our touring cars. Let's move over to Super Touring, where our pole sitter will be Anthony Garacci, driving his Super Touring under Lotus Exige, representing the New York region. Then David Fiorelli on the outside of the front row, driving the number 190 STU Ford Mustang. Peter St. Pierre in his STU Honda Civic, the number 84 machine, will start third, with Thomas Noble starting fourth right alongside in his STU BMW E46. Starting fifth today is going to be your STL pole sitter, driving the number 9 Mazda MX-5, representing the Florida region, Danny Stain. Starting sixth is David Wessel, driving his STU Honda Civic. And then starting in seventh position, the inside of row number 4, it's Eric Feast in his STU Honda CRX SI. Mike Taylor was scheduled to start 8th. Don't believe he's going to be making the grid today, but the defending national champion would have been racing the number 39 Acura Integra. Starting 9th, Jim Schlechter in his STU Nissan 300ZX. That's the number 75 car. And then David Palfinier in the number 40 STL Mazda MX-5. Starting 11th, Gonzalo Aponte in the STL Honda S2000. And Adam Sargis, also in STL, driving the number 118 Mazda Miata, starts 12th. Bill Collins starting 13th on the field in his STL Honda Civic, the number 63 car. Salt Varency in the number 8 STL Acura Integra, starting 14th. Starting 15th will be Ryan Gutile in his Mazda MX-5. He represents the San Francisco region. And then normally I'd stop at 16, Tom, but I think I'm going to go to 17, if you don't mind, because we've got the two brothers. We've got Joe Eben and Jim Eben. Joe in an STL Mazda MX-5. Jim, we're not positive. He might be in the MX-5, but he might be in his Mazda RX-8. We'll take a look at the back of the field here as they come along. Well, they're in the second group. We'll see him in just a moment here as the yellow pace car turns the field over to our touring pole sitter, Rylan Hazelton, in his TCR Civic. As the starter looks over the field, here we go. We're racing once again here at Road America, and the Civic gets a good jump, only though about a half car length on Aaron Kaplan's BMW. That straight six BMW, quite a bit more torque, we think, than the Honda, although the Honda, of course, it's a turbocharged 2-liter engine as they head down into turn number 1, and Hazelton has the position now as they come through and come down the hill. Yesterday, great fight between Kosoff and Kaplan, Tom, and that, of course, was the battle for second in class as Hazelton managed to maintain his gap almost the entire way. A little bit further back, now in Touring 3, we had a great fight between Lagudice and Rob Prokarchik, as now our Super Touring racers take the green flag. Anthony Garacci, David Fiorelli. Now, Fiorelli had some challenges in post-race after yesterday's race. They are the 190 car who's going to lead the field down into turn 1, because it looks like Anthony Garacci did not take the green. Fiorelli was actually underweight, and I think I told you when we were offline, I think the very first time a Mustang's ever been considered underweight for anything, but he ended up being taken all the way to the back of the pack and giving the win then in Touring 3 to John Lagudice. He was your winner yesterday. All right, here they come down into turn 5.
And that same fate, unfortunately, got Danny Stain as well. So Gonzalo Aponte was scored your winner in STL yesterday, that silver S2000. But with Girazzi not taking the start in his Lotus Exige, it opens the door up for either Fiorelli, for Peter St. Pierre, for Tom Noble, and the rest in Super Touring under. Fiorelli leads the way. Tom Noble got to second in his red E46 BMW. Peter St. Pierre slotting into third as Danny Stain gets himself at least 2 cars between himself and his next closest challenger. Now down to 1 as that CRX I'm not sure which CRX that is actually. Is that Eric Feist maybe?
I think Feist
got back through on him. Feist is looking racy on the back of Peter St. Pierre as well. Maybe a bit of a cork in the bottle in that 10th gen Honda Civic running the Type R motor in the front under the hood there. Super Touring, one of the big features is allowed engine swaps up to a certain displacement. It must be from the same brand as your cars make, but not from the same model. So he's got a Civic Type R engine bolted into that Civic Coupe. But Tom Noble is the raciest so far. The red BMW, this car, quote-unquote, won the runoffs on the racetrack and then failed tech afterwards a couple years ago right here at Road America. Right. Maybe coming back for some redemption here as he's really challenging David Fiorelli. Mustang versus BMW into Canada Corner.
All right, as they come now into the final corner here and onto the front straight to complete lap number 1, it is going to be David Fiorelli here in his STU Ford Mustang. Yeah, great start there from Thomas Noble to leapfrog St. Pierre in the Honda Civic, as St. Pierre now having to contend with the Honda Civic of Wessel and also that CRX of Eric Feist as they come up the hill. Now, of course, our touring cars had already completed their very first lap, and as they did, leading the field, Ryland Hazelton with Alan Kosoff second, and then Aaron Kaplan as Kosoff in the 996 chassis 911 was able to get by fellow Chicago region racer Aaron Kaplan. Russell King in 4th in Touring 2 with Matt Jensen 5th. Over in Touring 3, John Lagudice in his Ford Mustang leads Rob Prokarchik and Andrea King, while Mario Carini leads Richard Mooney and Madden Workman.
It's very similar to what we saw yesterday with Ryland Hazelton, kind of the rabbit jumping out in front of Touring 2, but he hung in this space, probably managing tires more than anything on that front-wheel drive Honda Civic TCR. This is a great battle between Kosoff and Kaplan. They've swapped positions twice in those BMW and Porsches, dueling for second spot honors in Touring 2. About 20 years of technology different in those race cars between the newer BMW M2 Club Sport and the older Porsche 911, 996 generation. Kosoff looks like he might be the better handling of the two cars, but fell behind in Sector 3. They come up through turn 13 and 14 for the second time, starting race lap number 3, of course, of 13 or 45 minutes, whichever comes first.
All right, Tom, we're getting some reports from a couple of our corner stations that Mario Carini, who is our Touring 4 leader at the moment in his BMW Z4, that there were some reports of the left rear brake assembly possibly letting out some flames, maybe a small brake fluid leak there, but some of the other corners not seeing same condition. So we'll continue to monitor this, as I'm sure our corner marshals will as well. And we see there now is Feast in the Honda CRX, slides in directly behind the STU racer Peter St. Pierre. They are currently running currently running third and fourth right now in STU, about 8 seconds, or probably about 6 seconds off of Tom Noble and David Fiorelli.
And just behind them is the top 3 in Super Touring Light in STL. Danny Stain did get the breakaway, but David Palfinier is keeping him honest, is only about 1.2 seconds back. Stain with the neon orange, Palfinier in that glowing blue, that dark navy blue, slightly newer Miata. And then Gonzalo Aponte, yesterday's race winner, is also still within striking distance there. I think maybe Stain doing a bit of management at this point in the race, is a little bit slower than he was in qualifying. Trying to see, I think he was in the 32s in qualifying, having run a 35 that time across the start-finish line.
All right, and getting more word, Tom, about Mario Carini in the BMW Z4. Again, possible about lighting up that inside rear wheel, ever under heavy braking going down into turn 5. Corner marshals there are reporting that they were seeing some flames coming out from the wheel area. So we'll see how race control wants to handle that.
Another cool battle behind in the top 5 of Super Touring Light. Zolt Ferenczi going nearly agricultural, just kept it on the pavers off the runoff of turn 6, and he's dealing with a lot of pressure from Bill Collins in his Honda Civic. And Adam Sargis, also in the white and B Miata, is in STL. Those 3 having a good duel for the top 5. David Palfinier also, I'm keeping an eye on this Miata coming into the kink for the 3rd time here, is very close to Danny Stain, all things considered. Oh, heartbreaker here from STU. It looks like Eric Feast has had a mechanical issue and is pulling that CRX off to driver's right coming out of the carousel, and looks like to be retiring the car. Finds a good spot to reverse it and disappears from the hot track surface. Well done.
Yeah, very good as he puts it back behind the wall. That should allow corner 10 to go back to green flag conditions. And yeah, that is very unfortunate. I'm sure, as we were talking about braking issues here, the CRXs in general have some very big challenges with keeping the front brakes nice and cool. Of course, in STU, Tom, besides those engine changes and engine swaps with other engines from the same manufacturer, they are allowed to make changes to the front brakes in STU and can greatly upgrade that, and also bring ducting in to try and keep those cool. I greatly doubt that that's what sidelined that CRX, but just another one of those challenges, although it is, again, a car that is based on a production model.
Right. Aaron Kaplan and Alan Kossoff continuing to have a good race, and the battle for 4th is nice as well. Matt Jensen in the blue C5Z06 has pressure from Russell King in another one of those BMW M2 factory race cars. We saw late stages in yesterday's 25-minute race that Aaron Kaplan appeared to maybe run out of steam just a little bit. I'm guessing, if anything else, just probably some tire wear, because we've seen that pattern in past runoffs as well. Those BMWs may be a bit hard on their rear tires, and once they lose that thrust off of the corners, that really suffers the lap time. Those cars battling now, running in 2nd and 5th, those pair of BMW M2s. We'll keep an eye out for that to develop, or maybe not develop, as the drivers get a better handle on management.
Let's see if we can try to track down David Fiorelli in his STU Ford Mustang, that dark blue 190 machine, because I think Thomas Noble now starting to close things up. Not that Mustang, Jordan, it would be, and let's see if I can find him here on track.
They're in Sector 3, so we're in the right section of the racetrack, coming up through this section any moment.
Corner now. There they are. That is the battle for the lead in STU now, as Fiorelli and Tom Noble continue to go at it, and Peter St. Pierre about 10 seconds back from there.
Tom Noble has eased his way closer to the back of Fiorelli. EcoBoost Mustang versus E46 BMW. Coming across your front runners of Touring 4, just passing Mario Carini in the Z4, both of them easing by easily on the straightaway.
Yeah, and on the prior lap, Tom Noble had made up almost a full second on the 190 machine of Fiorelli. This time by, Fiorelli claws just a little bit of it back, maybe 1/100th of a second back, as they get by that, the touring car, the Touring 4 BMW Z3. And I don't know, but I didn't see any brakes on fire from here. My biscuits are burning. All right, as they head down now into turn 5 and under braking, and wow, as Noble can't get around Andrea King, who is currently running 3rd in Touring 3, and he's going to have to try and pick up that position now, maybe as they come either into turn 7 or more likely on the run down to turn 8, but he dropped far enough back, Tom, from King as they came out of turn 7. He might not be able to get there by the time they get down to under braking into 8.
I agree. Tough circumstances. Look, still stuck behind the Touring 3, the much more stock BMW, and is now going to have to wait around the carousel and potentially force a move over at the kink. Very risky maneuver, but David Fiorelli, all the meanwhile, is motoring off into the distance. The bolt-on arrow of the STU car coming good through the carousel exit and is able to make the pass, does Tom Noble, and focuses back forward on Fiorelli, who has a bit of bumper flapping in the wind. The next car they come across is Rob Pekarczyk, who had a mechanical DNF in yesterday's race. Glad to see him back out there, hopefully able to finish this 13-lap race, because that's all you need to win the runoffs. As long as you can finish this race, you can finish that one in October.
All right, I also want to check in if we can, and let me, before I point to Jordan there, let me see if I can find them. I think they might be coming towards the kink right now, possibly. No, that is not them. I was looking. Oh, yeah, indeed. I think they're coming through the kink right now. Bill Collins in the number 63, the dark blue Honda Civic, with Adam Sargis in his Mazda Miata, and then Salt Ferenczi in the red Acura Integra. Again, this is the battle for 4th. Here we go as they come up the hill, and it looks like now Adam Sargis has gotten around Bill Collins, so moves Sargis up into 4th in STL.
Joe Ebben is right there as well. 4 cars in this conversation for 4th. And you're right, Sargis now enjoys maybe a 10-car length lead over Collins. Ferenczi has slipped back 2 positions since the last time we saw them.
And Ferenczi retired a bit early yesterday. I hadn't gotten word on what the root cause of that was. I mean, other than knowing that Mike Taylor loaned him some lug nuts, Tom. But still a good run for Salt here today now as Ferenczi goes around the outside of Bill Collins under braking down into turn 1.
Yeah, I heard from Jolt there in that Integra that he had a couple of rough rides over curbs, which I'll get to a thought with that in a second. But the last time he went over the curbs, it broke a fuel tank strap. So the one part of the fuel tank trying to fall off the bottom half of that car.
Oh, gosh.
He was able to repair that overnight and be fine, but had to take it easy the last half of that race. And that brings up the point of the curbing here. Is David Palfinier suffering a mechanical issue, pulling off to the right side of the racetrack at turn 5. This becomes a podium battle with Sargis, Ferenczi, Collins, etc. And Road America is maybe the hardest track on a race car that I've ever experienced. Every runoff is just rattling the car to pieces, quite literally sometimes, as you can work nuts and bolts loose, suspension can slip, parts can fall off, and you really have to take that into consideration. Most of the cars, especially here in STL, and some of the other race groups, they're closing in on 20 to 30 years old. So it's very difficult to keep a garage-built, club-maintained race car together on curbs that are meant to hold pro drivers in current gen race cars accountable.
Yeah, knowing how we always talk about the concrete at Sebring and how much it will jar a vehicle around and how much you have to essentially nut and bolt a car after every single session. And I know here, from experience, Tom, with, again, at the time as I was driving my CRX here, it was a 25-year-old car going over some of the curbing, the exit at turn 5 in particular. If you got pushed wide, the exit at turn 8 as well. You could knock your front alignment out by a quarter of an inch and maybe even a half an inch. As you go over them multiple times, and that certainly would affect you in your straight line speed. And of course, again, wear and tear on some of that equipment. Certainly a possibility for some of these older cast pieces to break. All right, and we have a car off, Tom, over on the outside of the carousel. That is the 42 machine, is the report that I'm getting from the corner. That would be Sean Duncan in his Honda Civic hatchback out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. And as he hit on driver's right, he brought the car back over, and we see him there up against the wall, driver's left.
Yeah,
I don't think that's not the CRX that we saw earlier.
Correct. That's the same generation Civic hatchback, and I agree, he's sitting up against the wall, maybe lost the back end somewhere towards the exit of the carousel and ended up there. Doesn't seem to have a whole bunch of damage, but it is in a section of the racetrack where they're going to start to have to think about either a hot pull with a local yellow or even a full course yellow. We still have half the race to go, Greg, so there is still time.
Indeed, and that corner station, showing it a brief flag right now, as it sounds like when Duncan came back across the track, he dragged quite a bit of the gravel trap along with him, probably making the exit of the carousel somewhat more challenging. But since we are now a little bit past halfway in this 13-lap race, let me do this, Tom. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next race group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call for race group number 8, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Please head to the grid. Race group number 8, GT1 and GT2, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more racing action from the June Sprints in just a moment. Stay with us.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable, and it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
And we're back here at Road America. It is the Grand Marshal Challenge for Super Touring and Touring. And Tom, we've got a new leader in STU. We just saw him come down into turn 3. Thomas Noble in his BMW E46. The St. Louis Park, Minnesota driver takes over the lead from David Fiorelli in his Ford Mustang. He was able to chase him down, and not just chase him down, but he's now opened up almost a 10-car length advantage as we've got 5 laps remaining.
And Noble looks like he's really hitting his stride in that E46. Coming under the Corvette bridge right now, he was the fastest car on the racetrack, period, last time by. He was faster even than your overall race leader, Rylan Hazelton, in the Civic Type R. So he's absolutely cruising and just reset the fastest Sector 1 of the race yet again. The car looks really, really nice on the racetrack, moving around a little bit, but rotating beautifully. And Tom Noble handling it well, starting to pull away from David Fiorelli.
You know, and I'm trying to determine whether or not Fiorelli is starting maybe to come off the pace a little bit. Ooh, very strange little wiggle there as he came out of turn 8, as Peter St. Pierre being perhaps held up just a little bit by one of the touring car BMWs. Peter St. Pierre, I think, may be closing things down just a little bit on the Mustang, or had been closing things up on the Mustang, but now just can't seem to find a way around that touring car. Or is that not Peter St. Pierre? That is not Peter St. Pierre. I apologize.
Talking just behind Fiorelli?
Yeah, I think that's actually Wellington and Schlorf, the two Touring 2 BMWs that are going at it. That is currently in... Oh, actually, I think that's the battle for 8th right now in Touring 2. I thought that, for some reason, I thought that was Peter St. Pierre in the white car sandwiched in between. That is not the case.
About 20 years difference of BMWs there between those two, and they've got John Lagudice, the leader in Touring 3, in his Ford Mustang, also hounding them, racing out of class, but still for overall positions. It looks like the modern BMW with a huge amount of steam on the slightly older BMW, both running in Touring 2. Wellington in the M2 35i, and Schlorf in the older BMW M3, coming through turn 1 just now. Also trying to keep one eye on the top of Touring 2 as Alan Kossoff has eased his way back to Aaron Kaplan in the later stages of this race. Maybe tire wear starting to become an issue again for Kaplan in that green, blue, and black BMW over in Sector 2. Little duels all around the racetrack. There are the two that we just talked about, Kaplan and Kossoff, into the kink through that local yellow. I think it's going to be back to green flag any minute now as those safety trucks just clearing. Whoa, big moment there for one of our STL Miatas a little further back. Almost backed it into the kink with the left rear first.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say the STL Miata and then also the Ford SVT of Max Kittleson, the 09 car as well. Looked like the rear end of that car stepped out on him. Of course, with one of the only front drive STL cars we still have running, just give it a little more throttle and drive through. Maybe the car got loosened up just a little bit. I think that's John Elder just ahead of him. That's the battle for 8th right now in STL.
Once again, last time by, Tom Noble, fastest car on the racetrack again in STU. But here's Aaron Kaplan feeling the pressure, defends the inside down into turn 1 on Alan Kossoff, who takes all the opportunity for draft that he can get. Typically not a big factor in Touring 2, but if you can get it, why not take it? As the pace for Rylan Hazelton has settled in once again, just kind of clicking off a 2-minute 30 lap, probably maintaining those front tires, sees that the gap behind is not changing all that much and is completely content to continue to run right there at the front of the overall field in his Civic, coming up across the Touring 3 Porsche Boxster.
And Tom, if you remember earlier today, I said that I had one driver reach out to tell me that he was just maintaining the gap and maintaining his position there and not pushing the car too hard. That may have been Rylan Hazelton right there as he let Kossoff and Kaplan fight it out till the very end. And with now 3 laps remaining, I think we're already 1 lap past where our race ended yesterday. Actually, our T2 race was 11 laps in length yesterday, so we're coming up on the same length as yesterday, and it was with 2 laps remaining. I believe that that Kossoff was able to take 2nd position away from the BMW driver from Aaron Kaplan.
That's a great point. So at this point, this would have been yesterday's final lap, and Alan Kossoff had already made the pass. He has not made the pass yet, so that tells me that Kaplan has managed this race a little bit better, but he still doesn't have a huge advantage over Kossoff. Those two exiting the carousel just now. Difference in straight line speed just took a peek. The Porsche cleared 141 miles an hour while the BMW just hit 138. So the Porsche is a little bit slipperier. Also had the help of the draft, but then when we get through that sector 2, I think I had it backwards. The BMW looks to be maybe a little bit stronger in the cornering sections of the racetrack, and the Porsche comes back with that slippery profile on the faster sectors.
Hey, Tom, if we can, I'd love to jump over to this battle for 2nd now in Touring 4, coming down into turn number 1. We've got Madden Workman in the black number 52 car. We've got Richard Mooney in the number 29 car. That is, I think, the light blue Mazda Miata. As they roll into turn number 1, they've got Gonzalo Ponte's STL S2000 right alongside him. Mooney and Workman were side by side at the stripe. Madden had at one point about a 3-second advantage over Mooney. Mooney had been chopping it away for the past number of laps and actually led Workman at the line, but Madden Workman works back around him to take over 2nd position, as we are getting word now that the next time Rylan Hazelton sees the start-finish line here, he will see the white flag as well.
Richard Mooney made a big look up the inside on Madden Workman down into turn 5 to the point where I think Gonzalo and Ponte even saw it coming and had to open his hands just slightly. But that's a great little battle for the podium in Touring 4, that pair of NCMX5s now into the hurry downs.
And that is just ahead of him. That is the BMW Z3. That is our T4 leader, Mario Carini, with about 5 seconds now over this battle for 2nd. They come out of the carousel and make the run down towards the kink.
By the way, Danny Stain does still lead STL. We've talked about that class, but haven't mentioned him in a while. He is still on the racetrack, circulating, running 14th overall, just behind Peter St. Pierre, who is 3rd in STU. I should remind us of that, since we're watching one of the STL cars just in front of that battle in Touring 4, Gonzalo Aponte. And your leader in Touring 4 is still Mario Carini, despite despite reports of sparky or flamey brakes at some point in this race. The car in the BMW still holding down the top spot by 10 seconds last time across the start-finish line over these two MX-5s.
All right, and right behind this battle that we're watching now in T4, Rylan Hazelton. He'll be coming into our view here momentarily. There he is coming out. Actually, that is the... I take that back. There is Rylan Hazelton, the third car in line. As he comes onto the Road America Straight, he's going to see the white flag. One more lap remains for him. And assuming these two racers, young racers, can keep ahead of that Honda Civic, they will have both this lap and one more to go. Madden Workman now just having turned 15. And unfortunately, I don't know how old his competitor is. Maybe I should ask.
Richard Mooney in that blue MX-5 had a look around the outside back at turn 1, and it shortened up his progress quite a bit. He's dropped now 10 car lengths back as your overall race leader, coming through on some of our front runners in STL, just making the pass on Jolt Ferenczi. Now comes closer to the next car anyway he will focus on would be Adam Sargis.
By the way, Richard Mooney, certainly not 15 years old. I think he's got about 40 years on young Madden Workman there right now, but putting up a great fight.
And there's a battle in Touring 2. Kossoff throws the car through the apex beautifully at turn 5. Kaplan slips up, loses thrust off the corner, and now has to deal with a ton of pressure from that Porsche on the very final lap. Another slide for Kaplan coming off of turn 6. Just needs to hold on to it as the power then just gets away from the Porsche coming off that corner.
And Kossoff had an opportunity there, Tom, to slice underneath Aaron Kaplan going into turn 7. He chose not to do it. Maybe wait a little bit longer, as they are going to have to work their way through past John Legutice's Ford Mustang and into the carousel. And as they are working their last lap here as well, there's Rylan Hazelton, our leader in Touring 2 and the overall leader. These two racers, they're going to only have 3 more corners to possibly make a change there, as Kossoff now is only about a car length and a half back from Aaron Kaplan as they head down into Canada Corner for the last time. And we'll pick them up as they come up through Thunder Valley. All right, Kaplan still leads, but Kossoff is so much closer as Rylan Hazelton rounds the final corner and now heads up the Road America Straight. And we'll see the checkered flag for him in just a moment. And now crossing the line, taking the checkered flag in the win in Touring 2 is Aaron Kaplan. And as they came out of is Rylan Hazelton, and Aaron Kaplan had a nice advantage as he came up the hill. He's going to beat Alan Kossoff to the line by 0.3 of a second. So it's Hazelton, Kaplan, Kossoff, your top 3 in Touring 2. Let's jump over, I think, probably the next cars to come across. Tom Noble in STU, possibly, in the number 72 BMW. And there you go, Tom Noble. Trying to track where he is on course, but I believe he'll be the next he's coming out of the final corner now, up the Road America Straight. And he will come across the line. Tom Noble will take the win in STU. David Fiorelli finishes 3 seconds in arrears, and John Legudice will come home third. John Legudice will take the win in Touring 3. Peter St. Pierre will finish third in STU. Danny Stain takes the win in STL.
Watching this battle for the podium in Touring 4, by the way, on our live feed images, Madden Workman, so much pressure from Richard Mooney coming into the carousel for the final time. They've got clear racetrack in front, clear racetrack behind. Nearly identical race cars. Mooney has the draft coming into the kink. We know from SMX this is not flat out for these cars and can turn dramatic quickly. You both get a good run through there. Mooney using just ever so slightly more on the entry. Be close enough, Greg? I don't know yet.
I don't know. He looked like he pulled within maybe half a car length as they came down into the Kettle Bottoms, as they come out of Canada Corner and up the hill. Is it the 52 machine? Oh my, as Mooney gets around Madden Workman coming through Bill Mitchell Bend. He now has to defend against the 52. Workman's going to come down to the inside. It's going to be a late break in the 14. Not going to be a lot of exit speed for either of these drivers. And there's contact as Madden Workman tries to move Mooney all the way over to the left-hand side of the track. And as they come together and then separate, Madden Workman will cross the line. He will take second on track in Touring 4 to Richard Mooney, will finish in third.
Wow, what a close finish between the two. Looks like the contact might have rattled Mooney just a little bit. Hard to say there. It's not our call, but both drivers just pushing really hard. Mooney trying to carry the outside with the momentum. Got pushed by momentum all the way to the edge of the racetrack. Madden Workman followed him there, and they just didn't quite come back on in perfect unison. But Madden Workman well defended there. I think fair play between the two of them despite the contact for the most part. Again, not our decision, but a good second place finish and a podium behind Mario Carini, by the way, who takes the win.
All right, so that will wrap up the Grand Marshal Challenge in Touring 2. Ryland Hazelton will take the win, and he will get a $200 cash award, 2 Hoosier Tire certificates, a June Sprints checkered flag, and a June Sprints hat, as will our winner in Touring 3, John Lagudice, in his Ford Mustang. Our Super Touring Light winner, that is Danny Stain. Our Super Touring Under winner, Tom Noble. And then also Mario Carini, our winner in Touring 4. All right, let's make a final call for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 8, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, and T1 racers. Please head to the grid. Race group number 8, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, and Touring 1. This is your final call to the grid. Okay, Tom, let's take a break. We'll be back with more racing action. 2 more races to go here at the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. Stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
I'm John Hunter, and you might know me as the SCCA's Time Trial Program Manager. But did you also know I'm a driver? I've been autocrossing and doing time attack for a couple decades now, and here we're going to talk about some of the similarities and some of the differences in driving style between the two. So what we mean by plan of attack is you want to make sure you have a really good game plan going out. And that involves making sure that you only give yourself 1 or 2 things that you want to fix, whether you're going out for a new session of laps or that next run in autocross. So next, let's talk about things that are similar but slightly different. And the biggest thing of all is where you're looking. Obviously, with both, you want to look ahead. But with time attack, you're looking so much further ahead to find the exit of that corner. Where in autocross, you're looking for the exit and the next element, and the next element, and it's more rapid fire. So one's a little faster pace, but one requires you to look way further out into the distance. In autocross, things come at you a lot faster. It's rapid fire, and you need to move the weight around very quickly, typically. Whereas on a track, you'll have a lot more space between corners, so you're slowing the weight transfer down and making sure that you're maximizing your grip in a different way. So when you're coming from autocross and moving onto track, you'll really want to slow down your hands because you have more time to properly set the car up and get that weight transfer done to maximize the grip through the corner. Another thing that's similar but different is how you use the pedals. In both instances, you want to be aggressive but squeeze and maximize the weight transfer in each situation. However, once you move to the track, you really want to know how to heel toe so that you can manage that weight transfer even better. So let's talk about what's different. The biggest thing that I can think of is in autocross, you typically want to make a plan and stick to it because you only get 3 runs. But on track, when you're doing time attack, you typically can run that track over and over and over again. So it affords you the ability to change up that plan and explore new options on lines and how you take certain areas of the track. So even though I'd autocrossed for decades, once I started doing time attack, I found it helped me as an autocross driver as well. So don't hesitate to try the other sport. Whether you're an autocross or a time attack driver, do both. It'll make you a better driver either way.
And it is the TRO Manufacturing Challenge up next here at the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints for our GT classes, GT1, GT2, GTX, also American Sedan and Touring 1. Let's run down the starting order here. Starting on pole, driving the number 31 GT1 Chevy Camaro, we've got Dave Rouleau, and beside him, it's Dave Panterick, representing the Mahonic Valley region of the SCCA. He's in his 2022 Ford Mustang, with Anthony Smith now starting on the inside of row number 2. We'll drive the number 5 Ligier JSP 320. He's our sole GTX racer. Adam Ramito in his Toyota Camry will start 4th. That's the number 2 car. Then Jason Fiorito in a Dodge Challenger starts 5th, 21 machine. Jonathan Start, who's our GT2 pole sitter, will be driving the number 51 Dodge Viper ACRX, starting 7th. Rick Dittman is in the number 124 Chevrolet Corvette, with Ethan Tovo in the number 10, TA2 Toyota Camry. That is a GT2 car. Starting on the inside of row number 5, Joseph Frieda in the number 122 Chevrolet Corvette. He represents the Alabama region of the SCCA. And rounding out the top 10, Brad McAllister driving the number 29 GT2 Ford Mustang. That's another TA2 chassis. Then we've got Justin Elder. Justin is in the number 19 GT2 Chevy Camaro. He'll start alongside Graham Jacobson, also in a GT2 Chevy Camaro, the number 119 car. Starting 13th, driving the 34 Ford Mustang. One of our GT1 entries, it's Patrick Paul. He's going to start right alongside Stephen Wiles. Wiles starting 14th today in the number 101 GT1 Camaro. Brian Garcia in his GT2 Dodge Challenger, another TA2 chassis car. He will start 15th, driving the number 48 machine. Ike Keeler is in the 15 car. That is a GT2 Toyota Camry, and it starts 16th. Matt Gray, 17th on the grid today in his Cope chassis Ford Mustang. The Lando Lakes driver will start 17th. Rocky Ellie is in the number 11 2015 Chevrolet Corvette. That's another one of our GT1 entries. Chicago region driver starts 18th, starting 19th. Driving the number 13 2017 Dodge Challenger TA2 car. Hails from the Milwaukee region. It's Robert May. Patrick Utt will be driving his GT2 Ford Mustang, and that is the number 49 car. It starts 20th. Steven Sowers is in the 21 GT2 Ford Mustang, another TA2 chassis car. And then we've got William Moore is in the number 33 GT2 Chevy Camaro. He starts 22nd. Jason Pierce, 23rd on the grid in the number 98 GT2 Ford Mustang, with Lonnie Hochstetler starting 24th. He drives the number 131 GT2 Chevy Camaro. Our Touring 1 pole sitter today is Roy Lipner. He is in the number 175 BMW M4, and he starts 25th. Dana Blackhurst will start 26th. Dana is in a GT2 Toyota Camry. The number 130 machine starts on the outside of the 13th row. Then starting 27th today, driving the 02 Touring 1 Ford Mustang is David Marshall. He starts 27th, with David Swernoff in the Touring 1 BMW M3, the 118 car. He starts 28th. Richard Ruck will start 29th today. He's in the 42 GT2 Chevy Camaro, while Richard Grant is in his Touring 1 Porsche Cayman. The number 30 machine starts 30th. And then finally rounding out our 32 car field, Andy McDermott in the number 24 American Sedan Ford Mustang, and Kurt Bittinger in the number 17 American Sedan Ford Mustang. They start 31st and 32nd respectively. And again, this is the TRO Manufacturing Challenge, a race that is not 13 but 15 laps to the checkered flag, or 45 minutes, whichever comes first. The pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to our starters there, and it is right on the front row. The number 31 of Dave Rouleau, the 51 of Dave Panterick, as they make the run down to turn 1. And what a glorious sound here, Tom, as these engines rev up. And right there in third, it is Adam Ramito in the number 2 Toyota. He slots right back behind Rouleau and Panterick, a little bit further back in the field. There in GT2, Jonathan Start leads Ethan Tovo down into 1. Yeah, he had a lot of damage to that car, Tom, and that was pretty high speed there to be leaving the track. There's a chicane of tires there that he was going to have to navigate in order to get back to the paddock. And so yesterday, Tom, Dave Rullo took the win over Adam Romito as David Paterick finished in 3rd place in GT1. In GT2, Ethan Tovo took the win over Justin Elder as we saw the Viper of Start. I believe Start had spun over at turn 3 about midway through the race, finished back in 5th in GT2. And take it back, it wasn't at turn 3, it was over at the final corner at turn 14 there. But he was able to work his way back up to 5th in the class before the race ended after just 9 laps. All right, making a move down to the inside now in his Toyota Camry. Tom, I'm trying to pick up who that was. And I think it was just ahead. I think that was Ike Keeler in the number 15 machine, trying to make a move on Brian Garcia's Dodge Challenger. And I don't believe he was able to get that move done.
Greg, I'm back. I just realized my microphone was muted. I apologize. Thank you to the YouTube chat for pointing it out.
Yes.
I'll tell you, all the insights I shared were great. Unfortunately, they didn't come through.
Very much so, Tom. I was asking Brendan here if the volume on your microphone had dropped about, I don't know, 65%. And I was doing all my work over here to try and bring you back. Glad you're back in the land of the living, sir.
I'm so sorry. It only took 7 Super Tours for me to make that mistake. But I was making the point mainly just to boil it down. The top 3 very much in touch. The top 3 in GT2 as well. Jonathan Start not as quick off the line this time. Ethan Tovo keeping him honest. Brad McAllister also involved in that solid white Mustang. All 3 coming up onto the front straight here as well, with James French coming through. And looks Adam Romito still dealing with huge vibrations at the front of that race car. We saw that yesterday towards the late stages, but it's already happening here with still 13 laps left.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of buffeting right at the front of the car, like the wing was getting loaded and unloaded quite a bit. That a number of our corner workers started calling it in, and towards the very end of the race, it appeared as though Dave Paterick, who was knocking maybe around 3 seconds off of Romito per lap, was going to be able to work his way back up to second. Was not able to get that done, but I mean, he's putting in yeoman's effort right now, just trying to keep the car close to our leaders, Rullo and Paterick at the time. That said, James French does reset fast lap, and now last time by was up in the 6th position as we've got a local caution. And I'm trying to pick up the corner now as the 101 car now has pulled off. That is Stephen Wiles in his GT1 Camaro, and that is over just at the exit of turn 1, Tom, where that has happened.
Oh, he's right on the edge of the racetrack as well. That's essentially a track out point for the exit of turn 1, or more honestly said, the rejoin part, as drivers use that runoff at turn 1. So this is likely going to be an issue for this race. 1 car off down at turn 5. 2nd car follows. That's one of our further back drivers in GT2 and our leader in Touring 1, I think, just falling off the racetrack. One of the Toyota Camrys, the 15 machine. Ike Keeler having an issue just going No, it's not the eye keeler. The car a little bit further back, just couldn't get the car rotated and straight into the dirt. Luckily, was able to continue.
And actually, I think that might that comes back on. No, that is not the Camry. I thought indeed it was Keeler there that had the problem, but I'll try and track down the number of that car here soon enough. Yeah, and Tom, with that 101 car sitting where it is, as you said, it's more like the rejoin point at the exit of turn 1. It's also just over the crest of the hill right now. And so they are under, for the moment, a local caution, and we have the emergency services teams responding. But that's going to be in a very difficult place for them as our leaders, Pinteric and Rulo, now come through that incident area.
The car off at turn 5 was 49, Patrick Utt for GT2, slipping back now to 12th from 10th. But at the front of the field, here's Rulo and Pinteric. It looks like Ramito, struggling, has dropped off the back, but Pinteric is looking really racy. Camaro body versus Mustang body. Ramito has slipped way back, actually behind James French, who is the fastest car on the racetrack by a long ways, in a different category, of course, GTX. He's your race leader there, runs 3rd overall already.
And Ramito was almost 3 full seconds off of both Rulo and Pinteric ahead in class in GT1.
Yeah, Greg, with that front end issue with the bodywork, I'm guessing something in the under tray, maybe the splitter or something structural underneath that race car just not holding together. That is one of the most violent feelings you can possibly have, including a wheel falling off the car, including an engine blowing up. It's so discomforting, and it just feels horrible to be in the cockpit when that's happening, especially as fast as these race cars are. Looking like he might not be trying.
We are going to a full course caution now here at Road Americas. We've got another car off at turn 5, and it sounds as though we may have had a car go off as our leaders are coming into Canada Corner now. We may have also had an incident down in that area of the track. I'm trying to get some more information now from race control. All right, Tom, let's do this. And I'm going to listen into race control, see if we can get some more information. But with now 12 laps remaining in this 15-lap, 45-minute race for the TRO Manufacturing Challenge, let's take our break. And when we come back, more racing action here from the June Sprints. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
It is the 71st. I just aged myself by 10 years. It's the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. Now I'm only 35. Here at the National Park Speed Road America. It is the TRO Manufacturing Challenge for our big bore racers, for GT cars, Touring 1, as well as American Sedan. And we are still under full course caution, but not for long, Tom, as they have managed to remove the car that was off on the exit of turn number 1. And we've just gotten word from race control. We're going to be going back to racing this next time by, as the pace car, safety car, brings the field out of the carousel down towards turn 11, otherwise known as the kink.
This will be a good opportunity for a couple of different drivers. Of course, Dave Rullo was just getting a ton of pressure from David Pinteric, those top two in GT1, but also Jason Fiorito, who now has closed the gap, obviously, all the way straight back up to Adam Romito, who's kind of struggling a little bit with that race car, I think. So the GT1 podium still all to play for. Jonathan Start also loses that slight advantage that he had over Ethan Tovo and Brad McAllister. The Viper, then the white and red Camry, then the solid white Mustang, your top three in GT2. Jonathan Start tends to be a really quick starter, maybe appropriately so, but mostly down to that car. I think it just gets going a little bit quicker than the GT2 tube frame Trans Am cars. So if he could do anything without basically everybody in front of him at this point is going to have a little bit more motor than him, and I think power up the road, but that's not a guarantee. Could be a very interesting start for GT2.
All right, as the safety car now bringing the field up through Thunder Valley. David Marshall, Rocky Ellie did not make the grid today. Graham Jacobson, many of you saw it, the driver of the number 119 GT2 Camaro, exited stage left on the opening lap. Stephen Wiles in the number 101 Chevy Camaro. That's the car that they retrieved from turn number 1, exit at turn number 1. And then Joseph Frieda and David Swernoff having some issues. We had just gotten word as we went to caution, David Swernoff had a puncture in his left front tire. He returned to the paddock, and we've got green flag in the air once again. We're back underway. Dave Rullo and Dave Pinteric right at the front of the field. James French in his GT3 machine very close behind, and time for a reset for Adam Romito in his GT1 Toyota Camry. Over in GT2, Jonathan Start once again getting a very good start, but as he comes out of turn 3, not able to open up that much of a gap back to the Toyota Camry of Ethan Tovo Tom.
Yeah, and critically not able to put anybody between himself and Ethan Tovo. Every other restart, both races we've seen, or initial race start, he's been able to put at least one car between himself and the rest. Still does pull out a nice little advantage, just clinging onto the back of those top 4 in GT1, plus James French, who is taking his time getting back to a possible passing opportunity in that LMP3 car, obviously making speed a totally different way than most of these big bore muscle cars. He's already gone through a couple and picked up a couple spots. And then the rest of this 16-car GT2 field, all sorts of battles throughout, as basically 6th through 12th running nose to tail.
All right, we just trying to get the number on the car a little bit further back in the field, Tom, that had a big tank slapper going through the exit of turn 5. And pulled it back under control. I thought that perhaps, from looking at the color, I thought it was the Ruth car, but I don't believe that car is out on track here. So we'll try and track it here. Oh, and going wide through the kink. Now we've got a car off. Is that William Moore, the number 33 Chevy Camaro, possibly? No, I think
it's Jackson Tovo.
Tovo, yeah, because I just see Moore now coming through afterwards, as we've got the local caution there, and I believe he's still up against the wall there at the back end.
Oh, what a horrible feeling as a driver coming into this section of the racetrack with absolutely no visibility. It looks like Tovo did continue, just kind of glanced the wall very early and eased it back onto the racetrack. There's the Camry coming through 14 with left front damage and reports back to the pit lane, but giving everybody an aneurysm behind him. Have no idea what you're coming across in that cloud of dust. Multiple cars coming to nearly a full stop, and that's spread out everybody behind Tovo, all of the GT2 drivers back there, Touring 1 American sedan drivers involved as well. I don't think there was any collateral damage behind him, but that really spread the field out.
All right, so Jackson Tovo now brings his car down the pit lane. Tovo, who finished as your winner in GT2 yesterday, going to retire from this race early.
If Adam Ramito is still struggling with the front end of that race car, buffeting, it looks like he's found a nice way to manage it, maybe braking a little bit less aggressively so that the car doesn't bottom out quite as quickly. He's able to hold off any charge from Jason Fiorito in the Challenger just behind. And here comes the top three through the hurry downs in GT2. Jonathan Start with a slightly larger advantage over Ethan Tovo than Brad McAllister has. And then the next car in line is a GT1 Mustang, Patrick Paul, who is duking it out for overall honors, the top 10 with Anthony Smith's LMP3 Ligier.
All right, and my apologies. I think I just said Jackson Tovo was your GT2 winner yesterday. That was actually Ethan Tovo, who, of course, is still on track. As we had a driver, Tom, I thought I saw in one of the prior shots, a little bit slow off the pace coming out of turn 6. And I believe that car now has pulled off on the outside of turn 7. And apparently that car is now out of the way and will remain green over there the next time our racers come through. And I believe that is the 24 machine, Tom, that is over there. And actually, we now have a standing yellow because I think the drivers decided to get out of the race car. And that is Andy McDermott, who was your leader in American Sedan.
Well, that'll mean if Kent Bittinger can finish the race, or at least complete half distance, he'll be scored the winner. It's the other entrant there in American Sedan. The top three in GT2, Rulo, Pinteric, and Ramito have spread out. It's actually equal distance all the way back to Jason Fiorito in the Challenger. Again, still dealing with a huge amount of buffeting at the front of that Camry. The question we posed yesterday, Greg, during the 25-minute race was whether the Dodge Viper in GT2 would have the same sort of tire life that the Trans Am cars would have, as they're somewhere around 200 to 300 pounds lighter than the Dodge Viper. Neither of them are particularly heavy, but those Trans Am cars in GT2 are under 3,000 pounds. The Viper's closer to 3,200 pounds. So it will work its tires just a little bit differently. Right now, Jonathan Start showing no signs of issues yet, but this is a much, much longer race than yesterday.
Indeed, as we've got 8 laps remaining here in what is a 15-lap scheduled race, as opposed to the 13-lap races that we've had throughout the day. And as our final race after this will be Tom. And so indeed, Jonathan Start's going to have to look after the equipment there as this race continues on. That said, we just had 2 laps under full course caution, actually 3 laps under full course caution. Perhaps one gave him some opportunity to lower the temps just a little bit, but also maybe extend the life of those tires just a little bit.
Right. In yesterday's race, we had a full course caution, but it was right in the middle. So it worked perfectly, kind of half distance, cool the tires down, half distance again. Today, that early full course caution, if we stay green for the rest of this race, that's a whole lot of green flag laps, a whole lot of 4-mile laps on those race tires under the Dodge Viper. By the way, at the front of the field, James French just went under 2 minutes, a 1:59.3. That's the fastest lap we've seen all weekend by a whole lot, and it's the new track record in GTX by about 5 seconds as he ran a 1:59.3. The previous record was a 2:04.4. Doesn't have a whole lot of challenge at the front, but he's doing his own sort of time attack session at this point in that LMP3 car and putting on a show.
Yeah, and much like Anthony Smith in a JSP 320, and and Tom, we even talked about yesterday that Smith was within about a second and a half, 2 seconds of that track record. But there you go, is French, who was your former Formula Atlantic national champion there. And also a prototype class national champion as well, as continued on. And we've got a lot of dust, a lot of dirt there at the exit of the kink, Tom, and that is new. That wasn't there before. I keep thinking, and you can see quite a bit has been pulled onto the track surface. That may have been from when the Tovo car rejoined, possibly just a little while ago.
Yeah, that section of racetrack is a mess no matter how you cut it, but I think it's just at this point so many cars have been softly off through that little section. Even just dipping a sidewall or a half a tire is throwing so much dirt at this point. And it's really probably not a big deal in your own car, right? You have that little moment. You might be just a little spooked coming through the kink at that speed, having a tiny, tiny little kiss of the dirt, but it creates havoc for the cars behind you. It's really, really terrifying to deal with that, as you saw another car, I think that was the 48 of Brian Garcia, having to deal with, no, it wasn't. He's way over in turn 4, but whoever that was had to check up big on the brakes just to try to hope that there's no one in that cloud.
I keep thinking, I've had so many Days of Thunder thoughts here today, Tom, about Cole Trickle just to aim for the clouds and drive right through. And then, of course, I was thinking about his crew chief telling him to hit the pace car because everything else has been hit today. That was when our Grand Marshal was out leading Group 5, by the way. So as we've got 6 laps remaining, your leader in GT1 is Dave Rullo. Dave Panteric now still not very far behind, just a couple car lengths in arrears. Adam Romito, though, about 6.5 seconds off our top 2 racers as we see they all come down the hill heading towards turn number 3. Jason Fiorito in 4th. Over in GT2, it is Jonathan Start still. Ethan Tovo staying within striking distance in his Toyota Camry. Brad McAllister about 2.5 seconds back from there in his Ford Mustang. Over in Touring 1, Roy Lipner now has opened up almost 20 seconds on Richard Grant, and with David Swearnoff retiring, I think Lipner just has to be able to get that car to the end. Over in American Sedan, Andy McDermott, I believe, may have actually rejoined the race, Tom, as I'm showing him now having completed 8 laps. When they went to retrieve him earlier, he had only completed 6, so we'll see how that plays out. Bittinger on that same lap at the moment. As our leaders in GT1 make easy play there of Kent Bittinger, currently running 2nd in American Sedan in that number 17 Ford Mustang out of Midland, Michigan.
You mentioned GT2. It's getting very interesting. The gap last time at the line was 9/10 of a second. They're just behind these cars watching on our live pictures now, coming through the kink probably, between Jonathan Start and Ethan Tovo. And they only had about a 2-second advantage over Brad McAllister's Mustang. So that class is just starting to turn into a hotter battle between those two. And Adam Romito doesn't have time to slow down anymore as Jason Fiorito is hounding him at this point. It's a bigger gap than you'd think, or it's a smaller gap than you'd think with the rate of travel that these cars cover. Dave Panteric also still holding Dave Rullo honest.
All right, Tom, little update. We've just gotten word from our timing and scoring team that the track record that James French just set in GTX is also an all-time record for any SCCA class here at Road America, as he turned in a 1:59.377. That is faster than any SCCA class car has ever run here at this track. And we were talking about things heating up over in GT2. I think heading down into turn 1 now is Jonathan Start and Ethan Tovo. And here they come. Hard on the brake is Tovo is starting to really close things up here. The last time through, well, he was actually lost a little bit of ground that last time to Jonathan Start. Stretched things out by about 3 car lengths over the Camry behind.
Pretty awesome feather in the cap there for James French. If anybody hears that and goes, well, what about, and holds their finger up, it's only race sessions that count for track records, which means that he has reclaimed that really, really quick. And really not a lot of power in that car either. That's all, it does hit 170 some miles an hour on the straights, but it's a lot of momentum to get you there, as Jonathan Start recovering just a little bit of that gap that he had lost, getting really nice clean sectors in at this point. Just saw some drama from Ethan Tovo, starting to use a little bit more of the runoff, the back end of that car floating around a little bit more than we've seen so far. Look at the car rotating off the acceleration zone of turn 8.
All right, Patrick Gutt in the number 49 Ford Mustang has his car now on the pit lane. GT2 car, his team pulling the hood pins now to take a look underneath the hood. Looks like his day now likely done.
Well, interesting here up a drag race on the front straight for third in GT1. Jason Fiorito got a great run, and it looked almost like Ramito was going to report to the pit lane in the Camry, but he does not. He stays on the racetrack and tucks back in line, just loses third position as it looks like the vibrations, if anything, have gotten worse on the front of that Camry. It's buffeting all the way back to the A pillar now, Greg.
Yeah, and that's just what I was thinking, Tom. Either he was being compliant there and just giving up the position to Jason Fiorito and just letting him know that he wasn't going to put up a challenge, or that he was going to just bring the car down the pit lane, but he continues to soldier on. I'm very, very surprised. They come up now on Andy McDermott's Mustang. He is still your American sedan leader, and they make easy work of that car. Probably at the very end of the speed zone here would normally be doing probably a good 20 miles an hour more than the Ford Mustang at the least.
Look at the drama, though. As soon as McDermott goes to the brakes, the whole car just goes into a wobble as it's trying to dissipate speed as quickly as it can. Wagging the back end. Now Ramito goes around, and James French with a mechanical issue. Two of our top 5 drivers struggling. Ramito backs it off the racetrack, gets it off the surface,
and brings it back on. But it looks like James French, as he came out of the carousel and started to make the run down towards turn 11, I think he pulled that car back off the track surface and I think was able to pull it back behind the wall.
Meanwhile, Ramito just loses the car at the apex, the back tire not gripping up the way that he needs it to. We've talked about that corner already this weekend being probably the most challenging on the racetrack when it's boiled down to it. Car gets loose on entry and couldn't hang on to it. So that's going to give Jason Fiorito in the Challenger a huge advantage and might drop Ramito behind. Actually, his next closest GT1 competitor retired a couple laps ago. That would have been the Mustang of Patrick Paul, but that car is back in the paddock. So I think he's going to maintain the 4th position, but now way back from the top 3.
All right, Tom, we've got local cautions coming out of the carousel at turn 10, through the kink at 11, and all the way down into turn 12. I'm trying to still get some information on the car that may be off track over at turn 12, that entire north part of the race course now under full course caution. Real quick, Tom, let me make a call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, race group number 8, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, race group number 9, please head to the grid. All right, and as Ramito has now gotten his Camry back underway, there was a local caution coming out of turn 6, and they were then covering Ramito under turn 7, as it appeared that he was still having some problems. They have now lowered that green flag, and I believe now also the green flags have been dropped from, the yellow flags from turn 11 down to Canada Corner have now been all withdrawn.
Going to open up some nice passing opportunities. Of course, you can't pass whether it's an in-class car or not, whether it's for the lead lap or not. So that would have affected basically everybody, of course.
Everyone.
Yep. Jonathan Start still leading the way in GT2 by 1.2 seconds over Ethan Tovo. That gap has not changed all that much. Brad McAllister has been on at least the podium. I'm trying to remember if McAllister is maybe a past champion even in GT2. Doesn't quite have the pace, has actually slipped back a couple of extra seconds and gotten himself behind Anthony Smith's LMP3 car for GTX, who now leads the way again, by the way. Despite that track record and pace that James French saw with his car retirement, Anthony Smith is back in the catbird seat to win both days.
And Tom, Brad McAllister was your GT2 pole sitter this past year at the National Championship runoffs. However, your winner this year in GT2, Jorge Nazario in his Chevrolet Corvette, Unfortunately, McAllister has never taken home that GT2 National Championship. All right, next time, our overall leader, Dave Rouleau, or Dave Paterick, who still is within striking distance. When they cross the start-finish line, they'll see the white flag with 1 lap remaining here at Road America.
Here in GT2, did we catch that? The lead change? Ethan Tovo is in front of Jonathan Stark coming through turn 13. Just popped up on our cameras there. Happened somewhere in Sector 2, I think. And they're still just right in front of that GTX LMP3 car for Anthony Smith, but the Camry has taken the top spot from the Viper. Has that ever been said before? New sentence.
No, I don't think it ever has. Except maybe at a Cars and Coffee. I don't know. All right. As they cross the start-finish line now, and they will have not only this lap, but likely 1 more lap to go as they are door-to-door heading down into turn 1, Tom.
Yeah, look at the straight line speed of that Viper. Was able to come from a car length behind to nearly in front and takes the top spot back. It's a duel between these two coming down into turn 3. Really heads up driving from the Laps GT2 car there. Tip of the hat to that driver. But we have these two. Jonathan Stark going to pull out a little bit of an advantage. He's hitting maybe 6 miles an hour faster down these straights than the Camry had been regularly. But the Camry will handle a little bit better. And I have to wonder, is Jonathan Stark just hit a cliff with the tires underneath that Viper? Only time will tell. Into the braking zone for turn 5 now.
All right, our overall leaders now, Dave Rouleau, Dave Paterick coming through Thunder Valley and come to the final corners to start their final lap as we watch this race here. And Rouleau has commanded this race from the very beginning. Tom, he is looking for his second GT1 race win of the weekend, and he is your leader heading into the final lap.
And he also just set his fastest lap of the race at 2:06.5 to pull out now a 2-second advantage over David Pinterick. Has Dave Rouleau been saving something for the last couple laps of this race, knowing how prone some of these cars can be to mechanical issues? And then this battle for GT2 isn't going anywhere. The Camry with a good run through the carousel is nice and close behind the Dodge Viper. Little bit of a brake check for the Viper to set the pads back on the rotor after hitting some curbs. And into the braking zone for Canada Corner.
And as they come out of Canada onto Thunder Valley and over to the Bill Mitchell Bend, the Viper continues to hold the advantage, Tom. And we saw the straight line speed of the Viper on the prior lap as they came down into the braking zone for turn number 1. If Stark can maintain this and get a good run out, he has a great opportunity here. And look at the gap that he opens just heading up the hill as he's got James French directly behind him. And Tom, I'm wondering now if French is going to perhaps just hold back behind them right there.
Yeah, Smith leading the way in GTX.
That's that's our other GTX racer. I'm sorry.
Really interesting to watch what each of these cars reward. The Viper rewarding very clean, precise driving. The Camry seems to let you hang the back end out just a little bit, really working the rear tires of that car. Coming on to the Moraine sweep for the final time. Start's going to pull out another couple of car lengths as expected, but Tovo has still 3/4 of a lap to respond.
And indeed, Smith is just sitting. He's sitting back there, but this has got to be nerve-wracking for Tovo as he's trying to determine whether or not that Ligier is going to try to make a move at any moment on him. And at some point, you just have to, stop watching the mirror there and focus on what's ahead. And Jonathan Stark continues to move away.
Yeah, hopefully, I'll knock on wood, Anthony Smith is aware of that situation. Up on the front straight real quick, Greg, I'll let you update GT1.
There you go. And taking the win, coming across with 1.7 seconds to spare, Dave Rouleau will take the win, the TRO Manufacturing Challenge here at the June Sprints. David Paterick will finish in second. Jason Fiorito currently running third in the class in the number 21 Dodge Challenger. He's just now coming out of Canada Corner, so he's still got a couple turns left to go before he takes his final checkered flag of the weekend as we jump back to GT2.
Tovo got the run through the kink that we thought he needed, but he did not create overlap before the braking zone. Takes a look on the exit of Canada corner. Only one passing opportunity left before the drag race between these two. He gets the nose underneath the wrong side of the car, goes the long way around in the entry, pinches Jonathan Start's entry there coming into the final corner. And I think the motor of the Viper is going to seal this one.
And as they head up the hill, once again, there you go. The gap opens, and taking the win in GT2, the TRO Manufacturing Challenge, it's Jonathan Start, Ethan Tovo, 68 hundredths of a second in arrears, will finish there in second. Brad McAllister in his Ford Mustang, the number 29 machine, just now coming out of the final corner and up the road America straight. He will finish in third. Justin Elder will finish in fourth. Let's take a look at our other classes now. In Touring 1, Roy Lipner is your Grant finishing in second. David Swearnoff only completes 3 laps. Over in GTX, it is Anthony Smith who will take the win over James French, who retires after 11 laps. And in American Sedan, Andy McDermott will take the win over Kent Bittinger. And of course, in the TRO Manufacturing Challenge, Tom, our winners will take home a cash award of $200, 2 Hoosier Racing Tire certificates, a June Sprints checkered flag, and the June Sprints hat. If you finished second, a cash award of $100 and 1 Hoosier Racing Tire certificate and a June Sprints hat. And if you finished third in class, $50 cash award, a $100 Breakometer product certificate, and a June Sprints hat. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers here in our big bore race, the TRO Manufacturing Challenge. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our final race of the afternoon.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
It's time for our final race of the afternoon at the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, part of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It is the Elite Challenge presented by Hoosier, where the winner of this Spec Race 4 Gen 3 race will take a $1,000 cash award, two Hoosier Racing Tire certificates, the June Sprints checkered flag that they so rightfully earned, and a June Sprints hat. Second place will get an $800 cash award, a tire certificate, and a hat. And third place will take $700, a Brakeometer, $100 product certificate, and a June Sprints hat. But Tom, they are paying all the way down. Well, they're paying fourth place $600, fifth place $500, sixth place $400, seventh $300, eighth $200, ninth $200, 10th $100, 20th, forget if you're like 11th through 19th, you're done. 20th, you get $100, and if you finish 30th in this 59 car field, you'll take home $100. Let's run down at least a portion of the starting order. I am not going 59 cars deep again today, Tom. That was so yesterday. Starting on the pole today with a qualifying time of 2 minutes 29 seconds, .199, it's Caleb Rothall. Justin Clarity will start on the outside of the front row. Starting in third position, a two-time national champion, Bobby Sack, in the number 19 machine representing the Detroit region. John Black, your very first ever Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 national champion, will start fourth on the outside of row number 2. Your defending national champion, John Black's teammate, driving the number 99 machine representing the Oregon region, Caleb Schrader, will start fifth. Asad Nikamandayev will start sixth today. He's in the number 144 car. He starts sixth. He represents the Northwest region. Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens, they'll start on row number 4, the number 104 and 105 cars out of the Hallett Racing Shop. Brian Schofield, another multi-time national champion, will start ninth today. He's in the number 61 car alongside Todd Vanacore. He starts 10th. He's in the number 119 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Simon Gamble will start 11th. He's in the number 8 car, with Jackson Deal in the 59 starting 12th. Zach Della driving the number 95 car. He'll start 13th, with Jim Goffrey starting 14th in the number 68 machine. Mac Harrison is driving the 30 car. He'll start 15th today, with Chris Jennerjohn in the 48 machine starting 16th. Tyler Fox is 17th on the field. Another former national champion, Mike Miserandino, will start 18th. He's in the red and white number 11. Keith Grant will start 19th in the number 96 car, with Colin Clark rounding out your top 20. He's in the number 23 machine. John Jansen is representing the Land O'Lakes region in the number 4 car. He'll start 21st alongside Adam Jennerjohn, who drives the number 89 machine. Connor Grant is in the 79 car. He starts 23rd alongside Ken Dininger, who will start 24th. He drives the 15. Stephen Raykemper will start 25th. He's in the 13 car. He'll start alongside Scott Monroe. Evan Hamitman will start 27th. He's got the number 1 on the side of his Ford, with Isaac Rothall starting 28th. He's in the number 85. Rob Peelsticker will start 29th, and rounding out row number 15, starting 30th today, it's Tom Burt. He's in the number 45 car. Andrew Wisniewski will start 31st in the number 32, while Ryan Harrison drives the 38 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. He starts 32nd. Russell King is driving the 12 car. He's 33rd, with Paul Marino starting 34th in the 14 car. Mark Greb starting 35th. He drives the 71 machine. Tim Preble alongside in the number 20. Then we've got the 16th row, and it is Mark Carter in the number 18 machine. He'll start alongside the number 49 car. That is Scott Barr. Tom Miserandino scheduled to start 39th today. No, he didn't make yesterday's race. We'll see if he gets out here today. Stephen Greenhill will start 40th in the number 78 machine. And then we've got Thomas Schluter in the number 133 car. He starts 41st on the field, with Ben Pigeon starting 42nd. Greg Miller is 43rd, with Steven Schluter 44th, Andrea King 45th, William Peacock 46th. And I almost got through the whole field, but we're going to go and take a look and direct our attention to the front straight, where the pace car has now head to the pit lane, turning things over to Caleb Rothel, Justin Clarity, Bobby Sack, John Black, top 2 rows, as they head up over the crest of the hill of the Road America Straight. The starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. We are racing for the very last time this weekend here at Road America. It's the Elite Challenge presented by Hoosier, and heading down into turn number 1, Caleb Rothel in the number 22 machine, that black with white number board on the front, leads the field. Justin Clarity, Bobby Sack trying to come down the inside right alongside Justin Clarity as they round turn number 1 and come down into 2. And Bobby Sack now falls back about a half a car length. He's going to slot in back behind John Black, with Caleb Schrader back behind Bobby Sack, then Peyton Long and Nick Ndabayev. They're in 7th.
That was 3 teammates at the top of the field, by the way, with Rothel, Clarity, and Sack. But John Black is going to separate them out just a little bit. They're still side by side for most of the field, coming into the braking zone down at turn 5 for the first time, just eclipsing 128 miles an hour. Look at Tyler Stevens down the inside on John Black, trying to pick up 2 spots, and he's going to spin. Stevens, your defending champion, goes around. A huge hit for Jim Goffrey as well, as he falls off the racetrack over on driver's right. Stevens drops the clutch just enough to pull out of harm's way. That was a really nice save, but a heartbreaker of a start for him.
Yeah, and you see the frustration in Jim Goffrey as he raises his hands in the air. Let's take a look at the action once again as they come under braking into turn 5. First 3 cars get together, but Stevens and I think John Black had a touch there, which sent Stevens around. And big issues there. Good job, all of our other drivers seeing the yellow flags, able to avoid and continue.
Yeah, quick correction. Caleb Schrader is your defending champion. He's still at the front. I got those 2 mixed up, but unfortunately, one of our top runners is out of that top group, and it's a 3-car breakaway for Rothel, Clarity, and John Black. Bobby Sack is the next car in the train, now being pushed by Caleb Schrader. Peyton Long has lost his most preferred teammate in Tyler Stevens, now finds himself running 6th, as the field is now just getting single file through the carousel and into the kink for the first time.
All right, as they come through Thunder Valley, up the hill through the Bill Mitchell Bend, the entire field now all in line with a little bit of a gap, about 10 cars deep. Looks like Todd Vanacore back in 11th, and maybe a little bit of a gap back to Zach Della Jackson, Dale Mack Harrison. As they come up the Road America Straight, we're going to complete lap number 1 of 13, and it's Rothel, it's Clarity, John Black, Bobby Sack, Caleb Schrader, Peyton Long, Simon Gamble. Good start for the number 8 car, as Gamble started in 11th position, now finds himself in 7th. Brian Schofield, Zach Della, and Todd Vanacore, Mac Harrison, and Chris Jennerjohn 12th, with Jackson Deal 13th.
Simon Gamble is the yellow car with the fake headlights taped on the front, or stuck on the front, and he's got, to your point, Brian Schofield with him. Those 2 can work together to try to get back to the front. Group 3 wide, further back in the pack, at least Evan Hamitman involved in that with 2 other cars. They make it through clean and clear. Great racing here as the top 2 now making a breakaway. These 2 local drivers, they love to work together, racing out of Bobby Sack's tent. Caleb Rothel and Justin Clarity trying to make a breakaway for it early in this race. 13 laps or 45 minutes. We should have plenty of time, especially if it stays green.
And Tom, as they came out of turn 3, as Bobby Sack had to defend against Caleb Schrader, Peyton Long, and Simon Gamble, as they went 3 wide back behind him, and he just stuck the car dead center of track, and not a one of them could do anything about it now. And it looks like they're trying once again as they come underneath the Corvette Bridge, and this is now a little bit further back in the field. And I think heading all the way back as far as Andrew Wisniewski now, as we've got that second pack about 25 cars deep.
Into the carousel for the second time. becomes a big challenge. This is going to be high alert for Bobby Sack, for John Black, for Caleb Schrader, for Peyton Long. They're all going to be aware if those two cars get away, that is not good news for us. So they're going to start to work together by default, I think. Make sure that, whoa, huge moment for Simon Gamble. Brian Schofield had to back out of the throttle and makes the move work anyway at the kink as Gamble ran just a little bit wide, got sideways, and is going to slip up and lose to Schofield down to 8th.
Yeah, and that was great awareness by Schofield, who was almost right alongside the car as Hamitman's rear end stepped out on him. And just a quick little flip to the right allows him to get by.
Just like that, the couple corners of agreement has brought John Black, Bobby Sack, Caleb Schrader, and Peyton Long back to the front. 6 cars deep now at the front of this field.
And Tom, we've got a local caution down at turn 12, down at Canada Corner. Haven't gotten word from the corner station yet which car or cars may be involved. And it was the number 9 machine spinning off down at turn 12. And I believe he is still down there. He's waiting for the rest of the field to go by, and did it all on his lonesome here as our leaders now come down through into turn number 3. And Tom, Rothwell and Clarity, they have been caught once again by Bobby Sack and John Black, Caleb Schrader, Peyton Long. So that breakaway now over.
Schrader was the fastest car on the racetrack, finishing that second lap of the race. Top 2 working together, the rest doing their best to come back. It looks like Simon Gamble and Brian Schofield cannot figure out their choreography. They've passed each other 3 times in the last third of a lap, and it's losing them time every time they do it. We've got Zach Della, Todd Vanacore, and Mac Harrison in that second 5-car train as well, but they're going to have to be a little bit more coordinated as we look a little bit further back in the field. Chris Jenner, Jackson Deal, Asad Nikotimbayev has actually slipped back a couple extra positions. Mike Miserandino is just in front of him. That's this 3rd pack of cars coming through turn 7.
And Tom, Evan Hamitman, who we saw have that scary moment there at the kink right alongside Brian Schofield, he's now fallen back into 22nd position. So big drop, almost 10 positions for him.
Out of the carousel and into the kink for the 3rd time. Caleb Rothwell still leading the race over Justin Clarity. Bobby Sack has worked his way back into 3rd. The 3 further motorsports cars working together, but they still have a lot. Now Caleb Schrader running 4th. John Black has slipped to 5th. Peyton Long to 6th. We're going to see this kind of churn the entire time. The most important thing for this race is to stay in that top group and maintain as high a track position as you possibly can, just in case a full course caution or some other delay were to come out. You can see that top group working together rather than against each other more often than not, and that's why they are a couple car lengths up the road from the rest.
Yeah, and we saw that yesterday, Tom, where on the very last lap, on lap number 8, Justin Clarity had a chance to perhaps make a move on Caleb Rothwell going into turn 5, chose not to chance it and wait till they got down the Canada Corner, and just as they came through turn 5, they had a full course caution come out as there was a car off earlier on the track, and that is how the race ended, under full course caution, with Caleb Rothwell taking the win, Justin Clarity finishing 2nd, Bobby Sack finishing in 3rd.
Bobby Sack getting freight trained up the second half of the front straight by both Caleb Schrader and John Black, who now sit 3rd and 4th, put Bobby Sack back to 5th. Here comes the train of the first 6 cars. By the way, fast lap of the race last time by your 11th place runner. That's Mac Harrison, who is one of the multiple drivers who's doing an interesting little crossover between Spec Racer Ford and Nürburgring 24-hour races, or some other types of Nürburgring races and GT4 cars.
Yeah, I was going to say he's been working with the Lupe Tortilla folks, with Denny Stripling and Dave Ogburn, I believe, as well as Judson Holt, 3 more Spec Racer Ford racers. Must be very difficult jumping out of something like a GT4 BMW and then getting back into the Spec Racer Ford here this weekend.
There's a mechanical issue just popped up for somebody off driver's right from turn 5 to turn 6. The black and yellow machine trying to find a place to disappear so this race can keep running.
And I think that's McGuire Dickenhoof, possibly. Actually, Dickenhoof isn't racing here this weekend. Sorry.
Yeah,
about
I'm not sure
let's
who
not
that
use
is. It came from the front group. It might have been. I'm going to try to zoom in on the YouTube stream here and see if I can figure it out for us.
You've got much better eyes than me, Tom. You're about 20 years my junior, please. 4-8 is the car that they are reporting now.
All right, so Chris Jennerjohn is that car there. He was doing exactly the right thing, trying to keep the race running. So we get back to the action at the front with Rothel, Clarity, Sack, Schrader, Black, Peyton Long. Let's see what order they're in. Is Clarity having an issue back at Canada Corner? He's going to slip way back to the back of this train at the front of the field, all the way back to 6. That separates those two from the top two, now bookending that top group. Caleb Rothel will have to deal with the consequences of that, as now he deals with your defending national champion Caleb Schrader and John Black, who also out of the same tent prefer to work together on the racetrack if they can. They're going to be kind of 2v1 here at the front of that pack, I think.
Attention in the paddock with David Swearnoff, driver of the number 118 Touring 1 car. Please return your SCCA data box to Tech. David Swearnoff, driver of Touring 1, number 118. Please return your SCCA data box to the fine folks at Tech.
And just as we expected, Caleb Schrader, John Black linking up, and Freight Train Rothel that time up the front straightaway. They take over the top 2 spots, move the 22 back to 3rd, right in front of his teammate Bobby Sack, who immediately starts pushing. Peyton Long is in the conversation out of the Hallett tent, one of the many Spec Racer Fords that run out of that racetrack, and he's clinging on here, having lost his preferred dancing partner in Tyler Stevens at the beginning of this race. And then look just behind as Brian Schofield scrabbling for grip in front of Zach Della, trying to get off turn 5. The other driver making some good headway is Asad Nikitymbayev. He's the black and green machine at the next front of the next train. He's moved his way up about 5 spots, but I think that might be the end of the road. That tends to be where you get stuck. Once you get to the front, you just become part of the churn.
Yeah, exactly, Tom. I mean, even if he managed to get a couple car lengths ahead, he'd be pulled right back in by the draft, and he'd have a long way to go to get to that next group ahead. But still, good running this weekend for the 15-year-old. His first time here racing at Road America.
But Caleb Rothel was able to get by on John Black, who had a mistake maybe somewhere. He slipped all the way to the back of this 6-pack at the front of the race. Well, just dove to the right side of the racetrack, barely kept it on the racetrack, in fact, as he tried to make a move on Justin Clarity.
Yeah, Tom, I mean, it was a very late move there, right at that little bit of a kink, coming out of the kink, and drove him to the grass. I don't know if Clarity even knew that he was back over there making that move as the tip. That's where the cars are going to typically move over, and that now allows Schofield to move up just a little bit, as Schofield, of course, has Caleb Schrader along with him, as they're not, or probably not Caleb Schrader, I'm sorry, as he's got Peyton Long along with him, as they start to close things back up with that pack ahead.
So that pack is becoming a 11-car train, I think maybe 10, just in front of the rest of the field. Schrader leads a full lap. He's got Rothel just behind, then Bobby Sack. And it is indeed a top 11. That's Brian Schofield and Zach Della battling it out between them, trying actually to work together, less than battle, as we're going side by side once again for the race lead. Bobby Sack pushing as best he can on the back of Caleb Rothel to create a passing opportunity on Caleb Schrader. Makes easy work of it down into turn 5. There's so many opportunities for passing here at Road America. You have to constantly be doing the mental math of, if I pass here, where do I end up at the end of the race? The closer to the end of the race you get, the easier that math becomes. So for right now, people just kind of happy to take what comes to them when it comes to them, happy to push their most preferred dancing partner whenever they can. But that'll start to become a little bit more cutthroat as this race ticks down.
All right, Tom. And so although we had turn 6 covered by a local caution for the driver off their driver's right, that local caution as most of our racers have seen the condition here, multiple laps has now been withdrawn, and they consider that car to be in a safe place. And well, if you want to attempt to make a pass over at one of those passing opportunities going into turn 7, you can do that now.
Jenner John even found some shade to park in over there in the safe spot. Rothel leading Sack, leading Schrader still through the kink. Most of the passing so far has been happening on the first half of the lap over in turn 1 and 5, really not even in turn 1, but up the front straight and down into turn 5.
All right, and Tom, we now have a local caution over turn 8. Jackson Deal, who is running 13th, has now pulled his car off, and I believe he's up against the wall. They're coming out of turn number 8. His race apparently now run.
Coming up on halfway through this race, we still have 7 laps to go. This time by, it's Rothel, Sack, Schrader, I think Peyton Long, then Justin Clarity, then John Black, still stuck at the back, but goes for a move up the inside, hoping somebody follows him, and they do. He's going to pick up at least one spot down into the braking zone as Schofield helped him out just a bit there, takes over the spot from Clarity. That's for 6th and 5th position. Black now runs in 5th. But all of this time that they've taken in the first couple of, or the last couple of laps, excuse me, has turned this back into that 11-car train. Does seem that Mac Harrison might be struggling to keep up onto the back of that.
Yeah, Mac
just
Harrison,
behind Vanacore.
Yeah, he lost about a 10th to the pair ahead as both Vanacore was tagged right onto the back of Zach Della coming out of turn 3, but I think he may have now lost the draft.
Zach Della just timed popping out to driver's left poorly and actually hit the car in front of him. I think he hit Schofield and took a little bit of damage to the right front of that car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars back.
And Schofield, I don't know if you saw that, as Schofield is waving his arm up and down. I don't know.
I think that was a tear-off, but either way, yeah, probably still didn't like getting hit in a straight line at about 120 miles an hour.
All right, in that next pack, a little bit further back. Now that is, I think, Chris Jennerjohn with Asad Dikembayev, Tyler Fox, and Mike Miserandino. Actually, a number of racers, obviously, in that second group, as they have separated out from our first, but still not that far back, Tom. But good run so far. Caleb Rothel, though, just reset fast lap of the race at a 2:33.124. Of course, you know, the 8 cars right behind them, they're not going to run all that much off of that pace as they're getting pulled along.
Right, you're effectively running the identical lap time of the cars around you. It's actually Brian Schofield who has the fast lap of the race this time, last time by, down in 7th at the time. I think he's picked up 6th since then, coming through Canada Corner now. Ooh, Peyton Long, a little look on the back of Caleb Schrader. That was an interesting peek. Maybe just going for a sight line or maybe trying to rattle the cage just a little bit there for 3rd and 4th. And another interesting pop to the inside for Zach Della up the right side of the track very early, trying to get a position on Justin Clarity. And Simon Gamble is going to join him and push him up the front straight. 2 cars working better than 1, but Clarity does still have the draft of Brian Schofield just in front of him. So that was an unsuccessful attempt there for the number 95, Della and Gamble.
All right, Tom. Well, as we've got 6 laps remaining now as our racers are working, lap number 8. Let's take our final break of the afternoon. And when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at the Elite Challenge presented by Hoosier, our final Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and final race of the weekend. We'll be right back.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Full course caution, by the way. Attention, I'm sorry. And we're back here at Road America. It is the Elite Challenge presented by Hoosier, our final race of the 71st consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. And Tom, we're now under a full course caution. We sent teams out to retrieve the number 52 car of Stefan Schluter, who's off in the gravel at the exit of turn number 1. And with the local caution there, I think we just saw there was some contact between a couple of cars, and the safety workers there did not feel it was a safe condition. We've gone now to a full course caution with Bobby Sack, I believe your current leader, with Caleb Schrader, Caleb Rothel, John Black, Peyton Long, Brian Schofield, Justin Clarity. Your top 7 as Clarity had been leading this race, and of course Caleb Rothel most recently leading the race. He is now falling back into 3rd.
Yeah, unfortunately, that top group of drivers not responding to the yellow. Todd Vanacore actually hit Zach Della in turn 1 while they were under full course yellow. Kind of poor awareness there for that whole group, but that's immediately why we went to full course caution and have to back it down. 5 laps to go, 23 minutes on the board. We have tons of time for racing here, Greg, but this is going to reset everybody's brains a little bit, going to reset the opportunities, especially for drivers that were outside of that top group, including Mac Harrison, Keith Grant, Asad Nikithenbayev, Colin Clark, etc.
And Tom, to continue along about as we talked about Todd Vanacore getting into Zach Della. Todd Vanacore now has pulled his car off on the outside of turn number 3, and he's over driver's left, and he's got a broken suspension on the car, so it looks like his race now is done, and has the right rear wheel currently askew on that car. All right, again, we're under full course caution. 22 minutes remaining here on the clock as our leaders come out of the final corner. And looking to see, I assume our safety car will pick up the field as they are still working to retrieve the Schluter car out of the turn 1 gravel trap.
So we'll should not have changed, but we'll double check the running order as they come across the start-finish line. Bobby Sack, Caleb Rothel, John Black, Caleb Schrader, Peyton Long is 5th. Peyton Long up to 4th. Brian Schofield 5th. Justin Clarity 6th. Zach Della into 7th. Mac Harrison all the way up to 8th. Keith Grant 9th. And Asad Nikithenbayev into the top 10.
And so, Tom, as we were watching here on the front straight just before our lead pack had gone down into turn 1, we had the local caution down at the station they call Alpha, which is before you enter turn 1. And just after that lead pack came under the starter bridge, the start bridge then started to display a yellow flag as essentially a backup for that corner, but the lead pack had already passed by. But still, there should have been more than ample opportunity on a straightaway to get a sight line to that corner station down before you enter turn 1 to alert them as to the situation.
Well, and there were more cars involved, Greg. Somewhere along the way, we lost Caleb Schrader, who was in second coming into that local yellow. He was on the back of Bobby Sack, but he did not exit turn 1 in our next camera shot. We also lost Simon Gamble from 7th in that train. 9th in that train, excuse me. So there was some more of schmozzle than maybe our cameras told in that section of racetrack, which is probably why they responded as quickly as they did. But all that to say, we've eliminated 3 cars now from that top group that we had been running with. And that would take it, that explains, why drivers like Mac Harrison, Keith Grant, and Asad Nikatimbayev are back into the top 10.
Back in the top 10, exactly. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was just seeing Caleb Schrader showing up on our system over in the gravel trap over at turn 1, or in that general area. And so, indeed, I think we've got a few folks that are over there, as you mentioned, Simon Gamble, as well as Caleb Schrader, our defending national champion. Like his race is now complete.
Greg, it's only 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks now before we get to do this again, and it's back-to-back of my favorite racetracks to go to. We go to Watkins Glen less than 2 weeks' time for the next round of the Super Tour.
That's right, Tom. So make sure to join us as our next broadcast will be the weekend, 3-day week. It's a 3-day weekend. It is a 3-day weekend for us. The June 19th, 20th, and 21st from beautiful Watkins Glen, New York. Round number 10 of the Hoosier Racing Tire, round number 9 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And of course, we're going to wrap things up later in the season at Barber Motorsports Park at the end of August. Coverage begins Friday afternoon, 1:50 p.m. Eastern Time. And of course, then we'll be bringing you coverage all weekend long on the 20th and 21st as well. That is 2 weeks from now.
By the way, these events are spectator friendly. They may not make the website of the primary events for all of these racetracks, but if you look into it a little bit with your local SCCA region or the track itself, you can figure out exactly how that works. So feel free to come out and join us trackside as well. You've also heard some ad reads throughout the weekend. Oh, let's go back to racing, Greg. Are we going back to racing? No, I can't remember if they've caught the pace car yet or not. Okay, flags are up, so I'll finish this thought. You'd heard about Track Night in America a couple times this weekend, SCCA's track driving program that's legal for basically any street car with any driver, no experience required. And we're coming to Road America September 27th. That event runs from basically noon to about 5:30 p.m. So if you want to go driving on this racetrack, again, you don't have to have any experience. You can sign up on tracknightinamerica.com, and we go to about 30-plus racetracks across the country. So if there's a racetrack within, well, basically anywhere in the country, there's a racetrack within a couple hours of you, you can look it up on Track Night in America and maybe get driving yourself.
All right, we just had the 89 car, Tom, come down the pit lane. And Tom, I think watching as it came down into turn 1, I think it was the 15 car of Alan Denninger. No rear body work on that car. Actually, it might be the 5 car, not the 15 car. Sorry about that, Tom Miserandino, he's had some tough running here this weekend. Retired from qualifying on Friday afternoon. Did not make yesterday's race, and going to be running at a bit of an aero disadvantage here towards the end of this race, as we're now sending some of our emergency services teams, I think, out to retrieve that bodywork.
And unfortunately, as you mentioned, that race ticking down, we have plenty of time on the clock, but it is still a 13-lap race, and it'll be only 2 laps to go next time across the start-finish line as we work lap number 11. Doing their best to keep the pace car nice and slow, but either way, you can only go so slow and keep the laps about 5 minutes per lap here under full course caution. Good timing for Bobby Sack. Again, we talked about it. Track position is key. You just do your best to stay in the front group and stay as far up in that front group as you can. And the timing roulette has worked itself out perfectly for Bobby Sack. Caleb Rothel just outside of that. John Black, who had been 6th about 2 laps before the caution came out, had worked his way back to 3rd in that front pack. So that would be your current podium if things end this way. Still hoping that we have the opportunity to race a little bit more.
All right, so Tom, sounds as though they have retrieved the 52 car out of the gravel trap at turn 1, and he is now back underway. And now we are getting word from race control, Tom, that we are going to be displaying the checkered flag this next time by. And I'm just trying to get some verification of that from race control, but I think that is the case, that this race, and there it is, this race is going to end under caution for the 2nd day in a row.
Well, maybe some learning opportunities here for the drivers on the racetrack all across the field as this came out of our front runners and some defending champions involved, Greg. So you got to reflect on your own performance, your own awareness of what's going on, and take that forward for every race, but especially for the runoffs later this year. Everybody has been taught this weekend that this can happen in this race group. You got to think about that for your own competitive mindset, but also just as a group, maybe level up that awareness as a group, because we have so many cars on the racetrack. Everybody has to be at the top of their game to manage a green flag race, and these SRF drivers did struggle a little bit, I have to say.
Yeah, and so, Tom, I did mention that the 52 car had been retrieved. I believe Caleb Schrader is still up in that general area, and I think they're still working the incident. Again, unfortunately, it's just out of our camera's view that we can't show it to you, but I think the decision has been likely made that they just were not going to be able to get that car cleared out in time before the lap count expired. All right, is the safety car now leading the field into turn 14. They're going to come up the Road America straight, and I see the starter on the start stand. They've got a number of different flags in their hands, Tom. They've got the white flag, but the white flag's in the air, I believe, for the wrecker that just went onto the track surface, so they do have a slower moving vehicle ahead. As our starter, he is holding out the checkered flag for the safety car. There you go. And the beautiful yellow Corvette will take the checkered flag. But right behind him, it is Bobby Sack, driver of the number 19 machine. He's got arms in the air waving. Well, like somebody just doesn't care. Caleb Rothel will finish 2nd. John Black will finish 3rd. Peyton Long, Brian Schofield, Justin Clarity, Zach Della, Mac Harrison, Keith Grant, and Asad Nikandambayev will round out your top 10. And so let's run down here, because we've got a number of different prizes that are being presented as part of the Elite Challenge presented by Hoosier. Of course, our winner, Bobby Sack, driver of the number 19 car, he will win a $1,000 cash award, 2 Hoosier Racing Tire certificates, the June Sprints checkered flag, as well as a hat. Finishing 2nd, Caleb Rothel, $800, a single tire certificate and a hat. And then finishing in 3rd, John Black, $700, a $100 product certificate, the Brakeometer, the Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints hat as well. Then in 4th, Peyton Long will win a $600 cash award. Then Brian Schofield, $500. Justin Clarity, $400. Finishing 7th, Zach Della, $300. Finishing 8th, Mac Harrison, $200. Also finishing with a $200 award will be Keith Grant, who finishes 9th. And then in 10th, Asad Nikandambayev will come home with a $100 cash award. That's That's a good award there for the 15-year-old. Finishing in 20th position, Ryan Harrison, driver of the number 38 car, will take home $100, and then finishing in 30th, Scott Barr. Congratulations. You are scheduled to win $100. That being said, all of that is unofficial because I wouldn't be surprised if some things changed post-race, Tom. All right, that is going to wrap things up for the Elite Challenge presented by Hoosier. Tom, that's also going to wrap up June Sprints, part of the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As we said, next broadcast 2 weeks from now, June 19th, 20th, and 21st. We'll bring you qualifying starting Friday the 19th at 1:50 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll bring you racing all weekend long. Tom, as always, wonderful working with you, sir.
Back at you, Greg. Can't wait to do it all over again. Big tip of the hat to all of our drivers this weekend. I've had a blast watching all the driving, all the racing. And also thanks to everybody trackside and out on YouTube for joining us and supporting the Sports Car Club of America. Lastly, can't forget them, all of the volunteers and specialties staff that worked the weekend for us in timing and scoring, registration, tech, data collection, all of that stuff that wouldn't happen without y'all either.
Indeed. And of course, I want to thank all the wonderful people that have joined us this weekend in the chat here on YouTube, that have taken their time to watch all the activities and all the racing here from the National Park of Speed. I want to thank all the wonderful people here from Road America that make our lives so easy. Of course, also Jordan Worth, our director, Brendan Kasmerick, our producer for Driver's Eye Live, and our special guests that we had this weekend, including Cooper McNeil, the Grand Marshal of the June Sprints, and all of the great people that have helped us from the Chicago region of the SCCA, our host region here this weekend. So I want to thank all of you, and have a wonderful week, everybody. We'll see you in 2 weeks from Road America, from Watkins Glen. Have a great evening.